What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday to you all. Hope you're doing well out there. Um, Wishing you the best. Another healthy, happy, and prosperous Saturday for you all. You and your loved ones, should I say. Hope you guys are all doing well, man. Um, yeah. Everybody's still getting over the malaise of last night's game. It wasn't lovely. It was not lovely. But, we got to talk about it because this is life. This is what we got to deal with. You know what I mean? It's the real. It's the real. We're going to be okay, y'all. We're going to be okay. Oh, let me do this little quick check of the weather. The weather. So, what do we got going on today? Currently 31 degrees, going up to a high of 38. It is what it is. It's winter. Supposed to be some. Oh, well, it's changed a lot. They said some flurries, but doesn't look like much going on. Tomorrow, 45. That's decent. We'll take it. Monday, 45. And then 39 and 36 on Tuesday and Wednesday. All right. It is what it is, guys. What we're going to do. We got some time before we get back to the warm weather. I got to start the morning off. My morning cup of Joe or Joanne in the Know the Ledge cup because that's what makes it taste better. Trying to tell you. All right. Oh, boy. Yeah, there's a lot of wild stuff going on, man. A lot of wild stuff. But you know what? We just got to remember that we are here for each other. You know what I mean? We got to get through life. Hopefully be better to one another each and every single day because a lot of wild stuff going on, man. You got the wildfires that are devastating California. I mean, devastating California. And then they're talking about these wildfires aren't normal wildfires, that they were man-made. There's some wild stuff going on, man. It's bad. Then you got snow, like shout out to Just Knicks, snow in Atlanta and in the southern states. Like, a lot of wild stuff happening at once. So hope everybody stays safe and takes care of themselves and be careful out there. Nobody needs to be a hero or to think that things aren't real in front of them when you can clearly see stuff is happening. So just be careful out there, y'all. Anyway, these New York Knicks, man. These New York Knicks. So I know a lot of people are kind of upset about last night's showing and what they thought, not necessarily what they thought, but just what this current Knicks team looks like right now. I want to say that I was not surprised at last night's loss. I actually expected a loss last night. I didn't want to say that because, I want to be optimistic, to the core. But honestly, the way the Knicks have been playing lately and the way OKC has been playing lately, it just didn't look good. So the first time we played OKC last week on Friday, I was more optimistic in the fact that anything could happen. The Knicks were coming in on a high. OKC was coming in on a high. So whatever. I just expected it to be a good game, and then either one of the teams could have won on that particular night. And we saw how it turned out. The Knicks had a chance to win, but in the end, OKC just had a little better game plan, and they executed better down the stretch in the fourth quarter. Can't be mad about that. Games like that are going to happen. Last night's game was a totally different game. we were cooked early. I mean, first off, it was nice to see that playoff type atmosphere. Both teams were trying to feel themselves out in the first quarter. Neither one could get over that hump. Like, both teams came out with fire. It's not like there was no energy. The Knicks came out trying to play defense. They were making it tough for OKC. And then OKC came out with their normal defense, making it tough for the Knicks. And then, both teams were pressing, like the shots were off, and it just was one of those to start the game. But once you start to get a little semblance of fluid action going on and people start to get a little rhythm going, you see the difference between OKC and the Knicks. One, the Knicks actually have to try hard and ratchet up their defense to stop teams. OKC just goes out and plays basketball because they got defensive players that have bought into defense. So I think that's really interesting. And it's something that, we got to be mindful of. They're younger than us. They're more athletic, and they are defensive minded. So that's tough. That's one. And I could live with that if that was the case. If that was the whole story and we were playing like Detroit Pistons of old, right? That was just a defensive juggernaut with tough defense. And, they barely eke games out. And I'm not talking about the bad boys. I'm talking about the Rip Hamilton Pistons, with Rasheed Wallace. Those weren't the best offense. That wasn't a great offensive team over there. But they were able to win games because of their defense, and they scored just enough. This OKC team, guys are contributing offensively. Now, is it because they are that dynamic offensively? Or is it because our defense is suspect? The Knicks defense is little tricky, man. You know what I mean? We giving a lot of wide open looks to players. And so my whole thing is last night, and let me see. Hold on, let me just my reference points here. Last night. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Last night, no one played over 35 minutes, right? So OG Anunoby played 35 minutes. Josh Hart played 30 minutes, which is phenomenal for Josh Hart. Josh Hart is always around 40. So we're talking about a 10-minute difference. Now, granted, this was a blowout and the starters sat, right? So I'm just, this is kind of all thrown out the window, but you get my point when I'm getting into context. Jalen Brunson played 33 and Mikal Bridges played 31. So in essence, they were on pace to play their normal minutes, right? Because it was a blowout. So Jalen Brunson didn't play. I think all the starters were out of there, maybe the last 9 or 8 minutes of the game. But I mean, if that's the case, Jalen Brunson played 33 minutes up to that point. If the game had been closer, or, don't you see Jalen Brunson playing another 5 minutes at least to bring that number to around 38? As well as with other guys. So the minute stuff was still there last night. So if people try to tell you, look at the minutes, I mean, let's not forget it was a blowout and the starters sat because the game was out of reach. So that's one. Two, some might point to the fact that, lately, the last couple games, specifically Tibbs has gone a little deeper into the bench, right? And I'm not saying it's too little too late, but the damage is already done for right now. You know what I mean? The team is already tired. You got to give, now it goes about, you got to give the team a couple games to kind of get their feet back under them, to kind of get a little, more rested, get a little bit more energy built up. And then I think you'll start to see a difference. Who knows? Maybe the next game it'll be a difference. But I'm just trying to tell you that they've already been overplayed. When you get overplayed all season, it's not about one game. It's about the next few games. If you try to stop and change things, the team is still tired. So you just got to give it a little bit of time for them to kind of get right. The other thing is the team looks like they are a little confused about who they are, right? They don't look like they know exactly what this New York Knicks team is. And we want to point to last year's team and talk about the differences. And I agree. Last year's team, hashtag all heart, no quit was for a reason. They believed in each other. They went out there, they acted as a team, and they fought through everything, no matter what. So, I had a couple questions about a month ago, I think. Yeah, I think it's about a month ago. And one of the questions was, can this Knicks team win consistently, right, when their 3-point shot is not working? Now, fortunately, within the 9-game win streak, some of those games we got to see the Knicks win when their 3-point shot was not going. So I started to feel a little better about the team, right? But even that was a little bit of a problem because it was kind of disguised. Because even though they were winning these games without necessarily hitting the 3-point shot accurately or efficiently, they were playing subpar teams like 500 or below type teams. So it's kind of a little bit of a fool's gold that people talk about. Like our strength of schedule was kind of weak at that point. So maybe you look a little higher at the team than you need to. Because had we been playing better teams at that point, would we have won those games? Because would we have done enough to win the games? I don't know. I mean, at that time, I would have told you yes. I think they would have done enough to win the games. They would have figured out what they needed to do. But after watching these last 3 games, I don't know. I don't know if they would, because I don't know if they know what they need to do. I don't know if they have the answers. And mind you, I'm saying all this knowing that the Knicks are a good team, knowing that the Knicks can do this. But right now, I don't think they can, because I think they're lost. They're Josh Hart. The whole team is a bunch of Josh Harts from earlier in the season. They're all lost right now. They don't know what they should be doing out there. They don't know how to fix the situation. When a team is not executing properly, the same way in which they were executing before, when a team is not passing the ball to each other the way they were passing before, when the team is not moving around on the court the way they were moving before, when a team is playing 35 or more minutes a game as starters, and you're 5 starters in the top 20 in minutes in the league, and your shooting percentage from 3 is 28% in the last 10 games. And last night it probably dipped even more. I don't know what did they shoot last night? They shot 12%, 12.5% last night. 12.5% last night. The whole freaking team. You telling me every single guy, and then nobody can knock it down consistently? I know guys can be cold. I know guys can lose their shot. I know guys can sometimes get away from their form. I know guys cannot get their feet planted right, not squared up to the basket. But the whole team, guys, the whole team can't shoot. There's a problem with coaching right now. Once again, I know Knicks fans get hype. They get really excited about Tom Thibodeau. They want him fired immediately. And I'm sure there's some of you that already want him fired. I am not saying that Tom Thibodeau needs to be fired, because I've seen enough of this already. We've done the song and dance. Oh, fire Tom Thibodeau. Oh, get rid of Dolan. We've done all that stuff, right? And he's been here, and they've won in spite of us feeling a certain way about him. So that's not the case. The answer is not to fire Tom Thibodeau. The answer is to get Tom Thibodeau to start coaching the way he needs to start coaching, for Tom Thibodeau to fix this issue. Because the bottom line, guys, is if you get rid of Tom Thibodeau, this is the best case scenario for Knicks fans who want him fired. You fire Tom Thibodeau right now, who replaces him? All right. You feel confident with Rick Brunson running the show? You feel confident with who else could coach? Mo Cheeks running the show? Because Mark Bryant, I know you might think of the names of the coaching staff. Mark Bryant is not, he's not for that type of job. That's he's a specific type of coach, a big man coach. Othello Harrington, big man coach, and whatever else they want to title it. They're not X's and O's coach. That's not where they were brought here. So it's not them. The only person that I could probably see, if they fired Tom Thibodeau and had nobody else, the only person that I could probably see taking over, and I gotta be honest with you, it wouldn't be the worst thing if it happened, is Dice. I mean, some people forget Dice is still a coach on this team. Now, I don't know if he has been relegated. Like, is he the G League? I don't know who the G League coach is, to be honest with you. I don't pay attention to the G League coaching staff. I thought Dice might have had something to do with that. But even if Dice was the G League coach, I'm sure the Knicks would, switch something up, and Dice would come up to the big show and coach these guys instead of anything else we got. Now, some might say Rick Brunson is probably next in line, but I don't know how I feel about that. So, and even if that is the case, if you get rid of Tom Thibodeau, are any of these other people that I mentioned, do you think are going to be better at strategizing and getting us from where we are now to something better? I mean, because they're all under Tom Thibodeau's system, right? They're all learning from him. They're all executing the way he executes. Is Dice somehow a sneaky defensive guru that has all these plays and plans that Coach Tibbs ignores? His daddy Brunson over there, excuse me, with the X's and O's and like, I wish you would have done this, but that's okay. I'll keep it in my book. Like, you know what I mean? So would we get better, or would we be the same or worse? Then the flip side of that is you don't hire a brand new coach during the season. We're not even at the All-Star break, right? So that means we wouldn't get a coach to replace him this year. It would have to be in the offseason. A brand new coach comes in. Most times a brand new coach, not only do they want to come in, they want to change their staff. Sometimes they would like to have certain players on the team to work with. He's inheriting a team that's already set and is close to the apron. We make a couple moves, we could be tapped out. So that puts that coach in a very interesting predicament. Then they have to, teach this team their style of play, their things. And if it's too familiar to what we got going on now, then what have we really done, right? Because that's easy for them to learn. We already know this. But if it's different and it actually would make a difference, that takes time to learn. So what? We throw this season away? Do we throw next season away? And are we contenders 2 years from now? When Jalen Brunson is 2 years older, when OG's 2 years older, and you know what I mean? Like, is that what we're talking about? So I'm just throwing this out there, guys. Just something to think about. Like, it's quick to say fire Tibbs, but what happens when you do fire Tibbs? If they were to fire Tibbs. So I just wanted to put that out there because, it's a lot to think about. And you got to understand, you might bring in a coach that doesn't know how to get the best out of certain players that we currently have on this team. And in that case, we would need to switch some things around. That's another process. Like, I don't know, man. There's a lot going on with that. I have a lot to say about this team and what they look like. But I want to give everybody else, their moment to talk about the team. And I don't want to sway people's thoughts until it's my time to really speak on things. So I see you, Double A. I see you. And I see what you're saying about, shout out to you, by the way. Good to see you. I see what you're saying about Toronto fired a coach of the year, Casey, replaced with a rookie coach, equals championship. Do you remember the personnel on that team? Do you remember who they had? Kyle Lowry, who was a really good defender, and he was in his prime, right? Do you remember who was backing up Kyle Lowry? From the point guard standpoint, Van Vliet, and isn't Van Vliet one of the better defenders, better point guard defenders in the league, right? Didn't that same team have OG Anunoby, who we already know is a good defender, right? Didn't that team have Kawhi Leonard, who was one of the best defenders? So we think we got OG Anunoby, who's one of the best defenders in the league. And at that point, Kawhi was better than him defensively. And they had him on the team too. And Kawhi was their number one option. And they had, Kyle Lowry, who was a lot more formidable at that time, right? They were already a team that was built to win. For them, it might have just come down to X's and O's and coaching. So the replacement of one coach that doesn't really galvanize the troops and doesn't get them playing the way they need to play, that's a different situation, right? So then you brought up, and I'm not going back and forth, at UAA. I get what you're trying to say, but I also want to explain how I'm looking at it. Then you brought up Boston hired a rookie coach twice, finals one and then championship. Look at the team Boston has. So I'm going to go back to the whole point that, how we downplay other teams because we're fans of the Knicks and we think our team is better than those teams? Boston is a fantastic team. They have been a fantastic team for years, even before when they had Marcus Smart and the group that they were throwing out there. A lot of these guys were here. Excuse me. They got Derek White from San Antonio. Derek White is a freaking gem. Derek White shoots it. He controls the offense and he plays defense. You don't always find that. They found it in Derek White, basically, for nothing. And then you still have had Al Horford over there forever. You know what I mean? You go out and trade for Porzingis. You wind up and get Drew Holiday for Marcus Smart. So you lose nothing. And you might have gotten better because maybe Drew has got a little bit more in the tank, and he's better offensively than Marcus Smart, right? And let's not forget, they still have not two good players. They have two of the best players in the league on the same team. And one of them is one of the best players, bar none, top 5, in Jason Tatum. Like, we love our players, but Jalen Brunson isn't top 5. You know what I mean? Let's just keep it real. Those guys are better than him because they also play both sides of the basketball. If Jalen could play defense, then we could look at him differently, but he can't. Karl Anthony Towns is a star player, man, and maybe superstar, whatever you want to call him, but he's one-sided. Jason Tatum plays both sides of the ball. Jaylen Brown maybe is not as good offensively as Karl Anthony Towns, but what he lacks on that side, he makes up for on the defensive side. Karl Anthony Towns can't do that. So my point that I'm trying to make is those two teams that you brought up as examples already had really good players on the team, and they had two-way players. And, whatever, even if you don't even want to say two-way players, the bottom line is they played offense and they played defense well, right? So if you switch out the coach, they already have, they could fire their coach right now and bring in a new coach, and that team will still win because they play defense from top to bottom, and they got guys who can offensively take care of business. So I'm not taking anything away from their coach right now, but I'm saying they could do the same thing this year. They could fire the coach right now and still might win a championship with that team because the team is good. It's already in place. The Knicks, I can't say that. You can't say that either. None of us can say that because we got issues defensively. We leave dudes wide open. We got issues scoring. We were one of the top. We're still kind of ranked as one of the top offensive teams in the league because of what we built up. But look at how we're shooting. 28% from 3 in the last 10. We shot 12% last night. That's not good. And last time I checked, when I look at Cleveland, they're not shooting that. When I looked at Boston, they're not shooting that. Look at OKC. They're not shooting that. You know what I mean? So you can't just say you switch out a coach and you can still do this. No, the team has to be in place. And those teams were in place. You switch out a coach right now in Tom Thibodeau, and he inherits this Knicks team with a point guard who can't play defense, with a point guard who fans are starting to turn on and say he doesn't pass the ball enough or doesn't get guys involved, right? With a big man who is dynamic scoring but don't play no defense. He's like a matador out there. If you saw last night's game, you know how many easy shots were happening in the paint that I'm looking at Karl Anthony Towns that he's not even making an effort to try to defend because he doesn't want to get into foul trouble? That's bad. That's not good, right? Then you want to talk about OG Anunoby, who's been struggling. He's been in a super slump. He came out of it in the last game versus Toronto, maybe because he felt a little buzz because he's playing his old squad. You know, that whole thing, like, you guys let me go. I'm here. You know, that it's that thing. So maybe he got a little more juice for that game. But outside of that game, he's been in a slump every other game, right? So he's struggling offensively. Something's wrong. And then you got Matteo, who has been struggled throughout the season in the beginning, got it together, and has been on a great run. But the last two games, for whatever reason, he got the yips and he can't find his shot again. I don't know what's going on with that. It's crazy. And it's not somebody that I think is I don't think some people want to throw Matteo away again because of these two games. Matteo is a really good player, and you already seen what he can do. He's been one of the most consistent players over the past 10 games. Let's say 8 games, because these last two, I don't want to, But these last two were pretty bad. And then last night was disgusting. This dude finished with 1 point, I think. Or, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Horrible. Horrible. I mean, OG and Matteo finished with 4 points, 4 rebounds together. Like, what? So you telling me that you fired Tom Thibodeau now, and all of a sudden some coach is going to turn this team around overnight? Like, those issues that we got, the fact that we don't have a bench is going to be suddenly fixed with a new coach, with a new person who believes in our rookies? Maybe he can bring a little bit more out of the rookies, but you're not going to change the issues that we got defensively. You're not going to change the fact that, we are currently a tired group. We're tired, and it's affected our shots. The Knicks don't have rhythm. They basically played themselves out of rhythm. All these minutes that the Knicks have been playing and the way they've been playing their offense has broken the Knicks' rhythm. There's a reason why you shoot poorly from three for the last, and I said 10 games, but it's more than 10 games. I mean, for the last 15 games, they've been shooting 31%. So, and probably with last night's game, you throw that into, it's probably 30% because it's probably brought it down. I'm just saying there's more to this, bro. There's more to this. But that being said, the Knicks got some issues. But I still think that they're going to be right there when it's all said and done, and they still can turn everything around because they built up. The fact that they did have a soft schedule allowed them to get a little bit of, good spot. They're still third, right? Although Orlando is right behind them. And now that Paolo Banchero is back, you got to watch him. But yeah, I mean, listen, they're right there. So I wouldn't go too crazy with it. I'm just talking about last night and how I currently view this Knicks team. Do I think they're going to be fine? Yes. But I'm talking about right now. That's all. That's all. I think that we just have some stuff that we have to, Khalid Pasha, that's incorrect. I just told you how I felt about, I mean, if you came in and listened from the beginning, you would have heard me say all of these different issues, and I said it all comes down to coaching. So how can I be an apologist when I'm telling you that the coach is the issue? Like, what are we talking about? See, the problem with fans, and this is not just for you, but it is for you, Khalid. It's not just for you, though, is that you think that everything happens like this is 2K. Like, okay, the Knicks stink right now. Look at how the minutes are being used. Fire Tom Thibodeau. We're going to be great. Sometimes, is that what you think? Let me give you another example. Let's give you another example, right, of how easy it is to be good. Just get rid of the coach. Milwaukee Bucks, Mike Budenholzer, brought them to a championship, right? Next year, they start to struggle a little bit. This guy's got personal issues going on in his family. His brother passes away, I think, in the playoffs or around that time. He takes a leave of absence. So I don't know, whatever happened, but he still had the coach. What do the Milwaukee Bucks do? They're a good team at the time, who never hadn't won a championship, and how I don't know how long, if they ever did. I don't remember. The Bucks probably did win back in the day, but I don't remember. They get rid of Budenholzer, and they bring in this guy Griffin. Griffin coaches them to I think a 31-10 or a 31-12 record, and they fire him. 31-10 or 31-12, something like that. So that's a very good team. They're playing well, right? You already know they got the same guys, basically the same team. They're doing well. What they do, they bring in Doc Rivers. What happened with Milwaukee, guys? Immediately, what happened? Did they get better or did they get worse? Now, you can point to Milwaukee now and say that they are playing good basketball, that they've turned it around. They're 20-16. They've won 3 in a row. They're 6-4 in their last 10. But they're 20-16 right now. I explained to you that when they had Griffin, they were 31-10 or 31-12. That seems like a better record, a better team. They're playing good basketball, better than what they're playing right now. So with the same bunch, with that championship group, for the most part, like 75% to 80% of those guys were still on that team. The same team that was balling under Griffin. Same team that's here on the freaking Doc Rivers. So is it automatic that you bring in a new coach, they're going to play better? It's not. It's not. That's all I'm saying. And the other thing is, like, you got to have if you had an answer, then you do it and you make the change, but you don't have an answer. Like, okay, here's the thing. You guys are saying fire the coach. Okay, if you fire the coach now, who is going to coach the team? You're not going to hire a coach mid-year. So do you think the Knicks are going to win a championship with Rick Brunson as the coach, or Dice Yashimoto? I think that's how you say it. I mean, you tell me. That's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about, see, I'm not thinking about next year. I'm thinking about right now, this year. The Knicks are supposed to be championship contenders this year. So I'm thinking we have a chance to win. So what about this year? You guys giving up on this year? Because if you're giving up on this year and you're saying, wash this year up, let's get rid of the coach, let's bring in some a new coach, a new voice, and we'll worry about next year. Is that what you guys are saying? Yeah, guys, chime in. All the ones who want coach fired, Paris Duggar, all you guys. Is that what you're saying? Do you want to give up on this year? You want to say, listen, this year looks like it's not going to work. Other teams are better. This is Cleveland's year. OKC is different. Are you telling me give up on this year, get rid of Tibbs, get a new coach in here so he can work his principles so that next year we're ready? Is that what you're telling me? That's what I want to know, because I think that's the difference. That's what matters. Let me get to the chat. Sorry, guys. Long-winded, but I want to get some of this stuff off that I'm thinking. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Bodega manager Cat Sage is in the building on X. Appreciate you. Thank you for rocking. Said Towns had the worst whistle I have ever seen for a superstar player or even a rookie. Oh. Towns can't play defense well because he'll be in foul trouble very, very early. Yeah, that's a shame. That's unfortunate that is true. And you guys can see it. Like, he is like shying away from playing defense. He's moving out the way, man. It's bad. That's not good. I love Towns from what he's been doing with the Knicks. He looks great. Is he in the MVP consideration? Yes. Excuse me. But what I've been seeing on defense lately is not looking great. And it makes how do you think your teammates feel? Now, I get it that you want to keep them on the court and keep them out of foul trouble. How do you think your teammates feel when they're trying to clamp down and play defense, and then, their guy gets behind them, or somebody makes a cut and the lane is wide open, and you're like, who's supposed to be guarding that guy? I can't do everything. Just throwing that out there. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Good to see you, my brother. Said, good morning, Ron. What a game last night. We got outplayed in every facet of the game. That's a fact. 100%. Shout out to Deron Wayne in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. What up, Deron? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. He said, good day, Ron. He said it would not be Saturday without SKF. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Shout out to my guy, Andios NYK. Appreciate you, my brother. He said, hit the like, subscribe to the channel, and enjoy the show. Facts. Appreciate you. Okay, Deron says, no surprise losing last night, but the lack of defense is unbelievable. The team is offense first, and when it's not scoring, they could care less about defense. When defense is first, then the offense. It's not important. Last year's team and Orlando this year. Man, can't argue with you on that. Shout out to Wonder Woman in the building. Good morning, Ron, in the chat. Last night's game was tough to watch. You ain't lying. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Let's go. My ladies' night thing, I don't love it. I heard it back and I don't like it. It sounds kind of distorted. I got to fix it. So I got to get something new for you ladies. Don't you worry about it. I'm going to get something, though. In the meantime. Yeah. Salute to you. HRM the Great in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. And we got David Smith in the building. What up, Dave? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. So salute to Ron in the chat. Embarrassing loss. How does Cat only get 10 field goal attempts against a team he can dominate? Also, no ball movement. Only 18 assists. Brunson not passing enough. Okay. Fair. It's not just Brunson, but yes, you're right. I agree with you. I'm no longer going to argue with you guys when it comes to the ball movement on this team because it is stagnant and that's top to bottom. So that's everybody. That's Brunson and everybody included. It's not just Brunson though. That's all I'll say. But it's everybody. I agree though. But I know the point guard is the one who's supposed to really. That's the main duty. So yeah, I agree with you. David Smith says it's not the personnel, it's Tibbs and Brunson's not running the offense properly. Not getting Cat involved enough in this offense, not enough ball movement. Brunson trying to score too much. So when you say it's Tibbs not getting Cat involved, you don't think that the Knicks had a plan to get Cat more involved last night? But OKC is so good defensively that no matter what, when Cat gets the ball, he can't do what he normally likes to do, and then he winds up passing the ball out. Because, so I don't have the number in front of me, but I guarantee you he had more touches than 10, right? He had 10 field goals, which I agree with you. That's not good. But I bet you he had more touches than 10. So, and the way I was watching that game last night, OKC was locked in on defense, like more locked in than they were a week ago. Like they were locked in on defense. And then once they saw that the Knicks weren't shooting well, when they switched to zone, the Knicks were finished. They went back to their regular defense again. Then they switched to zone again. Knicks were finished. So is it just that it's bad coaching? Or is it our personnel right now is struggling to play normal basketball? And then when you hit us with a zone, we're done. Like, so do I think the Knicks have enough to be competitive in this league and compete for a championship? Yeah. But do I think the Knicks have enough to win a championship? No, not right now. Because there's something missing. I don't know exactly what it is. Is it a voice that can bring more out of these guys? I don't know if it's just a voice. I feel like they all. I mean, let's not forget our bench is kind of suspect no matter what. And even if we want to play some of these guys, I think the problem that kind of got overlooked when we drafted guys and now that they've been in the G League is that they don't play great defense. And it's not just one of them. Like everybody points to Kolek because he's not a defender. I get it. But this Kolek is not the only one who's struggling on defense. Like other guys who I thought would be better. Like I thought, no offense to Huck Porty. I'm not saying he's not, usable. But I thought his defense was better, right? I thought he could do more on the defensive end than what I've seen. Even in last night's game, he got the block shot. So he has good timing. He can block. He has good instincts on that. But that doesn't mean he's a good defender. You know what I mean? Like, can he defend? Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's good at it. You know what I mean? I don't know if that sounds crazy to y'all, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, let me give you the flip side. Jericho Sims has been playing better defensively. Like he's put himself in the right position. He's got some of the best feet on the Knicks as far as bigs, so he can move quickly. He can get in front of you, but he don't block shots, really. His timing with blocking shots is not good. So sometimes you can be in front of the guy and the guy still scores on you, but he's right there. And sometimes he affects shots, right? Huck Porty has the great timing. He can block the shot, but as far as staying in front of the guy and changing the guy's direction, point of action, he doesn't look like he's doing that well right now. Last night I saw him play defense and I saw two guys scoring him and I'm like, all right. And then I think it was the play that he caught the and one, that the guy caught the and one on him. He moved his feet and he's like, he was pissed off. He's like, I didn't do anything. I was right there. He didn't stick his hands up. You don't, as a big in the league, you do not play defense with your hands down. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. There's maybe some truth to the fact that our guys are missing some stuff. Do I still think that the Knicks should have figured out ways to sprinkle guys in with other good players so that way we can at least spare minutes? Yes. But whatever. It is what it is. Shout out to HRM. Said ball denial and passing lanes were non-existent. We need to stack up. We might need a few more trade deadlines and off seasons to get our run. Maybe. You might be right. Uptown Sports TV in the building. What's going on? Heck, appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Please go support Uptown Sports TV if y'all haven't checked them out, man. Show them some love. Really good programming, and it's not just Knicks basketball. It's Yankees stuff as well. They do a really good job over there of bringing the sports to you. So go show them some love, man. Ed Winning in the building. What up? Salute. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. All right. I already said what's up to Just Knicks. Good to see you again. M. Gene in the building, member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. Knicks are just below the top tier. Right now, I would agree. I think they're right there, but they're just below. L, damn it, is in the building. Let's go, L, member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Let's go, L. My guy Double A's in the building. Man, oh man, gonna be busy. Salute all. Yeah. Today's one of them days. We already started. Jeremy Nussbaum is in the building. What up, Jeremy? Good to see you. Salute. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. My guy Jay Boogie is in the building. The closer, aka Knicks rap aficionado, the beat of the streets, the voice of the community. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He said, good morning, 3 capital G's, blessings, health, life, and happiness. We got issues, or should I say I got issues with last night's outing. I will be here to talk about it. Okay. All right. Dope. And I'll get to you guys in, very shortly. I'm gonna breeze through. I know y'all got a lot to talk about. Excuse me. Shout out to Dun Ross Gallman in the building. What up, Dun Ross? Good to see you. Appreciate you, my brother. Stacks different timing in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute. Nostalgic Nick is in the building. What up, Nostalgic? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Billy Goat is in the building. What up? Salute, Ron. At this point, no one considers us a contender. We need Mitch healthy, and I would move Bridges to the 6-man. Start Precious. Interesting. Maybe. We might be talking about that. Appreciate you, bro. NYC B-Ball 08 is in the building. What's good? Appreciate you, my brother. He said, my guy, disgusting loss. Yeah. Right. David says, Knicks are 16-1 when they have at least 30 assists per game this year. Ball movement, the key to the success of the juggernaut offense. Only 18 assists last night for the Knicks. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you knew last night was going to be horrible, right? As the game went by, you could tell that the assist total was going to be even worse. Once I saw OKC switch to a zone, I knew the Knicks were cooked because they were already struggling to shoot prior to this game. It has nothing to do with OKC. So the flip side is, even though OKC's defense is phenomenal, I think they're very impressive. Best I've seen this year. They came into a game in which the Knicks were already handicapped. Knicks already couldn't shoot from three. So this was just like taking candy from a baby for OKC. This was easy. Shout out to my guy, the objective Knicks fan in the building. Salute, family. Well, salute to you, my brother. And please go check out the Objective Knicks fans channel. I don't know if you've seen his show last night. It was pretty good. He had a call-in show. I tuned into that. It's always good listening to the Objective Knicks fans break stuff down. He had a lot to say about what we got going on currently. So, tune into his stuff, man. Show him some love. And look for him. He'll definitely be on more SKF stuff going forward. But yeah, man, go show him some love. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the like, all that, comment, all that good stuff. Appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Green is in the building. What up, Green? Appreciate you. He said, we are not contending for anything this season. We might be contending for the most embarrassing season, maybe. I hear you, bro. Nick Yak is in the building. Salute. He said, I'm predicting we will see Huck Porty playing before we see Sims again. I mean, it makes sense. Don't get me wrong. The things I talk about with Huck Porty, he can improve on. But I'm telling you, they're there. They are there. So, none of us really know that much about Huck Porty. We've seen videos and highlights, but we didn't watch the guy day in and day out. You know how it is with everybody you think you want to see. When you get to see a highlight, it's skewed, right? But when you watch a player play day in and day out, you see the good and the bad. And so there's some bad with Huck Porty. But can Huck Porty be better? Yeah. And can Huck Porty give us a little bit more than we're currently getting, from the big spot when it comes to defense? Maybe. I'm just saying there's some issues there. And last night you could see it. It was limited, but you could still see certain things that he needs to clean up. And I think we should be able to fix that stuff. Because the good thing about him is he's got good timing on blocks. He can block shots. He's active. He moves. He doesn't have horrible feet. I think he can move around. He's got some athleticism. I don't see why the Knicks can't work with him to get him better and to use him on, like, we need it on the spot though. So, but I hear you. Right. I think, I know Double A probably had put this in there and mentioned this prior to what we were already talking about, like with his other comments on stuff, but this doesn't change. So see, this loss to me is on the players, right? So you're saying, come on, Ron, excuses. What excuse is it to lose to the freaking undermanned Magic twice? Well, the first time we played the Magic, they weren't undermanned to the way they're undermanned now. They still had some good defenders out there. They had Suggs out there that gives Jalen Brunson. Suggs is a really good defender. he was giving Jalen Brunson problems. They got other guys in that team that were playing good defense. And if I'm not mistaken, Mo Wagner was a part of the team too, and he lit us up for 30 or 31 points. The first victory, right? The last time we played them and we lost, they didn't have any of those guys. So to me, that's it's ridiculous. It's there's no excuse for that whatsoever. And so that's coaching, that's everything. That's Tibbs, his side, but it's also the players. For the players to know who they are, for the players to be in all-star conversations, to be in MVP conversations, stuff like that, for them to have been successful to make it to the second round of the playoffs last year, for them to go out there and lose to the Orlando Magic, there's no words for it. So with that team that we played, there's no words for it. I will say that team still looks like a team, though. You know what I mean? That's one thing that you can give Orlando. They got a bunch of guys that are used to playing together. They look like a team. This Knicks team doesn't really look like a team to me right now. Maybe that's the problem. Shout out to Cardiac Knicks in the building. Salute Cardiac Knicks. Says salute Ron. Salute to all my diehards in the chat. Tough pill to swallow last night. That's a fact. David Smith says, Cat not getting enough shot attempts. Brunson don't seem to like getting Cat the ball. Cat is our best scorer. Brunson needs to make better decisions. I'm gonna say yes. You're part right. I don't know about the Brunson not looking to get Cat the ball or doesn't want to pass the ball to Cat. I don't know about that, but I definitely agree that Cat needs to have the ball in his hands more. I think the Knicks need to play through Karl-Anthony Towns for right now until they can figure out what the hell's wrong with this team. I think that's the best course of action. Play through Cat and then go from there. But Cat also has to continue to be a willing passer himself because, there was a point when I was watching Minnesota that I was like, man, Cat never seen a shot he don't like. Cat was chucking. Now, I'm not saying he's going to do that here, that he's trying to do that now, but maybe that's what the team has noticed. Like when you get the ball to Cat, yes, he will pass the ball, but he only passes the ball if he gets hit with the double. If you don't get hit with the double, you ain't never seen that ball. Is that fair? I guess, because that's the only reason why he should give it up. But I don't know. You want a player to get the ball to be able to make their move, and if they feel like they're you can't stop their move, to keep going to it, right? But you also don't want guys to force shots and take bad shots. So if somehow the defender kind of gets you off your square and puts you in a bad position, you want that player to be able to pass the ball to somebody else, not still force the shot because you're one-on-one. So is that how some of the Knicks feel about Cat? I don't know. I'm speculating, right? I'm just wondering. I don't know. But I will say that, I thought that what was very interesting, and I know people keep pointing to it, and I'm sure it's going to be a bigger thing that because that's a press soundbite that the press likes to get involved with, right? What Josh Hart said about people putting their egos aside and understanding, to play for each other, not worry about individual agendas. And apparently he said this twice. I missed the first time. I heard this one, but I missed the first time. What does that mean, guys? Who's he talking about? You think he's not talking about Cat? All right. Do you think he's not? I don't know if he's talking about Jalen. He could be. That's his boy. He can tell him what he wants to tell him. He could be talking about Jalen. He may not be. He could be talking about Macau. He could be talking about OJ. I don't know what he's talking about. But we got some high-priced players over here. We also got some players that feel like they have been in position to be leaders on the team. So the Knicks are not acting like a team right now. Last year was kumbaya. Everybody was bought in. There was a love fest. This is not that same team. All right, next. Angel Torres is in the building. Salute. What's going on, amigo? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Lena Franklin is in the building. Let's go, Lena. What's going on? Yeah. She said, "Hey guys, I know this is the second time we got beat to OKC, but I'm happy to see my boy Jacob Toppin play for a little bit. Way to find the silver lining in everything, Lena. Good for you. Appreciate you. Thank you." Animal Lex is in the building. He says, salute to you, by the way. Says, Ron, we got our teeth kicked in. It was disgusting how the Knicks played last night. I was yelling at the TV, punching air. It was like we made adjustments. We made no adjustments. OKC squeezed the life out of us. 100%. OKC definitely showed us who they are, and they showed us who we are. Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. All right. Shout out to Paris Dougie. Y'all know what this is. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, no chance of survival. It's a rescue recovery now. Damn. Wow, Paris. Wow. That's hilarious. Nice. Wow. Okay. David says, Ron, we want him fired after the season if he fails this year, not during the season. That's silly. Oh, no, David, you're saying that's silly. There's plenty of Knicks fans that want him fired today. Believe me. And this is just the people that are here. There's plenty of Knicks fans that want Thibodeau fired right now. So when you say that's silly, it's not silly to those who may be thinking a certain way. They don't care. Get him out of here right now. There's people that hate Tibbs. So just saying. Billy Goat says, y'all must not remember how the Knicks looked before Tibbs. He will get it right once Mitch is back. I hear you. If Mitch comes back, when Mitch comes back, that's so man. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough to deal with right now, bro. Nick Yak says, did fans see how athletic Huck Porty is when he ran down the floor for the block at the rim? A 6'11", 250-pound blur. Listen, don't get me wrong. I'm telling you, there's some good things that Huck Porty has to offer. And I already told you his block timing is fantastic. I like it. I like this hustle on that play. I like that he's weird in a weird way. He kind of reminds me of Julius Randle. I don't know why, but he does. He, like his mannerisms and the way he moves, he just reminds me of Julius. And I think more people see that. But does it account for the fact of what I did say that I saw on defense? A couple guys got past him. One guy made a layup, and he came late, but he should have already been in the spot. But that's all about being out there, and I'm going to say I'm going to give that to repetition, being out there, getting the minutes, knowing what you need to do consistently. So that comes with time. But I also didn't like the fact that he tried to, put his body in front of that guy. The guy bumped off him, got the and one, and he didn't stick his hands up. I do not like when bigs don't put their hands up. No one said you got to jump. No one said jump into the player. All you got to do is stand there with your hands up. You 7 feet. It matters. It is what it is. But hands down, man down. Shout out to Mark Jackson for that. Shoquan is in the building. What's good, Shoquan? He said, get us Nick Richards, TJ Warren, Norman Powell for our bench. I would love that. I don't know how we could do it, but I would love it. Looking good doing it in the building. Said, I think he was trying to say screw Tibbs, bro. Tibbs can't strategize at all. Yeah, I don't know, man. I do think that Tibbs makes good game to game strategy, end game strategy. I don't know. I've always been a little suspect with Tibbs. I've always complained about his in game adjustments. He's gotten better. Last year he got better. I don't know what's going on this year. All right, let me breeze through the rest of these guys so I can open the show up and bring the panel up. Let me put the invite out there. Oh boy. Okay, invite is out there for people if anybody's looking to jump on and chop it up on the panel. No Cap Life's analyst is in the building. Said y'all felt we were nitpicking a couple of weeks ago. Now y'all playing catch up. Some of us see the things that are going to keep us from beating good teams and don't get fooled by rolling subpar teams. Mm-hmm. That's fair. David Smith said, Ron, asking Tibbs to get us somewhere he has never been in 16 years as a head coach is insanity. Maybe, but I will say Tibbs has earned the right to get one shot at it. I think most of y'all would agree. I mean, I know you would be in your own situations if you felt like you were doing the best you can and you struggled, right? But then somehow you figured it out and you started to get it right at your job. And all of a sudden, you know, your job decides, oh, you know what? Let's cut back. I mean, you've been here years making this amount of money. Let's go get some young superstar and pay them, you know, a third less than you. Yeah, I know y'all wouldn't like that. I know that's not the same thing, but I'm just trying to equate it to like Tibbs has earned the right to play this season out and see what he can do. Do I like what he's doing right now? No. Do I think he needs to change something? Yes. And am I saying that Tibbs should be here for the long term? No. I'm just telling you he's our coach, and it doesn't matter who our coach is. We could have Kenny Atkinson right now. We could have the coach. I can't really pronounce his name that well right now in my head. I can't see it. The coach from OKC. If the coach from OKC was coaching the Knicks right now, right, and we were playing great basketball, and then we played teams like the Cavaliers, Boston, we played the Knicks, for example, and somebody else was coaching the Knicks, and we lost, we would be upset too. And we would point at the coach, like, he got to get it together. And plus the fact that he's a young coach, no name for the most part, I bet there would be people saying that we need to fire him too. The point is, you got to get it right. Somebody's got to get it right. I'm not saying that coach is necessarily the guy for us on the long term, but I'm telling you for right now, he's here and we need him to get it right. That's all. All right. Let me breeze through. Mr. Realistic is in the building. He said, cut it out. Damn, y'all too emotional. Everybody want coach fired, I guess. Wash Entertainment in the building said, people acting like just because you are not high, and shout out to you, by the way, people are acting like just because you are not high on Tibbs, you can't still question his methods. He has been bad in context of actual coaching. He isn't adaptive enough. He runs players into the ground. No argument here. I agree. No argument here. Now Ron is trying to downplay our roster. I don't have to downplay it, bro. You can see it. Look at it. Look at it yourself. If you're watching the Knicks games, you don't notice that Karl-Anthony Towns is shying away from contact now. All of a sudden, he moves away from situations, or instead of helping and flashing to the middle, he stays where he's at. You guys don't notice that? Am I bugging? I'm not bugging. So I'm not even going to ask that question because I'm not bugging. I see what I see. And I'm not even X's and O's guys. You know, some guys are really good at breaking that stuff down. Like, look, I think he was trying to do a high post, a double. I don't know all that stuff. That's not me. But I can see obvious, and obvious is when I see Karl-Anthony Towns not moving, not flashing, or moving out of the way of something, or backing up a little bit. What? Just stand there, homie. You know, put your hands up and stay stationary. Don't move. That's all we can ask for. You're going to get a foul. You're going to get a foul. I will say it's tough against OKC because they're getting all the calls. But to move out the way or to not flash, it's easy layups. The teams are getting easy layups and they're getting uncontested threes. It's not just him. I'm telling you, the team itself, guys aren't playing defense. That's it. If we want to look at the team for what it is, right? And let's be real. Let's be real for a second. Jalen Brunson is a phenomenal offensive player. Karl-Anthony Towns is a phenomenal offensive player. Mikal Bridges is an okay offensive player. He can do a lot of different things on the court, but is he phenomenal at it? Is he grade A number one at it? No, because if he was, he wouldn't be here. He would still be in Brooklyn, being the number one option over there. And as you can see, the Brooklyn Nets fans will tell you he's not that guy. That's fine. We don't need him to be that guy. But what I'm trying to tell you, got to be realistic and understand this is who he is. He is a 15 to 16 point per game type guy. He is a guy who can play really good defense, once he gets settled and gets his mind right. But he don't rebound the ball well. And assist-wise, he's not consistent when it comes to that. But this is who he is. And I think that's fine if you get that on a game in and game out. But when you get 0 points or 1 point, that ain't doing it. OG Anunoby has never been what you would call a consistent offensive player where you could say, this guy's going to take over the game for you. That was part of the issue in Toronto. That's why Toronto was okay getting rid of him, because they lucked up on somebody in Scotty Barnes who plays defense and is a better offensive option than OG. That's why they were willing to get rid of OG, right? Plus, they brought in quickly, and they're bringing in RJ Barrett. But that's why they were comfortable doing it, right? But the flip side is OG wants to be more offensively. But I'm going to say the kickback to you, OG, is if this is what you want, then you got to figure out better ways to execute. You got to figure out better ways to score the basketball when your shot ain't working, because he was known for being a stand in the corner shooter, right? And now he's trying to do more. So he has to continue to work. Got to continue to work. On this Knicks team, the type of touches he gets, he should be able to score 10 points a night. He wants to be the type of guy who can score 15 to 20. I don't care about that. He needs to at least score 10, right? And then that other stuff can come. But OG's looked bad. He's looked bad. It is what it is. And then our bench is bad, guys. Our bench is bad. Look at what we have. We have the last ranked bench in the NBA. What am I talking about that on our roster that you don't see? I don't have to say it. The whole league knows it. We have the last ranked bench in the NBA. I don't know. And I still think we're good. I'm saying this because this is stuff that we have to fix. I still think we're good. I'm just telling you this stuff we got to work on. King Sipes is in the building. Salute, King Sipes. Appreciate you, bro. Tendril is in the building. Tendril, I don't think I've seen you in the chat before. Appreciate you. He said Ewing as head coach, Oakley as assistant. Well, I mean, that they'll just fight each other on the bench. But the Ewing as head coach is interesting. I forgot Ewing is over here. I mean, he does have head coaching experience. I mean, eventually Georgetown floundered and they had to fire him, but at some point, he might be a thought if you needed an interim coach for the rest of the season, I guess. I don't know. And I got somebody backstage. I get right to you, Double A. He said, looking good doing. He said, they can't even defend the 3-point line, man. This is all Tibbs, bro. I mean, that part is Tibbs. 100%. D-Ras is in the building. Salute all. Salute. Appreciate you. All right, let me get through this. White Falcon, appreciate you. What's good, my brother? Hope you're going good. Said Ron, yes, sir. That's a really good question, Stacks. I don't know. I can't say yes, but I can't say no either. None of us can say that because, as I told you guys before, as Tibbs has been known as a regular season coach, he hasn't shown that he can win in the playoffs consistently and get to the promised land. But he's never had an opportunity like this on paper to get it done. If you give Tibbs that Boston Celtics roster, then, and if he doesn't do it, I mean, because we can't say, the problem is you can't say it because you don't know. He's never had a team like he's got now. And really, I mean, I say that, but the Tibbs, this team is not the greatest top to bottom. We're really good starters. We could probably got really 7 good players, like really good players. You know what I mean? But everybody else is kind of like a work in progress. But Boston is a much better team than us. And they got guys that like on this team, we have question marks even in our starting lineup. We got 2 guys that don't play defense well in our starting lineup. Boston, their whole starting lineup can play defense. They got 3 or 4 guys off the bench that can play defense. Like, you know what I mean? It's different. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that you give Tibbs the keys and it's automatically a championship. I'm just telling you that there's other issues. But Tibbs is definitely at fault right now. Guys, I don't know how you want me to say it. I already said it earlier. There's issues. And you know what? I know I'll do this and maybe you can understand. All right. Okay. I'm just breezing through, guys. All right. Just say what's up to anybody that I might have missed. Knicks will be 2025-26 champs is in the building. Salute. Tibbs needs to throw these rookies to the fire. I'd rather us having the conversation that the rookies are getting minutes and suck than depth being the problem and our rookies not getting minutes. Well, the problem is the Knicks are supposed to be a championship contending team. When you get to that point, it's no longer about seeing what the rookies have. That's what I think as fans, some of us were missing. We're past this point now. It's no longer about these rookies. Even the front office ain't caring about these rookies. We're supposed to be competing for a championship. So the players that we spent money on, the players that, that we decided to trade for, they got to deliver. And the coach has to get them to deliver. So let me see. Wacko in Brooklyn is in the building. Salute, Wacko. I see you, Lena. Yes, we definitely have time to get back on track. Agreed. In-game is in the building. I think Tibbs needs to refresh the players. Certainly doesn't help that iHeart knows the plays he runs. I mean, yeah, that doesn't help. Long Island Sound is in the building. He said, hell no. I don't know what that's about, but I'm sure it's about something. Annie K is in the building. Salute, Annie. Let's go. Appreciate you. Hello, all awful game. This coach taking all the joy out of watching the games. I have started to lose interest in watching. I hear you. Esco Harlem in the building. Salutations to the team last night. We went to bed mad and ashamed. What happened to Tibbs? Definitely he won't make it to the All-Star break next year. Might be right. We'll see. Unless they turn it around. Freeman 48's in the building. What's up, y'all? Everyone on the ledge today? Yes, everyone is on the ledge. Big Lou is in the building. Salute, Big Lou. Appreciate you. Good afternoon, Ron in the Knicks family chat. I'm so disgusted and embarrassed for what I witnessed last night. I never thought our Knicks would have come out and got punch drunk from the display. Sha Powers is in the building. Let's go. Let's get it. Okay. Shout out to my guy Kareem Grant in the building. Salute, Kareem. Shut up, Wiz. He said Ron dance compilation began. Knicks losing streak. I see what you did there. Okay. All right. And then hold on. I saw Robin Nunez in the building. Brunson is jealous of Cat. He is playing selfish, too much ISO ball. Interesting. Chop Low is in the building. Salute. Hart was the only one playing with aggression. So the question is, why would Brunson be jealous of Cat and not jealous of Randall last year? Because wasn't Randall remember when the Knicks decided to trade RJ and IQ for OG and Precious. Remember, there was a few days where, guys had to come over, the physicals, all that stuff. They had to get acclimated, that the Knicks had to figure out how to win and play basketball during that time. And, Brunson and Julius were both scoring 30. You know what I mean? They just trading off. Why wouldn't Brunson have been jealous of Randall? How did that work? And then when we got the trade actually done, when Randall was able to play, how did we go on that streak and win all those games in January with Randall here and competing? And people talking about, well, Randall wasn't really bought in. Randall played great during that time. And when he didn't have it, he wasn't forcing, he wasn't chucking. He was a good teammate, and we were winning. But why wouldn't he? I mean, this was Julius Randle's team when Brunson came over here. Why wouldn't he have been jealous of him? Why wouldn't he not pass the ball to Julius Randle? You know what I mean? I just want you guys to all think about the past too. All right. That being said, JJ47K in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you guys. All right, guys. I'm just going to move on. There's so many of you coming in, and I want to get it going. And I know I got, people waiting backstage. Blaze Brown in the building. Salute to you, Blaze. Appreciate you, my brother. Margaret Edwards is in the building. Let's go, Margaret. Knicks fans should not be quick to get rid of a good coach, but I do feel the Knicks should have hired Atkinson as the Knicks coach. Tibbs might need to be retired. Hey, I hear you. I loved Atkinson as well. He was my guy. Excuse me. Okay. D-Rex is in the building. What up, D-Rex? It's a fraudulent Knicks and coach get exposed. And D-Public Enemy making a show. And shout out to you, Isaiah Jones and Wiggins, tormenting the Knicks every time we play OKC. All right, last one for real, guys. Darlene Bryan in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Salute to you. Appreciate you. Okay, so I'm going to bring guys up. I got a bunch of people backstage, and we're going to talk about this. Before I do, I just want you to have an idea of what I consider today's topics, in my opinion. OKC is on another level. They have shown that they are different from a lot of teams in the NBA, and they're definitely a better team than the New York Knicks, and it's not even close. Knicks are missing rhythm, right? We got no rhythm right now. That's why we can't shoot. It's a team thing. Because I don't want to say I've never, but I don't know if I've seen a team where nobody can shoot threes. Like the whole team, nobody. Campaign hit a couple last night, or maybe he hit one. He hit one last night. I don't know what's going on. Shamet, like nobody can shoot a three. Now, maybe Shamet's still trying to find his rhythm. I get it, because I've seen him be better than this. Something's crazy going on right now. It's crazy. Ball movement. We already know the ball movement is kind of non-existent. Last night was horrible. Where is the defense? Where is it, guys? So ball movement, Knicks missing rhythm. Where is the defense? Who do you blame for all that, guys? So when you say I'm a Tibbs apologist, who am I calling out when I say this? There's issues with all of this. Just think about it. Is New York a real contender? Okay. And can Thibodeau fix it? If I'm a Tibbs apologist, why am I calling out all this stuff? And why am I asking the question to you guys? Can Thibodeau fix it? Just throwing it out there. And I'm saying this because, some people think, oh no, look, we can't tell Ron anything. He's getting sensitive. Ron's not sensitive. Ron is trying to tell y'all. I've come with my facts of how I feel and what I'm talking about. I may not be the greatest X's and O's guys, but I'm going off of what I see, and my eyes tell me this. So when I say something, that's what I'm using to come up with that thought. But it's my opinion. I may be wrong. I may be right. But I'm always going to figure out a way to explain myself so you understand where I'm coming from. So it's not about sensitive or anything like. I'm not saying you guys are saying that. I'm just telling you, if you think that, I'm trying to tell you, this is how I combat that by telling you, look at what the show is about today. Can't be apologizing for him if I'm blaming him for a lot of this. So that's it. Let me bring these guys up here. We got a bunch of guys, and I know they're ready. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, fellas? What's up?
What's going on, Ron?
Happy New Year to all you gentlemen.
Before anybody says anything, let me do this because I know this is for everybody today because we're going through it. But let's not forget. Let's know what it is.
See if I know the ledge.
I know y'all ready to jump out the window. Some of y'all. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So, what up, Dan? What up, Jay Boogie? What up, Kareem? What up, Double A? Let me start with Double A because Double A's been waiting patiently for quite some time, and he's had a lot to say, and I know he wants to get this out. So, Double A, go ahead, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Hope the family's doing good. That guitar looks
you
very
as well,
nice.
You too, my friend, and my brother Jay Boogie. Blessings, brother. I hope your Christmas and New Year's was fabulous, as well as Kareem and Dan. God bless. Good to see you, fellas. Yeah, I got a bunch of guitars up there. It's my
yeah, because I'm used to seeing the dark the light wood grain. I don't know if I saw the black one there.
Yeah. They're
Oh, look, there's another. Oh, damn.
They're there.
Yeah, you be jamming, Double A. I didn't know it was like that, bro. I knew you had some. I know you, man. You jamming.
Well, I play bass for Cool in the Gang, man. You didn't know that?
No,
You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
You serious?
Look it up.
Wow.
So anyway, look, Ryan. What I see, man, is look. If we would have looked at this team in the offseason and you look at these guys individually, okay, we had Brunson, but we added Cat. We had OG. We added Bridges. These are guys that we were sabotating to add to this team. And when the beginning of the season, if you're going to tell me by adding two of the top defensive players, wing defenders, which was our weakness, mind you, in the NBA to this team, and now we're talking about they can't guard nobody. You know what I'm saying? And the point is, I've been one to say that Tibbs ain't the right coach for this team. I'm not saying he's not a good coach, but he's just not the coach for this team. And that's just the way it is. You can have all the best ingredients in the world, but if the chef ain't right and he can't mix those ingredients right and get them to gel and get it to blend, you don't get a great dish, no matter what, you know. And it's no excuse for us, man. I mean, last night, what we hit 4 threes, we're supposed to have a starting five minus Hart. We had 4 guys who were shooting over 40% for the 3-point line. And what? They lost their shot. They forgot the shot. There's no continuity, man. And there is no consistency. All right. The podcast, this roommates podcast they had, told me everything I had to know, man. Their attitude, they had Tibbs on there, and it was basically clowning us fans that were worried about the minutes distribution, even though we saw with our eyes what happened last year when our team broke down and how we got bounced out of the playoffs, not because we lost and we weren't the better team, because we didn't have nobody. We played, people forget, we played game 7. Everybody was gone. Even if we made it, all right, past, we wouldn't have had a team to play. Brunson was out. He would have been out for the rest of the playoffs. So us fans have seen that, caution, because the injuries that you see happening, man, are fatigue-based injuries to the legs, injuries to the calves, and we already got them. Hart, for all the heart he got, he's done. Because he's sitting there talking about minutes. Oh, yeah, man, you're a show off. You can play 48 minutes, 3 games in a row, whatever. Yeah, and I get tired. Yeah, but are you playing 48 minutes of basketball, of winning basketball? Or are you just playing 48 minutes? What happens at times? I've seen you get blown by. You know, we're judging these rookies because they get garbage time minutes and they get blown by a couple times. Bro, I'm seeing all the starters get blown by every game. So we can't judge these guys on garbage can minutes and you know, the little time that they get. And you know, the attitude that these guys got, man, and Tibbs was on there, I could see it. And you don't think these other guys that are not in that circle see it? How Brunson is running his team. Like one day he wants to be the superstar and do it all by himself. And then the other day he wants to be a team guy. We got to be straight on. This is your team, bro. Then handle it. And right now it's not being handled. I don't see no team players meetings. I don't see nothing. All right. All I see is an underachieving team, and there's absolutely no excuse to be afraid of a team that's featuring Mo Wagner and Jalen Suggs when you got Cat, Bridges, Brunson, OG on your team. No way should you be fearing Suggs and Mo Wagner, Ron. I'm sorry, guys.
No, listen, you're entitled to your opinion, Double A, and you're not wrong to feel that way. And I don't have an issue with anything you just said. I told y'all guys, man, up here, you're going to be able to speak your mind, and we're going to talk about it. I may agree with you. I may not agree with you, but I'll respect what you have to say, and we'll talk through it, and I'll give you my point of view from it. I don't have a problem with anything you just said, Double A. And this is why I think, we all have to kind of look at what our team is and just understand that we got some issues. We're not perfect. We realize that. The knock on this team, just to start before we get to everybody else to speak, is we already knew when we play these young, athletic, defensive-minded type teams, we in trouble. That's been all season. So, that doesn't change when we play.
What is the answer to that, though? Is it
personnel?
Because what Tibbs is saying, and I'm sorry, my last point that I forgot to make. My last point, by Tibbs playing this bum-ass 7.5-man rotation, okay? Because what he did, man, poor Jericho Sims was playing the best basketball of his career. And when Precious came back, instead of adding Precious to the sauce, he pulled Sims out. And he's still playing that, 8 guys, but the 2 other guys don't even make 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So how can these guys contribute consistently? How can we have a consistent bench?
That's true. Listen, once again, I do not disagree with you, bro. I do not disagree. I've already said, and this is what I said earlier, and I'm just repeating it so that you guys know where I stand, and we may come from different angles, but we're all on the same point of view. I don't come from the same, the same style of thinking with, because a lot of people were concerned about the minutes because of health. Not me. I do not care about the minutes because of health. You guys can point to it and say, look, there's injuries starting to, develop. Okay, that's fine. You have every right to say that. I don't care about that. I care about the fact that all these minutes are making guys not play well. They're too tired out there. They can't execute. They're not shooting well. They're not playing defense well. They're they're picking their spots.
That's what I meant about Hart. That's what I meant about Hart.
Right.
I can play 48 minutes. You can be on the floor for 48 minutes.
Right. 100%. And shout out, first off, let me say this because I want to say 2 things real quick and then get over to Kareem. Hart is right to say what he's been saying because quite honestly, Brunson's not saying it. Brunson is the captain. Now, maybe he's saying it behind closed doors, but as far as publicly, Hart is saying a little bit more. He's giving us a little bit more. I mean, that's fine. Sometimes you get that, right? Even in the Knicks from before, like a couple of years ago, our best players, they spoke up, but they didn't give us what you really wanted to hear. Fournier would be the one. He would keep it real. He would say exactly, yeah, because, he had nothing to lose, but whatever. Hart is playing great, right? For the most part. He's hustling out there. He's giving us a lot of good basketball play, but there's moments where he definitely takes it easy. He loafs a little bit. He gives guys too much distance. No, I don't know why that is. Maybe he's doing it because in order for him to be the rebounder that he is, he kind of has to
pace yourself.
Maybe that's what it is. So there might be more to it. Maybe we could see more out of Hart, but he has to know that the Knicks need him to help with the rebounding. So he can't go all out. And he can't go out on the perimeter. He's got to stay somewhere in between. Maybe that's what's going on. But I'm not pointing to current Hart. Current Hart, from what I've seen, has been much better overall. But let's not forget, maybe it was 10 games ago. I know we went on a win streak. I get it. It was 10 games ago. There was a couple games where Hart looked atrocious on defense. Him and Brunson. They were leaving guys wide open on bad teams for 3.
They were getting cooked by rookies.
Yes, they were. So it goes for everybody. It's not just, some people. It's the whole team has to be better, they have to play better. I just wanted to put that out there. Now, and 1 second. Let me just turn this damn gesture thing off. Got my camera moving all around. It's annoying. Okay, I'm good. Sorry, guys. Before I get to Kareem, bear with me 1 second because you know what this means. Got a super chat. Shout out to my guy. Good to see you in the chat lately, my brother. Chop Low in the building. He said Johnny Bryant is the missing piece from the Knicks. Tibbs is part of the issue. Listen, someone said that yesterday. Like, I forgot who it was. AP, I think, on another show. I do think the Knicks miss Johnny Bryant. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You know, I think we get we got a little bit of a false sense of how important Johnny Bryant has been to this team. At first, it seemed like I forgot what that name is. That thing, like that higher, like when you know the
concierge.
No, you know, like when you like if I get a job somewhere and you know because I'm there, I ask you to hire my brother. You know what I mean? I forgot what they call that. Nepotism. At first, it seemed like a little bit of a nepotism thing because you knew we hired him to bring in, you know, Donovan Mitchell, right? And then once we figured out Donovan Mitchell wasn't coming, now all of a sudden Johnny Bryant is expendable. I think we made a mistake there. That was bad on us. Okay, definitely bad on us. But that still shouldn't be the answer.
You know why? He made Tibbs listen to him.
He did, and he was always in his ear. And the other thing, this is what I said to AP. What I said on the show last night when AP had said this. The other thing about Johnny Bryant is he was supposedly like a guard guru. So when our guards would be in a funk, when guys were struggling, he knew how to get through to them. He was good at dealing with guards. And let me tell you something. If there's anybody we need right now, somebody that could talk to Jalen, get him right. Somebody that could talk to Matteo. What the hell you doing right now, brother? You know,
look what he's doing with the Cavs, man. Look what he's doing with the Cavs.
I was just about to say it. Look how he helped turn the Cavs around.
Dude, I get it. I know. And shout out to one more thing. Sorry, I got you, Kareem. But just someone said this real quick, and you brought up the Cavs, so I just feel like it goes hand in hand. David Smith said, Ron, how do you think this team would look with Udoka or Atkinson instead of Tibbs? Look, Udoka is a very good coach. I think he would get the guys playing well. I think we would be playing really good basketball right now. Atkinson is the same. I love Atkinson. I wanted him to be the head coach before they hired Tibbs. It didn't work out. It is what it is. So we listen, you preach it to the choir. But Tibbs is here. He's our guy right now. And I mean, as I don't know about y'all, but I want the Knicks to win, right? So I need Tibbs to get it right. Whether he's the guy next year, I don't care. Right now, I need Tibbs to get it together. All right, I'm done. Kareem, my bad, my brother. What's going on? Good to see you. I'm happy you finally back up here. Good to see you, brother. And Happy New Year once again. Oh, you on mute. Can't hear you. No, you know what? Go out. I'll put the link in there again. Go out, hit the link again, and come back. In the meantime, I'll go over to Dan. Dan, what's going on, my brother?
Not much. Just what's going on, everybody? What's going on, Double A? What's going on, J Boogie?
Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, just the same frustration that everybody has. You know, the only thing, again, that I'll say about yesterday is it was a combination of two things. How bad we were playing, but also how good OKC's playing. Because you can't take that out of the equation. Because OKC, what are they on? 15 in a row right now? 16 in a row?
Oh no, the Cleveland Cavaliers snapped their streak before us.
Oh, that's right. Yep, that's right. So, but even still, you know, you look at that, it's crazy how they're playing, how Shea's playing, and you think about, what was it, just a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, they were talking about trading Shea. So,
yep,
you know, I wish we would have grabbed him, but you know, it's a lot of things. And what I'd like to see is Precious in the starting lineup as the power forward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And with that being said, I don't know why on the secondary unit he isn't bringing. Jesus, I always lose his name.
Dadier?
No, Huck Porty.
Oh, Huck Porty. Okay.
Why he's not bringing him at power forward, especially when we need the defense. Bring Sims in as at the center and bring Huck Porty at power forward when we need defense for the second unit. Because Huck Porty, he could move around with the power forwards.
So, okay, two things. When you say bring him in for defense, do you mean for blocking?
Yeah.
Because no, I say that I'm not trying to be funny about it. I say that because I'm trying to look at this team as real as I can. And I think that Huck Porty's defense is still a work in progress, but his blocking is great. So
that's what I'm saying. And right now, the interior defense is what's killing us.
But here's the thing, like even Double A brought it up. Jericho Sims had been playing better on defense when he was getting the time and he was moving, he was staying in front of his guy. He was actually affecting some shots. And then he actually was showing up stats wise. If you looked at Jericho Sims, he was turning out to be, a pretty good defender at his position. So is it the fact that maybe, Tibbs benching Jericho is a problem too and moving away from Jericho? And I'm not saying we know who Jericho is. I mean, he's a lot to be desired, but he was doing some stuff that I guess was helping because we're worse now that he's not playing too. It's little things like that.
I think that the reason Jericho wasn't playing was because they're probably brewing some kind of trade for him. So, right before the trade deadline, they don't want him getting hurt. But even still, if you're bringing in the second unit, you bring Jericho Sims in at center and Huck Porty in at power forward. People are going to be thinking a little differently than going into the paint because of the blocking abilities. So, it's he's stuck with blinders on like a horse in a training farm, and he needs to do something else. And like they were talking about Johnny Bryant, look what he's doing over in Cleveland now. He helped turn that around, and it's crazy because they were nowhere near the team last year that they are right now.
Right. That's fair.
So it's a lot of things, and if it keeps up this way, I think we talked about it last time that it might be time to maybe trade, somebody, out of the core to get something different. And more than likely it'll probably be OG.
Oof. Yeah, man. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm not saying that I'm pushing for that, but that's probably what'll happen. You know.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it because OG really is our defensive identity.
Well, and if you look at last game, not yesterday, but the game before, he had a really good game. But it was you if you were watching the game, you didn't realize how good of a game he had.
It's tough, and I don't even know. Like, I see guys have thrown out the OG thing. It was like him starting to be like, oh, maybe they should trade OG. But it's like, what could we get for OG? If we're saying we're noticing issues, right, offensively, because defensively is not that. I mean, of course, he's not perfect. He's going to have nights where he's not always there, but people know he's a defender. But he's also making $200 million.
Yeah.
When you give a guy something because you feel like your team is desperate to have
$40 million a year,
that doesn't mean the other team needs all that tied into one defensive player. I don't know.
Miami would. Miami would gag us if they're fool enough.
Oh no, Miami might
trade him for Butler.
Miami might be interested in him, but I don't know if
they flip Butler for him.
Actually, yeah, they might. You're right, Double A. They might because they didn't want to play Butler because he's old and to give him all that money that he wants. But
there's always a team that'll surprise you, just like what Minnesota did with Randall. We didn't think that they would take Randall and DiVincenzo, and just. So
maybe you're right. All right. Well, let me get over to Kareem and then get over to Jay Boogie. Kareem, can you let me see if we can hear you now?
Hey, can you hear me now?
There he is. There you go,
brother. I had to switch it up real quick. But I can't be on too long. I'm about to go out and take my daughter out for her birthday. Take out for
Oh,
lunch
happy
Man,
with the
birthday to your
family.
daughter. How old
enjoy.
is she?
Yeah, 27.
Oh, wow. Yo, that's
Yeah.
crazy to me. Looking at you, that you have a 27-year-old daughter is nuts. Good for you, bro. That you must not like
Hey,
you must be doing something for your skin or something, brother.
I'll be 50 this year.
What? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll be 50 this year.
Crazy. Oh, wow. Okay. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, yeah. So last night I was on watching Eagles. Last night on Die Hard Knicks, and I was watching the game, and I said like by the end of the first and the beginning of the second quarter, I said if we're down by 20. I think it's possible that we're going to lose. And you can tell by the energy of the first quarter, by the way they was playing, the offense and the lack of defense. I just knew. And then by third quarter, I was like angry, and I was basically disinterested after that. And fourth quarter, I was damn near narcoleptic. I wasn't even paying attention at that point. But I had to calm down and wait till the next morning to really, think about it. And I we have a lot of holes in our team, of course, and then you know the lack of continuity with them, as far as with the bench,
Mhm.
so you can tell that we're not a great team. We're a good team. Don't get me wrong, because we have the players. It's just we have to work out our issues with them, and it's a lot of blame to go around, not just with the players itself, it's with the coach is as well.
Mhm.
And I know you mentioned Johnny Bryant, the Tibbs whisperer. I know that, but
Right,
you
right.
know, we it's a lack of communication with them. And Tibbs is hard headed. He has his ways, but he is our coach, and we have to accept that. And as far as trades, I, I don't see him giving up OG. That's a lot of money right there, and he has a lot of potential, and he showed that this year because I didn't see that last year, and I'm glad that we have him. Despite what we had to give him, but it is what it is. But
Kareem,
I just
Kareem, what do
yeah.
you think? What do you think about a lower level team, something like to strengthen our bench? Because that seems to be a problem, our output on the bench. And I'm thinking
I said that.
a team, a move that we can make, right? That would be a under the radar move that I think would be a really, really good move for us is to bring a big guy, offensive minded big guy that we can put either in the starting lineup sometimes or mainly on that bench that that draws attention and it can score. You know what I mean? Somebody like Ilgastis from the Washington Wizards, right? The Wizards, they're gonna get up off of
Hmm.
him, right? And
Yeah.
it's just depending on how many teams go after him and what we can get him for. But somebody like that, and we put him on the bench on the second unit. Now you're adding some firepower to the second unit, and I think that's where our imbalance is. We got an awesome starting five, right? But we got a mediocre bench. We got a Cadillac with hubcaps on it. Instead of 22s and rims. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I just wonder what you guys thought about that. Somebody like El Gastis.
Mm.
I think why even talk about trading? I mean, we still got T.J. Warren and G League. I think it will help. I still like Moses Brown. I think. I mean, yeah, he's not the best player, but at least he has some experience compared to Huck 40. And
Was that
I mean,
7 footer? That 7 footer we got?
Yeah, that's him.
No, didn't
yeah,
Indiana scoop him up?
No,
I
they
think
did, but
the
Indiana.
Knicks
Who
have him.
did they scoop up?
They scooped him up, but they released him, so the Knicks picked him up again.
Oh, okay.
yeah, because they had problems with their health or with their centers, and I think one of the centers came back, so they had to let them go.
But we're talking about a championship center in Ilgaston, somebody that won the chip, right? And
You mean
he can play. He
Valanciunas?
can. Valanciunas. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I do
bro.
the same thing. I don't know. I
I
I'm
always
sorry.
think of
I
Ogauskas
know what
too.
you meant. Yeah, I know
I'm
what you meant.
sorry.
Um, hmm. Well, I mean, listen. I look. I agree. I think that you said it in the way that it is. We have some issues that we have to look at. It's this is stuff that it's not like this stuff can't be fixed, right? We've seen teams go on runs with less time, right? And be able to turn things around and go. I mean, we saw, for example, a couple years ago, we saw what the Miami Heat did. Like Miami Heat snuck into the playoffs, and we saw what happened after that. They damn near won the whole thing. They got to the finals. I mean, they weren't as good, but still. So anything could happen. I'm not saying that it's a lost case. Knicks got some work to do. That's all. They got some work to do. But right now, there's three teams that are clearly better than them. Boston's better, Cleveland's better, and OKC's better. And we're not talking about
the Magic are better too, obviously, because they're whooping our ass every game.
Well, no, we beat them three. What? How many games?
Once.
We beat them once only. No, I think we beat them 3 times.
Twice.
Yeah, but
it's twice.
No. I think it's twice. But the thing is too is they didn't have Mo Wagner or Banchero.
Yeah.
Or didn't have 4 of their top players.
No, they were missing the 2 top players in the times we beat them because Jalen Suggs played. But
they missing both Wagners.
Yeah,
as well.
But
Mo's brother was even better.
But he got hurt the game after we beat him. We beat them.
Mm-hmm.
So he was in there when we played the last one that we won.
Right.
Because him and Cat were going back and forth.
All right. Well, as I look this up, because now I'm curious, because I'm tripping. I thought we got them.
I thought the last game, 4 of them was out.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me get over to Jay Boogie. Jay Boogie, good to see you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Please, tell us your thoughts. What's on your mind? I know you got a lot to say. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, as always, for everything you do for our Knicks community.
I appreciate you guys more than anything. Didn't appreciate me. God bless, help, happiness to all you guys on this beautiful Saturday. Hope everybody's in the greatest form of health. Shout out to the amazing chat. Part of this amazing fan base that we are, this community that we are. Shout out to my man, 27-year-old on birthday. He's getting ready to go celebrate that today. You know what I'm saying? And hey Ron, I don't know where you've been at, Ron, but 50's the new 30, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know and understand that, man. Where can I be at today? Y'all shouted out some amazing teams, Cleveland, OKC, Boston. Let's put Houston up there too, because now they got us still number 3 in the East, right? Number 5 still over in the entire league. But this is the problem.
Wait, hold that thought, Jay Boogie. Don't forget it. We are 3-1 versus Orlando this year.
Yeah, okay. I knew that.
Yeah, so we beat them 3 times.
Yeah, we already won. We won the series the last time we beat them. They said that. We played them 4 times. So what I'm saying with these guys, we lost to Houston in Houston. We lost to OKC in OKC. We lost to Boston in Boston first game of the year. We lost to Cleveland on our home court. So, therefore, we got no wins against those top 4 teams on the road, and we got no wins against those top 4 teams at the crib now. Because now you would look like, okay, we've lost to OKC. What they did is protect their home court. OKC played the Knicks and Boston this week. What did they do? Protect their home court. So, being that we lost to OKC, you thought we'd have been fired up looking forward to this game, back at the crib. We let OKC come in here. Honestly speaking, that might be the top 2 worst team games I ever seen being played in Madison Square Garden, all the way around the board. And it's a lot of finger pointing to the coaches, to players, about the X's and O's. I don't want to talk about none of that. What I'm going to talk about
Ivana.
It's hard
Ivana.
I got it. Go ahead, Jay Boogie.
I'm going to talk about hard effort. And reason why I want to say that, I blame the players last night. You knew that this building was going to be sold out. You knew this fan base was going to be all the way behind you. You knew coming into this game, you just blew a game against OKC. You knew that this game was going to be a big marquee game for you to answer the bell. I'm old school just like you guys. I grew up in the eras from all the way to the Magics, down to the Jordans, to the Kobe's. You know what I'm saying? Them guys, they look forward to playing against you. They look forward to, I got you tomorrow. I got to be on my best game. I got to be on my A1. These guys knew these guys was coming into town. You know, what did you do about it? You didn't wake up yesterday morning feeling like, yeah, I'm in the building. Every one of y'all men that's on this panel, and every one of y'all men that's in the chat, and if there's some ladies, God bless you, every one of y'all ladies that's in this chat, you a man, you're not going to let another man come inside your house and tell you what to do about it and how you run your house. If you're a woman, you're not going to let another woman come inside your house and tell you how to run your house. These guys came inside our house and took over and ran it. So I blame all the players. Where was the energy? Where was the effort? You owe this to the fan base. If you don't want to play for it, you got issues going on with your coach, you must play for this fan base. The fan base makes up who the New York Knicks are. We do. We support this team to the fullest. We sell this building out. We buy all this jewelry, these logos. We got all the most YouTube podcasts. We got the most Twitter spaces around the board. Nobody else in the NBA is coming clear to what we do for the New York Knicks. And this is how you show up in your building, in our home base, sold out, waiting for us to answer what just happened against OKC, for us to make a noise, make a stand in our building, and you laid all the way down. I put in the chat earlier, Ron was talking about a big major fight. Yes, it was a mega fight last night. It went 3 rounds. You know what the fight was? OKC was Marvin Hagler. The Knicks was Tommy Hearn. They rocked that jaw, and we went down for the count. We came out fighting early in the first and second round, but then after that blow, we could not stand up the rest of the way. Down go the Knicks. Down we go. And guess what? That looks terrible on us, man. No energy, no effort. You know, no fight. Shout out to Josh Hart. You know, he is what he is. Every now and then he say little things or whatever. But one thing about that dude, he coming to fight. He coming to fight. And he didn't play not his position. He was playing 4 other positions. He was playing 5 different positions all last night. He been doing that all season. That's the heart and the spokesman of this team. Jalen Brunson, you got 2 names. Your name, that your parents named you, Jalen Brunson. But now for the New York Knicks, you're named the captain. When are you going to start showing captain leadership on this team? When are you going to start not only holding yourself accountable, but holding other players accountable? I'm waiting for Ian Begley. By 6 o'clock today, I should be hearing from Ian Begley. The New York Knicks have had a players-only meeting. Where's that meeting at? You cannot feel good about laying down in your bed just last night about how you perform and how you play for not only for yourself, but for this organization and especially for this city, especially for this fan base. You cannot be happy and satisfied on how you performed last night. You owe it to us, man, for you to get yourselves together and start, playing how you supposed to be playing and how the fan base treats you. We treat you like you the #1 thing it is in sports, not just basketball, in sports. And this is how you come to the crib and you answer. You did not answer the bell at all. So I'm challenging all the players. You need to get yourselves together, no matter if you want to play for the coach or not, because all I ever heard, we can play for the coach. It ain't the coach. You've been dapping them up. You've been supporting them. Now, I'm not going to be one of the ones that's going to twist it and put it on the coach when y'all been saying y'all good with them. It's y'all dudes. It's y'all, the players. Y'all got to come and show up, because we show up every time it's a game. We show up every time when it's not a game. You see us on the YouTube. You see us on the Twitter spaces. You see everything about the New York Knicks. Look outside. It's more fashion New York Knicks gear being worn out of state than it is probably in the state of New York. That's the love and support that you get. Why you think you got a road squad that go on the road and sell out like y'all be saying and out being louder than the home court that they're on? When we turn in the road team in the Madison Square Garden, maybe that's the Madison Square Garden, the road, because we ain't playing playing in Madison Square Garden. Last night, I could have sworn that might have been the Nets playing in Madison Square Garden, playing against the OKC last night, because that was not the New York Knicks that I love, that I appreciate, that I sweat and I ride for each and every day. That wasn't. They need to hurry up, immediately get it together, figure out what it is, what they're going to do, because we're running on a very thin line. Ain't too many more moves that we can do. Leon come up with something, it'd probably be amazing. Brock Otter come up with something, figure out some more numbers, it'd probably be amazing. But last night, that was a disgrace. I hope I don't know about anybody else, but for me, Jay Boogie, being a longtime fan of the New York Knicks, a supporter, a contract vendor and everything, make music and everything on the Knicks, that was a disgrace for me. You couldn't have paid me $100,000 to go in the booth last night, come up with a song. I couldn't do it. It probably would have been a diss record. That's what it would have been.
Yeah.
Last night was a disgrace, man. And they need to hurry up. They need to be called out about for what they doing. Look at yourself in the face. Look at yourself in the mirror and stop pointing the fingers at other people and ask yourself, are you doing whatever it takes to make this team better? Like I said, I'm waiting on Ian Begley. I'm waiting on the call. The New York Knicks have had an in-house private players only meeting. Y'all got to get it together.
You're right.
And Jake,
That was 100.
One thing I want to say too is, instead of the fight you mentioned, they look more like Roberto Durant out there on the court saying "No mas, no mas."
No mas.
There you go.
No mas.
Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh yeah, and then OKC came in looking like Mobb Deep, treating them like shook ones because from the last game.
And that's why I said I was offended by that podcast they got, that Roommates podcast, because to me it felt like they were clowning fans, worried about, the way Tibbs is playing these players, because, you got players like Hart. He's like, I'll play 48 minutes. I don't care. Yeah, man, but think about this, Josh Hart. Think about if you're a young player that was just drafted to the NBA and you're playing behind you who's like sucking up all the minutes and you're not getting 1 minute of playing time. You're getting garbage time. And then when you get garbage time, if you make a mistake, you're labeled and you don't play no more. Okay, how would you feel, Josh Hart? Because guess what? That's your career, man. You're gonna be happy about wasting 3 years on Tom Thibodeau's bench. Because to me, you make it to the NBA, you gotta have some game, bro. And if you're saying you don't have enough talent on the bench, then the fault gotta go somewhere, right? It's either the coach's fault or it's either the guy who puts together the squad's fault. But for me, we got enough. And we had enough last night to show some ass, to come out and play like we wanted this. Like we were, like Boogie said, like we're defending our house. Because we just opened the door and let the burglar in.
We let everybody come in here and win inside this building. You know what I'm saying? Look at alumni. Look at alumni night. All these amazing, used to be baller players, we're supposed to be honoring and respectfully performing a big-time game for them that night. What happened? We laid down. We don't know how to protect this crib. Shout out to the Chicago Bulls. Shout out to them. You know what I'm saying? Amazing night for them. They get ready to retire Derrick Rose jersey. And what even amazing, I think they tricked us with the schedule. But what was more amazing, guess what? They raised his jersey for the team that drafted him. They raised his jersey for the city that he's born and raised from. They raised his jersey against two teams that he played for. They raised his jersey for a coach that he played for 2 times on 2 different teams. And what did the players do? They came out there and they stood on that floor and made sure they was going to go all the way out in respect for this man right here and play hard for this man and win this game. That's what the players did. That's what I'm talking about, having heart and energy and effort and respect for where you play at. We come in here, we play against these teams that's coming in here to make their names for themselves. Jones one night, Wiggins another night. Guys just coming here. If you ain't got a contract and you in the G League and the Knicks, you get ready to play the Knicks, have your agent to beg that team to please pull you up and give me a chance to play and showcase my skills against the New York Knicks.
At Madison Square Garden. At Madison Square Garden, right, Boogie?
It don't even make a difference because Wiggins showed out in OKC. Jones he showed it out here in the Garden. He's so wide open. He's shooting from where Tom Thibodeau's coaching from, at the desk. It's
Hey, man.
crazy, man.
Listen.
Forgive me for being harsh too, man.
Hey, man.
No,
Listen.
no,
Hey,
no, no.
hey,
You right.
hey.
That's fire. That's fire, bro. That's
And no
fire.
All right.
curse. No curse.
And you were on point. You were on
Yeah,
point.
you
Let
made
me,
me want to put a jersey on and go play.
let me bring my two guys up here, two more. I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna start instituting something going forward. It's fine for right now, and we're good. Nobody feel any way. You good? Because I know Kareem is with us for now, but I know he's gonna have to leave.
Yeah.
So we all good either
Hey, I'm
way.
about to leave. I'm about to leave right now, actually.
I'm about to bounce too, Ron, in a minute.
All right, because I'm thinking I'm only gonna go. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love you guys. I love everybody who comes up and wants to talk and do. But I think I'm gonna keep it to 6 at the most, so that way people we get a good chance to talk and conversate, and everybody gets their word out. When we go a little too heavy, it gets crazy. So, but anyway, for now, let me bring these guys up before you guys want to leave. Whenever, G Money, what's going on, my brother?
Salute.
Hey.
Yeah.
What's going
My
on?
guy,
What's going on? What's
in the
chicken and bacon?
building,
What's chicken and bacon?
Yeah. What's good?
Yeah.
One.
All right. And 2 seconds. Let me just get through a little spring cleaning thing real quick. First off, you know what it is. Shout out to my guy Big Lou in the building. Appreciate the generous super chat. He said, I cannot believe people are talking about trading OG. Is not our problem. It is Tibbs. I mean, he's one of our problems, but I agree with you. I don't think right now we need to worry about trading people that we've given money to be staples on the team. It would be in a
that's
situation.
wild. I mean, how
You know what I mean?
like people talk about trading people we just got. Like, chill the hell out, bro.
and not even just that. OG's different. It's one thing to trade somebody that you just got that you may not feel like. Not that you just got, but like somebody you brought over that you're just trying to figure out how to make them work with your team. OG's different. Not only did we bring him in here, we paid him the money to be our defensive.
And we gave up some of our young boys for him.
Oh well, that too.
Yes,
But
sir.
but once we see, the thing is, you can give up players that you might depend on to get somebody, because you might still be able to flip OG, right? Because OG's still a really good defensive player. He's only 26, 27 years old. But once you gave him the money, now you made him
But Ron, that's what I was talking about earlier. I wasn't talking about necessarily wanting to trade him. I was saying if something comes up and they're looking at blowing stuff up, he's probably going to be the first one to go.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Y'all just have to forgive OG, man. Forgive him. He just want Alan Hahn to let him hold the mic, man.
Yeah, but it's not time to. You're going way too ahead of yourself. It's not
Right.
time to blow shit up yet. Like,
Yeah, no, we gotta take
it's
it
not time to blow things up.
Shout out to Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, I got to get on your show this year. That's going to be the New Year's resolution, Big Lou. I appreciate you, brother. I hope we can get you on here. Health permitted. I hope you're doing well. But I will say, you want to get on, just make sure you got yourself a good, some type of decent mic to be able to speak on. And you might even need headphones to be able to hear properly. Not everybody does, but a lot of people do. Excuse me. So I would definitely invest in that if that's something you want to do. I would love to have you up here, Big Lou. I know we tried before and we couldn't make it happen, but I appreciate you, bro. I hope you're doing well and would love to see you up here. So this is a little quick rapid fire because there was a bunch of people. There might be more people that came in since then, but it is what it is. Shout out to Kevin Middleton in the building. Appreciate you. Anna Grill is in the building. My 2 cents is here. It's me is in the building. Sherwin, my guy, is here. APAP is in the building. I am Big Buddy is in the building. Craig is in the building. Mr. Realistic is here. Humberto de la Hose in this house is in the building. Salute. The Cowboys is here. What up, TA Cowboys or TA Cowboys? Shout out to you. Good to see you. And let's go. Always for the ladies. You know how it is.
All these people that's in the building, please make sure you're hitting that like button. Please make sure you're sharing the content. Please make sure if you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? So that way when the show do go live, you can be alerted and be a part of what you're being a part of right now. But more importantly, please hit that like button. Ron, tell them what that like button sound like.
Oh, man. It's been a minute. I think I forgot. Oh, wait. Here we go. There you
Easy.
go. There you
There you
go.
go.
Appreciate
Stop
you, my
drinking that Tom Thibodeau Kool-Aid.
It's like Flavor Aid.
Everybody, man, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We on the road to 5K. You see it. If y'all haven't hit that like button, please smash it. We got 247 across all platforms chilling. We should definitely get to 100 likes. Let's go, people. Come on, y'all. Appreciate y'all. And also, shout out to my people.
Man, we
tuned in
complain
on-
all we want to, man. Who you?
Shout out
Trump.
to Lena
Trump.
Franklin and Noel Perez. What up, Noe?
I've been a fan since 70, man.
You good, man. You good. Shout out to
You need
Jermaine
to
Royster
change the
in the
channel,
building.
bro.
Shout out to the
We here to
Truth
complain. Tell him, Ron.
Shout
we
out
here
to
to complain.
Unblood999. Shout out to Kev, co-host of Knicks and Ish. Please show love to Kev, Knicks and Ish. Show them some love
Okay.
on YouTube. Shout out to D Coolest in the building.
Okay.
Gee.
Shout out to Big Mike in the building. Anthony Gale's here. My brother from another. I've known him since I was 3 years old. Luis Quinones in the building. My guy, my day one. Appreciate you, my brother. Shout out to George Jones in the building. Shout out to D-Block in the building. Let's go. A-Train is here. Salute. Keith
Why
Turner. Keith, where you at, Keith? Where you been, baby? Shout out to Keith.
Salute,
Josh,
Keith.
who
Long
is
time no
here?
see, homie.
Facts. Shout out to Son from Brooklyn. J Money 318 is in the building, and we got E Jeter in the building. Oh, wait, hold on. We don't just got that. Last but not least, the queen herself, Miss Dope Soul Sports Talk. Steph in the building. Salute to you, Steph. Let's go.
Salute, sis.
And she said the Knicks need work, but I'm not tripping. No way OKC is 25 points better than the Knicks. It's more than a roster issue. We need an attitude adjustment. Facts.
It's called cojones.
I agree. She hit the nail. She hit the bullseye.
Cojones.
Basically,
Yeah.
that's what Jay Boogie said.
Ron,
Yeah,
I think they just took their heart when in OKC, and when they came to New York, they were hesitant, because of what they did to them in OKC.
I mean, listen, the one thing I will tell you, the thing about playing a team like OKC that has been running through the league and showing that they're the real deal. They showed they were the real deal last year, but now you know they real, right? Is that you think in the back of your mind, understand this, the Knicks have not been playing their best basketball. They were winning, but then they come into this game knowing that we lost to Orlando when they had a depleted team. We should have beat them, but we look like crap out there. Then you play Toronto, you win, but we know Toronto's a struggle. They're a struggle fest over there.
But before that, you lose to the Bulls.
I know.
Yeah.
I granted. I know.
Which is
But
ridiculous. That was a terrible loss.
The Bulls are better than what people think. They got some healthy pieces over there. Yeah, you're right.
That's true. We should beat the Bulls no matter what.
The
Wizards beat the Bulls, so
we could have beat the Bulls. But listen, when we did the tail of the tape, the tail of the tape when we break down what a team looks like, Knicks were averaging 117 points. Bulls was averaging 117 points. Knicks was getting 44 rebounds. Bulls was getting 45. It was very interesting to see how the Bulls stacked up this year. So I just want to throw, you can say all you want about how good you think your team is. It's the NBA, and any team can get beat on any given night. And when some team is playing similar to your style of basketball, you don't know what's going to happen. That's all I
Now,
Especially if you're playing soft on your own floor.
And
right,
see,
Boogie?
That's true.
Playing soft on your own floor, you can't expect to win against a team like OKC.
You're right.
But Ron, we're talking about losses too. But think about the wins that we had that we should have blown them out and only won by like 3 points, like with the Wizards. We won by 4 points, and they didn't even have all their
They dealt with
starters.
us. The Wiz beat us this year
Play
too.
to their
right?
level.
Right.
The Wiz has beaten us too this year, right?
the Wiz didn't beat us.
That's true. The Wiz did beat us, but that's
At
what
Madison Square Garden. At Madison Square Garden,
No,
right?
they're on 3.
Wait.
The Wiz beat us at Madison Square Garden, right?
MSG.
No, we beat them in Madison Square Garden.
The Wiz.
We lost at their home. We lost at their home.
We lost
back
it.
to back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the game. The game in Madison Square Garden is where.
Just lost and get that.
Okay, but
So was it Charlotte? I don't know. I think we lost to one of these bad
No, we
teams.
beat Charlotte though. We beat Charlotte. We lost to Cleveland at home. Let's see, we lost to Cleveland.
Oh,
we
Detroit.
got whacked by
We lost to Detroit.
OKC.
We lost
Detroit,
to
yeah.
Detroit,
Cleveland,
yeah.
Indiana, Orlando. We
Yeah.
lost.
But
Yeah.
No, Indiana, we lost at Indiana.
But we almost lost to the Wizards when we had to go into overtime, where Champagne was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't be going to overtime with the Wizards.
Was true, but that to what Kareem was saying, playing down to the competition, the Knicks. This is what I said before. That I think you guys all see. You agree? The Knicks. There's something different going on with this Knicks team. There's something different from last year to this. I know the team, top to bottom, after we made the trade and brought in Burks and Bogdanovich. When we looked at our roster, we had a lot of good players from top to bottom. We had, some people said we had one of the deepest benches. It took a while for it to start happening, and then when it did start happening, other guys got hurt. But it's the continuity, it's the amount of talent. It's also the belief, man, the belief that everybody is like, we are one. I will do whatever it takes to win the game, and I will believe in my fellow teammate. I don't know if the Knicks are there right now. I don't know how we got away from it. I think, you know what it is? The honeymoon period lasted. It was quick. When we got everybody, oh, we got Cat. Oh, look at the Knicks roster. Oh, we got McCall over here. Look at that starting five. Everybody was feeling themselves. It was beautiful. It was euphoric. It was the roommates show. But we're over that now. And now it comes down to just playing basketball and doing what you're paid to do. And you see guys are kind of like, even the fact that Josh Hart said what he said shows that we're not all on the same page. They got to get right.
Sure.
They got the camaraderie, the chemistry, the team thing. We're not together right now. When you're not together, it shows. OKC is together. Cleveland's together. Boston is together. You can see the difference. When everybody plays for each other, it's a different story. And we lost right now. We are lost.
But Ron, I think too, it also comes to play that they figured us out. They figured what was working for us, and we haven't adapted to what they're doing to adapt to us.
Right. Well, I mean, the other thing too, with I didn't mean to cut you off, but with OKC, OKC already knew what we was trying to do. But OKC is a really good defensive team. They know how to stop a lot of teams. They're smart. They do their homework. Those defensive guys buy in. You could tell, first off, they already knew. Let's just look at what I noticed, and you tell me if I'm wrong or if you feel the same way. What you already know is they know the style of play. They know our game, okay? They come out, they play us a certain way. They know what certain guys like to do. They know they got to put a big body on Brunson because he struggles when you put a bigger person on him, but you got to stay with him. Although they had the Cason Williams dude on him, and Brunson was kind of cooking him. But in the past, they know that if they need to, they could switch, right? That's one. They also know that a good thing to do with Cat is to keep a smaller guy on him, but that can stick with him and be right up on him so he can't get that distance to shoot the shot. Last night, he actually got some three-point shots up, right? But the first time around, he did a good job of not letting him take no threes. That's that. Then, as I said earlier, the Knicks have struggled from three for the past 15 games or so. We've shot in about 31%, probably now down to 30. We've shot in 28% for the last 10 games. They saw coming into the game that we were struggling. Last night, we couldn't shoot. So what they say, coach says, you know what, play zone. Once they played zone on us, we were done because we're not moving the ball. Guys are standing around. When you play zone, when the defense plays zone, guys got to move. Knicks weren't moving. Knicks ain't moving. Knicks ain't passing. Game over. That's it. It's done. And another thing you could tell OKC is different from other teams and they're smart defensively. Josh Hart, like, he's very crafty, but you kind of know what Josh Hart is doing, but a lot of people don't stop him. Their guy, like, what's his name? Something with a K, something Williams. Josh Hart went to do his patented move where he takes the dude to the basket, does his little spin up and under thing. The dude was right with him. It was taking the ball out of Josh's hands because he knows the move Josh is going to do. They're just smart. They're smart.
Jalen Williams.
Good coach crew. They know what we're doing. So, yeah, man, I agree with that. And you are right. I think the Knicks just need to figure this out. And I say this, guys, but I'm not worried. I know the Knicks can do it. I'm just telling you, we got some issues that they got to work through. but they can do it. They can do it.
But like we were talking about earlier, it's going to be the bench that they need to address, the biggest thing. Because if the guys can't do it, like Double A was saying, you could be on the court for 48 minutes, but if you're not producing for 48 minutes, what good does it do?
Yeah, that's true. Let me get over to G Money, but before I do, I just want to give a quick shout out to a couple more people that I've seen jump in the chat. Shout out to Buzzer Beater in the building. Salute to you, Buzzer Beater. Shout out to my guy Cam from the Kickback in the building. Salute. Knicks Profit Curry TV is here. Salute. JM3. I think I might have said what's up to you before JM3, but if not, what's up, my brother? Randu 1973 in the building. Brooklyn Cardio is here. Salute. My brother Vaughn Allen in here. What up, Vaughn? Good to see you. Felicia Lee is in the building. Let's go, Felicia. John Doe is here. Salute, John Doe. And Brooklyn Knicks fan is in the building. Salute to y'all. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to 5 Adam in the building as well. What up, 5 Adam? And I think I said what's up to D Coolest earlier today, but if I didn't, shout out to you, D Coolest, once again. Okay, G Money, what's your thoughts, bro?
What's going on? What's going on? We're shaking and baking, cool cast. Well, it was a complete it was a complete thunderstorm last night. I mean, a complete thunderstorm, literally last night. I mean, you ever watch the show Ed, Ed and Eddie, in which like Kevin always beat the pajamas out of Eddie and Ed and Eddie? The Knicks were Eddie and the Thunder were Kevin. Like we just got our chain snatched. We were in the same class. I mean, SGA, the Alexander Assassin was an absolute beast last night. His mid-range was silky like water. Was silky like water. Was going to the cup. His defense was great. And Isaiah Joe was hot like Holy Ghost fire last night. Off the getting open threes at the curl, was slicing his way to the 10 at will. Mm-hmm. And nobody on the Knicks had it. I don't care about the stat sheet. I use the eye test. Cat had no impact last night. JB had no impact last night. Mikal Bridges scored the same amount of points as us. Same amount of points as Barack Obama. Same amount of points as George Washington. Mikal Bridges left his game in the hotel. I don't know what the heck happened. And OG Anunoby, yikes. He was just abysmal last night. 4 points, didn't do anything. I mean, we need a new shakeup. With this roster. We need a bench. And I know we didn't have Mitch. The Thunder don't have Caruso and Shaq, so it doesn't really matter here. So we just need a new bench, and we just need to just revitalize this team a little bit if we want to be a title contender. Because to me, right now, we're a second round, maybe conference final team. We're not an NBA finals team right now, if I'm being honest.
That's I'm
agree with that. The Knicks have a losing record against teams of 500 or above, too.
Yeah, 9-11. We're 9-11. Yep, against those teams. Yep.
Wow.
So, yeah, the Knicks, and you got to have a coach that's willing to play the bench, but we're just – I mean, I feel like every week we're complaining about the same thing. Play the bench. Tibbs won't play a bench. Tibbs played too many minutes. It's like it's the same. It's the same thing. I don't think it has anything to do with the starting five. The starting five is gonna get it. They're gonna gel. Like they're too talented to not get it eventually. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And trading players, I don't think trading players is the trading any of the starters. I don't want to see any of the starters traded personally. I don't think that it needs to be done. I don't think that's where the problem lays. I think it is part coaching, and I think it's part. You also the bench isn't like
it's garbage. The bench is garbaggio.
Yeah, I mean, even if they did play the bench, who's to say that they're gonna be as good as the bench last year? So like, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but we're gonna sit here every week and say the same thing, pretty much.
I mean,
it's like that saying, the definition of insanity.
Yeah. No, I mean, for now we are. I think, honestly, I think Jay Boogie probably nailed it. I don't think it's too early. I don't think it's a panic move. I think the team only meeting thing is a good thing. I think because outside of what I'm complaining about with Tibbs, because I know a lot of people want to blame Brunson, And let's call a spade a spade. Part of the reason why they want to blame Brunson is not just because he's the point guard, it's because the Knicks put that captain title on him, right? So that puts a little bit more pressure on him. Like, you got to have the answers, my brother. You out there, you're supposed to be an extension of the coach, right? So, but I think right now the Knicks players only meeting would not be a bad idea, because if Josh Hart has said twice now, apparently, like I said, I missed the first time, but if I believe everybody, if they said he said it, then he said it. That people need to put their egos aside and put their individual agendas aside, then that means this team is not together. It shows on the court, but if it's behind the scenes too, and that's obvious, then we need to talk. Brunson need to talk to everybody. Look, what are we trying to do here? We trying to win or not? I cannot believe that a guy who won 2 national championships doesn't know how to get this team on the same page, doesn't know how to get everybody believing in each other once again and get back to playing solid basketball. I cannot believe that. So I know Jalen Brunson has the answers on that end.
How much was that Jay Wright, man?
No, but I'm saying even if it's Jay Wright, you learn it, right? You know it. What Jay Wright told you, you say, listen, let me channel my old coach. My old coach would tell us this. When we ran into this problem against this team,
is Brunson getting large for his pants? Is he getting too big for his britches? Is he?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I mean, look at the leash. Look at the leash that Tibbs is giving him, right? Because that one game where everybody, even the hot dog man, could have told him you should have been feeding Karl Anthony Towns at the end of that game, right? And
he said the hot dog
instead
man.
of doing
The hot dog.
he goes and he does, his hero ball thing, and we lose the game. So this is on Tibbs. You got to learn how to reel it down. I was looking for a timeout. Hey Brunson, let's go back to what was working.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a timeout.
Yeah. See, the fans
and
pointed.
This is the things that Hart might be talking about.
It could be, and the fans pointed directly at Brunson. And like I said, Brunson is not absolved of any of this. He may. That's what I always say. The players may be at fault for certain things, but none of that matters when the coach has the keys to shut it down. The coach can easily call a timeout and say, "What are you doing?" And if you're not listening to me, guess what? The next timeout I call,
you're on that pile
next to me. That's so simple.
You'll be right next to drinking Gatorade and a towel over your head. Yeah.
But we've also seen it too with back when Randall was here, that he gave too much leeway to when they weren't playing good. And he's doing that with Brunson. When he has his man, he's going to give him all the leeway because that's the way Tibbs operates. He's going to let him go do what he wants. And Brunson, I feel that it's more frustration that he's not doing what he was doing in last year because they're double teaming him constantly. But you have to play to win, not play for the praise. The praise will come with winning, but you play to win.
And you got the bag, so you ain't got to worry about you playing for the bag.
Right.
And,
you know what I mean?
And not for nothing, he's everybody was talking about the money he left on the table, but if he was playing the way he's playing now, he wouldn't have got that money.
Oh no! Or just imagine if he would have took that full extension and got all that money. How would we be acting then?
But he wouldn't have been able to get that full extension until the end of this year.
Right? Yeah. No, I mean you're right, but I mean still, that could have been the case where if he would have got the money, people are already talking about him in a certain way. And one of the things I always say is I'm going to continue to look at this team and understand that it's a long season. I've been proven wrong in the past, so I'm going to give it time because like I told you guys, the Knicks are a very Jekyll and Hyde type team. As bad as they look these last 3 games, they can easily turn around. And by the end of the season, we're like, where did this come from? Again, with this damn team, all of a sudden they play basketball and they're right there again. And we looking like,
but you know what? What pisses me off, though? How can you be on a damn podcast laughing your ass off and you just got dusted?
I'm starting to feel
my
like
team by a team you shouldn't even, been on the same court with you. And you on a podcast, got jokes.
But you know what the problem is with that? That the problem is that's the generation. See, back when we were growing up, we'd hold each other accountable. Now they just laugh it off like you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Back when we were growing up, we'd be like, get your stuff together. Let's go. Come on. But it's different. And that it's a good thing, with the Villanova connection, but it's also the bad thing because they're so close friends that they're not gonna. I don't feel like they're holding each other accountable as much. Josh Hart might, but the others won't.
Well, and the other thing too is even if that's the case, Rick Brunson's going to tell everybody to go to hell anyway. He's that type of guy. He'll tell. I don't care if it's his son or if it's one of these other guys. You saw what he did with Dante. So if there's issues going on, I know somebody's saying something. It's not like it's no one's noticing. But I will say the point that we talked about, and we all can agree.
Thank you, baby.
Much as there's issues with the players, whatever's happening on that court, Tibbs is the person who's responsible for reeling it in. So when something doesn't look right, Tibbs is the one that's got to stop it. Tibbs knows exactly what he sees. You can't tell me a guy who says, well, the game is going to tell you what you have to do and all this stuff. You got to watch the tape. And if you doing all that.
The game ain't talking to him.
Yeah. I don't know what the game is saying. Maybe the game is speaking a different language right now. But there's some stuff that he needs to stop. He needs to nip in the butt. It's life. It's a new squad in essence. I mean, it's a lot of same guys, but there's new players and new key players. Sometimes you got to say, okay, we tried this. It's been the first half of the season. This is what's come out of this. This was good, right? We got this going. We can see when we play 5 out, when it's working, it looks really good. Karl Anthony Towns is a beast offensively. He gives us the rebounds that we were missing, that we thought we were worried about, that Julius was giving us. Karl Anthony Towns is a better rebounder. You can see that. He gives us.
I don't know if Tibbs is trying to save laundry costs or whatever. You know what I mean? But if you're on the Knicks, if you ain't into certain guys, you go into the game and you ain't getting dirty. Your uniform stays clean for weeks. You're not even gonna sweat in it, bro. You know what I mean? So what kind of confidence does that install in your players? What kind of hunger culture do you form on your team? If these guys know whether I stink, whether I hustle, whether I whatever, I'm gonna get my minutes. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody breathing down my neck because they ain't getting no playing time. They suck. They not good enough.
To that point, that's what I was trying to say before. That's why I said when the Knicks played Orlando and they came out with no energy and they weren't getting anything done, he should have benched the whole starting 5.
Yep.
And let them see. Hey, we're gonna lose this game, but y'all the reason. I'm letting y'all know we're gonna lose. But look, and if we win, that's in spite of you guys. That's not because of you guys.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. What he should have did.
See, the thing is too is that how are you going to gain confidence in these guys if you're not giving them the minutes to prove themselves? I know practice is one thing, but the game shows you totally different things from practice.
It's fair. I don't, like I said, I think it's more of mismanagement of the rotation and understanding how to incorporate these guys. Unfortunately, the Knicks are going to have to play a lot of minutes, guys. No matter what we say, the Knicks, this team, the way it's built, it's just not top to bottom good enough.
Then how much blame?
What you could do is what other people have said on different podcasts. I forget, so I want to give people credit, but I forget. What you could do is stagger and sprinkle in these guys. Okay, you bring in a Huck Porty and you have them play with other good guys. Don't have Huck Porty. Don't try to play Huck Porty, Dadier, Jacob Toppin, Tyler Kolek in the second unit together.
Exactly.
That's right. Exactly. You take one of those guys. If you even brought in Huck Porty and gave Huck Porty 15 minutes, it affects everybody, right? Give Huck Porty 15 minutes. Stagger him with the start. Most of those minutes be with the starters, like a group of starters, right? And then when he's on the bench with maybe with Campaign, Make sure 2 of those starters or 1 of the starters is out there with them, and figure out the best way so they don't look as bad, whatever, you know what I mean? But there's a way to get somebody rest. You can get Cat some rest. You might be able to get a power forward some rest. And then you do the same thing with a guard. I don't care, or a small forward, whether it be Daddy A, whether it be whoever it is. If you want to throw Kolek in there, look, I'm done right now, at least for right now, with hearing the whole thing that Kolek don't play no defense, so he's a liability out there. The Knicks ain't playing.
Does the same thing.
Out there, we getting
nobody's playing defense.
I know.
Nobody.
What are we talking about here? But I hear you that he definitely got to work on it. I will say that, you know, he needs to put a little work. I would love to see Kolek give me a little bit more defensive effort because he got a little Olay in
But
him
wouldn't
too.
it help? Wouldn't it be some inspiration knowing that you're going to get to put that into effect? You're going to actually get some minutes.
I agree.
Show
But
what you got. And we're not talking about even going that deep. What I'm saying is like when Precious came back, I thought for sure Precious was going to be added to the rotation, and Sims, who was playing well, was going to be staying there. Okay, no, what do? You just kill Sims' confidence. You pull him right out, and you ain't playing no more. Like it or leave it. How do you handle that? You know, as a man, attitude wise. You know what I mean? You did your best. You did what you had to do. You played your dues, and you showed out. But your coach don't even have confidence enough in you to give you a couple of minutes to give anybody rest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what does that do for the trade value for our players? You know what's a shame? Let me tell you what's a shame. We only have signed two of our draft picks in the last 30 years. Do you know who are those 2 players that we re-signed? Players that we drafted. Only
RJ
2 players. Yes, one.
RJ Barrett, and I don't know
Who
what
was the second one?
right?
No, Mitchell Robinson.
Oh, okay. But we did sign Deuce as well.
But we, trade him.
Well, I gotta go, guys.
Hey man, appreciate you, Kareem. Listen, once again, happy birthday to your daughter. Tell her happy birthday from Still Knicks fans. She'd be like, "Who?"
I'm in the private chat with Kareem. So I'm in the private chat with Kareem.
Oh, okay. It's a honor to be around y'all. Chop it up, man. I appreciate y'all.
A pleasure, Kareem. Good to see you, my brother.
All right, brothers.
Have a blessed day, bro.
Thanks, bro.
You too. All right.
Real quick, just want to shout out a couple more things real quick. Shout out to my guy D-Ras, Black Coffee Club, something.
Holla.
Shout out to you. Shout out to Double D in the building. Salute to you, Double D. Shout out to Tony Wiley in the building. And shout out to my guy. He's trying to be the voice of reason, but you got to come up on the panel, man. We miss you. Haven't seen you in a minute. I know you're super busy with life and your new job and everything that's been going on, but we miss you out here, International Andy. My brother. Appreciate you. Good to see you. So you know what it is. Shout out to Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said every team in the NBA is playing their bench except Tibbs. We only playing 7 or 8. It's ridiculous. That's a fair point.
Boogie. Hey, Jay Boogie. I can't understand how some fans, Jay, can look at that game yesterday and not be embarrassed. And not feel insulted. And not feel cheated, like you said.
We got raped out there. We got gangbanged
out there. If there was any time, like Boogie said, if there's any time to show your fan base that you are for real, is there any time to show your fan base that you are for real about being a contender with that game against the Thunder, especially after we got served on their home court? You know, I wouldn't have felt bad if it went down to the wire and we lost by a 3-pointer or we lost by a couple points, bro. But we crapped the bed, man. It was like it was no effort.
Right. No,
even if we would have lost by 8 points, 10 points, that's different than getting slapped in the face the way they did.
Agreed. I think that's what a lot of people feel like. If we had made it more competitive, you could at least say, hey, the better team won, but we were right there. We had a chance to win the game. But we got smoked out the gate. Game was over before halftime. Like, come on, man. What are we doing here?
It was over after the first quarter, to be honest. The game was after the first quarter, to be honest.
You know how many celebrities were at that game last night?
Oh, yeah.
There was so many. This is just funny, but it's true. There's so many celebrities at last night's game that didn't have enough time to announce it because you only have a certain amount of time. They had to get back to the game. So that's because they knew it was must-see TV. OKC versus the Knicks. People had that game circled. And that's
forget about the celebrities. Think about just the old players that were there. You had Marbury, Starks. You know, you had you had a whole bunch of people there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Hold on. I want to get back to, because I know Double A was talking to Jay Boogie. I want to get what Jay Boogie had to say about it. But let me get to this super chat. Shout out to Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, we need the old school gorilla New York Knicks. I listen, as a fan of that time and knowing what we were, I agree that it'd be nice to see that, but this is new basketball. This is a new league. And I don't think a lot of teams even got them type of players. And the Knicks definitely don't got that style of basketball in them right now. So we got to figure out a way to win with this generation's players. So what we used to, man, it's gone. It's over. So, but I hear you. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. Let me bring Wiz in here, and while Jay Boogie gets it. What up, Wiz?
Peace and joy, peace and love, peace and love. Jay Bug, go ahead, Jay Bug. Got ahead, Jay Bug. Yo, you want to bring some smoke? I got smoke out here in Cali. It's all smoke everywhere.
Yeah. By the way, Wiz, I hope you're doing okay, man. I don't know where everything's getting impacted. I hope your area is okay. You know, peace and love and blessings to you. And if you have any other family out there.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, I'm safe. I'm in a good area. That's not close to the fire, but
all right.
A lot of friends.
All right. Well, listen. I want to get over to Jay Boogie and come back to you and get your thoughts. Be careful out there, brother, because don't take no shorts. This stuff is not, they're talking about this ain't really nature. This might be man-made. So they go wherever they want to go.
True that.
So be careful. Anyway, Jay Boogie, my brother.
Yeah, I just was gonna say that, to what Double A was saying, it's different now, and to me, honestly, if you was a fan at that game last night and you didn't boo, you wasted your money. Point blank. If you did not boo them guys on the floor last night for what they was doing, you wasted your money. You paid for nothing. But you should at least came up out of there at least feeling like you booed. But them celebrities and them guys, they always in there. They always in the building. They in the building. Them chairs is theirs. They give it to them. You know what I mean? Over the ones that, work their hard earned. I always give them guys some freebies sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But, them guys are there. You got Eli signing football, throwing them in the stands and everything. I know Eli was embarrassed last night. I come to this game and they doing this. You got Eli act. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy last night. You know what I'm saying? But they got to get it together, man. They got to get it together. I'm not giving up on the team, but they got to give it together, and they got to want to get it together. Like I said, I'm listening for a players only meeting. That's
it's got to be some kind of shot.
Yeah, they got to get together and talk this thing out. Get all egos out, like Josh is saying. Egos. I think he's slightly beyond. I would say I think he's slightly staying at the brush. And you know what I'm saying? And I think when they get together and they talk Brunson on here, so I think he's slightly shooting at Brunson. You know what I'm saying? Get rid of your ego. You know what I'm saying? We know you don't brought, you the point guard. We ain't had a point guard in New York since you've been here and everything. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? We got a killer up here. That's 7 foot. We got a killer. And you have to share the wealth. You know what I'm saying? And more times you need to be going to him instead of you dribbling 9 times before you make a decision after you pass half court. Not bringing the ball up. You dribble 10 times, bringing it up court, and 9 times in the front. That's 19 times you got the rock, man. You know what I mean? But, You know, we got to figure it out, man. I still love the squad, and I still believe in the squad. Leon need to make a chess move. You know what I'm saying? Figure something out. You know, you got to make a trade. Good trades. A lot of trade talking about. Send Sims to Houston. Go get Whitmore. That's another wing player. Get Ryan off that bench. I don't need Ryan on that bench. Go down there and get my homeboy.
Somebody that he's gonna play.
You know what I'm saying? You bought
It's
my
got to
man.
be somebody's got to play, Boogie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Bring somebody
the
gonna
Knicks
play.
obviously.
You signed
Knicks
Ryan. We thought we were gonna see him. He don't
Wait.
get a sniff.
Hold on, everybody. Let everybody cook. I'm gonna get back to you, Double A. It's just and then you know what I mean. Like it's because when we got 7 up here, all of us together, it's just a lot.
Too much.
You know, we good though. We good. Jay Boogie, go ahead. Finish what you were saying,
I
my
haven't
brother.
said anything yet.
You know, I remember back to.
I hear you, Juan. My bad. You know what? I apologize. You're right. I'm sorry, Wiz. I forgot. Like we got so much going on.
I've been patient, bro. I've been patient.
Yeah.
I'm good, man.
Jay Boogie, I'm gonna get to Juan and then Wiz. Okay. Go ahead, Jay Boogie. Finish up. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, you know, I remember like a year and a half ago, you know, I had a conversation and they wanted to know what Warren was doing. I brought Warren to their attention last year. You know what I'm saying? And then it reiterated and they wanted to know what's going on. I told him he's down here balling summer league, he's rocking. So then, you know, they gave him a call and they came out, okay, see, my thing is I'm wondering what are you doing with him? Because he showed you and he proved to you that he's in shape, he's healthy, you know what I'm saying? And he can ball out. He's balling down in the G League. You know, what do I got Ryan over here for? I could swap him out with Ryan. You talking about somebody that can get a bucket, you know what I'm saying, at any given time. See, you got Cam coming off the bench. You got all these Deuce coming off the bench. You got Shamit, all these guys coming off the bench, but the difference between them, when you in that shot clock, them guys is the top of the shot clock, no later than the middle of the shot clock type guys to touch the ball. I can't accidentally on a double team give you that ball with 4 seconds left. Them guys don't know what to do with it. So you got to have guys, especially coming off that bench, that know what to do with that rock. TJ Warren's a proven scorer, you know what I mean? So I think we need to bring TJ up here, make another trade, get us another wing. And I don't care what nobody say. I believe when Mitch comes back, I believe Mitch is going into that starting lineup. And when he goes in that starting lineup, I think it's going to be a Josh Hart team move that's going to be made. Put me on the bench, put Mitch out there. Who to say 2 bigs can't work? Even though I know he can't pass the rock like Hartenstein, but if you don't think when Chet come back to OKC, they're not going to go with 2 bigs? If you think they not, you're tripping. Chet and Hartenstein going to be on that floor together. So we can do that together over here. Maybe not Mitch being as good as what Hartenstein can do, but he's going to the offensive rebound, and he's going to protect that basket, all that free lane. And, you know, GSJ looked like the basketball version of Jerry Rice getting slants going straight to the touchdown last night. Wide open, straight to the bucket, man. Jerry Rice of the NBA, you know, but, you know, we're going to have to see what's going to happen, man. I'm just praying for the best. That's all I can do. But I want to see them guys get together and talk this thing out like men. Real men have conversations. They don't talk about one another. They don't talk behind one another's back. Conversate what we need to do as a team, you know what I'm saying, so we can display it on the court and show our fan base, you know what I'm saying, that we are striving to get this together amongst us. And then once y'all do that, also go inside the locker room with a different attitude with the coach. You know, have a different attitude adjustment towards your coach. You know what I'm saying? Ask questions, you know what I'm saying? Talk, figure it out, you know what I'm saying? And then let's go from there. But I do believe we need a whole lot of changing going on. What is Brian doing? Brian, what are you doing back there? You know what I'm saying? What is Cheeks doing back there? Matter of fact, Cheeks should be on the bench, not sitting behind the bench. Get up here in the front. Move some of them laptop dudes back there in the back. He need to be up here, but they back there playing Uno and all that type of stuff, chewing bubble gum with Othello and all that. I need some voices.
You know why? Because Tibbs don't listen to nobody, Boogie.
Now, he listens, but you gotta make sense and make him listen. But you know, thinking that he won't listen and you not going to try to say nothing to him is what the falling problem is. Brian running up there to that scores desk plenty of times last year. Yo. Whether he listen or not, you see him doing that work. You know what I'm saying? These guys is not even doing no work. Only time they stand up is in the timeout. I don't see him saying nothing to nobody. I don't see Brian is not in the office. What is he gonna tell Towns? There's nothing he can tell him. It's nothing. Why is he on the staff? You know what I'm saying? Why? And so you can cancel out anything. Anybody, any thought think Tom is going to get fired this year, you can forget that. There's no assistant over here. There is no assistant coach over here to take over at all, period. I'm even including Mr. Brunson. He is not a head coach. He is not.
I like Monty Williams.
You're talking about bringing somebody in.
Monty Williams or Mike Brown to me are
Not this year.
Or
Yeah,
Frank
but
Vogel.
they're not bringing nobody in this year. They're not doing none of that this year.
I agree with you.
And that what's the name that I hear a lot of people talking about? Old boy in Cleveland, he looking good. I wish he would have been here doing that for the Knicks. No, he couldn't have done that what he's doing in Cleveland with the Knicks. Those are two different
you talking about
teams.
Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, that team already was together a couple of years. So it's easy to deal with a team that's already together than for you to come over here a few years ago and this team wasn't even together. He would not be the same coach over here in New York as what he's doing in Cleveland. I want to just, let that be known.
I agree with that. 100%, J Boogie. That is a fact. This is true. 100%.
The assistant coach would be the coach from the G League. I forgot his name.
Dice.
Yep.
So let me
that's the only guy. But hold on. I want to get to Juan, but let me read the super chat real quick, Juan, and then I'll get right to you. Thank you. First off, shout out to Just Zoos in the building. Appreciate you. And shout out to Building Blocks is here. Thank you guys both also for being members of the SKF Army. Salute to y'all. Shout out to Paris Duggar. No effort, passion, scouting, no plays. It's tips. So, listen, I get it. A lot of those things that you just mentioned comes down. It has a lot to do with coaching. Players have something to do with it, but the coach is supposed to get the best out of the players. You need the right players to execute, but you have to get the best out of your players. So 100%. Thank you for the generous super chat, Paris. Appreciate you. Juan, go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah. So, number one, I'm going to say a lot of people point to Brunson, right, saying he's taking the ball too much, shooting too much. Let me ask, how often is Cat asking for the ball, though? Like, is he being assertive and saying, hey, pulling Brunson aside, hey, look for me? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what they got to do in the meeting. So he's also got to be part of it and want to, assert himself, like, hey, man, I'm open. You got to look for me. So how much of that is going on? Who knows? So I know we want to blame Brunson because he's the captain, but the players also got to be vocal about what they want, right? I mean, say he wants to win. Number two, I think the Knicks need length. It was obvious. Every time we play a longer team, it kills them. That'd be great with Mitch. I thought that would be help once Shua got back, but I guess not. Yeah, but the biggest thing is I think the players got to kind of want it too. Like you could put it on Brunson and say, hey, he's not doing enough. But how much? I don't know what's that noise going on there.
Strangling your mic.
It's probably SGA and Isaiah Joe.
You want to I could put the link in the chat again. You wanna come back? Because it could be the whole thing is messed up. Let's do this, Juan. I'm gonna put the link back out there and try to come back into the chat because you sound like you're caught in the Matrix right now. You sound like you've been smoking cigarettes for 30 years.
It sound like he's chilling with Donald Duck.
Yeah, all right. Let me put that out there. Okay. Let me do this while that's happening. Let me bring Wiz. You with us? Oh wait,
That's gotta be somebody else.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me put my little mute on. Oh no, it ain't him. Okay. Process of elimination. We're going down the line. Don't mind me. Sorry. Give me a second. Oh, ain't you? Hold on. Is it me? Like, what happened? What is going on?
We have a problem.
This is crazy. I don't know what's going on.
Wiz, is that you, Wiz?
I think it is Wiz because I can't. I'm sorry, Wiz. Just come back. I got to try something here. Give me a second.
He had
That's
the blinkers on a few minutes ago, like he was making a turn. So whatever street he turned down on, that's what happened.
He got caught in the matrix. It's
All right.
You got to be careful
Got
since
caught
they
in the
caught
dark
him on
tunnel.
that. You got to be careful since they caught him on that Diddy tape.
Yeah.
To continue with my point,
Yeah, one.
I think continuing with my point is as much as we're gonna blame Tibbs too or Brunson, the players gotta want it. Like what we saw with last year's team, like if Dante got the ball, like he would probably demanded the ball. Like Dante wanted to shoot the lights out of the ball. Anytime he got the ball, there was no question that he was gonna shoot, especially if he was feeling it. So like, you know, they gotta want it, and I don't feel like it's like Rumkey's saying. It's like there's something missing. It's like almost like do they want it bad enough? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something's not right. Currently, they kind of lost. They're a little lost, and it's okay. Listen, this is our 82 game season. Things go up and down. Let me tell you something. As good as everybody looks, at some point, yeah, Wiz. I don't know, Wiz. It's not looking good, brother. Do you have a moment to say anything, Wiz? No. Until he comes back, I'm gonna have to drop him down because that sounds crazy.
It sounded like back in the day when the channel used to go off the air.
Right? You know what I mean? Like when you get the little thing, the this is an emergency, bro. Like and then you
get the flag and everything.
A bad radio station.
Yeah, ain't nothing else coming on TV.
That was the worst, Jay Boogie. I'm like, God,
that's the feds tapping his line.
Hey, sorry, G Money. That's for the OGs, G Money.
Yeah. I remember them days.
The feds are tapping his line, you know.
Yeah. Shoot. What was I just gonna say? Damn it. Crap. I lost it. It'll come back to me. But in the meantime, shout out to Parrish Duggan. Appreciate you for the generous super chat. He said, how many championships does Tibbs and his guys have? You know the answer to that. Come on, man. That ain't no trick question. We know what we're dealing with here. Tibbs has not shown as of yet that he can win the big one. He hasn't shown he can win the big one as of yet.
How many teams have Tibbs coached that he didn't have but one guy that was offensively dominating? Remember when he was with the Bulls, he had Derrick Rose. So you know, it's things like he don't have to think much because he puts it on that one player to do everything. You know what I mean? Like Derrick Rose had to do everything. Last year, Jalen Brunson had to do everything. The year before, Julius Randle was everything. It's like when he has more than one piece or something that he has to like blend together. Like I said, brother, nobody can look at our team before this season and say they weren't salivating about Bridges being on our team or Cat being on our team or OG being on team or even before we got Brunson on. Now we got all of them. So I don't want to hear about it's our talent that we ain't got the players.
Amen.
Okay,
Amen.
because no way a team that only has Mo Wagner and Suggs on it should even be in a game against us. Ain't no way the Washington Wizards, which are probably one of the worst teams in the history of the NBA, should be beating us at Madison Square Garden, right?
Or come close to beating us. They didn't beat us, but they came close.
No, they didn't beat us. No, they didn't beat us at all this year. It was the Bulls. Here's our home losses. I apologize. It was the Pistons, Hawks, Cavs, Thunder, Bulls, and the Magic. Those are the teams that beat us in our crib.
What about the Jazz? Didn't the Jazz beat us?
The Jazz, we lost in Utah. We got the Salt Lake City Shivers in Utah.
Yeah, it's like that Hawks game was crazy, but you look at it too. It's like he was saying, it's about the continuity. You could have all the talent in the world, but if that continuity's not there and that mindset's not there, look what happened with Brooklyn. Everybody said, "Oh, Brooklyn's going to win, 2-3 chips." They didn't win nothing. All they had to do was blow it up and get draft picks.
Right.
And if you look, all the teams right now that are playing real good all came up through the team for the most part and were drafted there. You know, Orlando, Houston, OKC, Boston. Most of their key players were all drafted there. They bought in other players, you know, like Donovan Mitchell at Cleveland, but or Porzingis and Derek White in Boston. But their key players were all drafted there, and that's a big thing too.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron, I want to say just one thing, man. I'm getting ready to hop off. I got some other things I got to do. But even though, you know, the squad is going through what we're going through, please continue on voting. Continue on voting, you know, getting these guys in. It's not like them guys do not deserve to be in the All-Star game because they have provided us at least they have provided us with a good portion of the first half so far. So continue on voting for these guys. Let's get these guys with an All-Star or whatever. Maybe they might come back and feel differently about themselves or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But everybody, more importantly, have a great rest of your weekend, man. Make sure you don't leave yourself out. Show yourself some appreciation for what you're doing. I know we all had a marvelous first week of the year, you know, being that the new year started in between the first week. You know what I'm saying? It started in the middle of the week. So this here is really our first week of the new year. I know everybody had an amazing first week, man. But God bless you all. You all have a great weekend. And if your football team is still playing, good luck to your football team. And good luck. Pray for our Giants. Please
Ain't
help
my
me.
play.
And pray for the Jets, too. Play for the Jets, too. We ain't going to leave them
Pray
out.
for my Jets.
Yeah,
Hey,
God
Jets
bless
need
you all.
bigger prayers, bro.
This is
Yes,
your
sir.
night tonight. We're gonna make it all right. This is your night tonight.
And
Remember that?
Jay Boogie,
Oh, there was one more
I'm gonna
point I
text
wanted
you.
to make. I forgot.
Yes, sir. What you say now? I heard something
My
about a
bad. I
text.
know he's saying his goodbye. I'll wait till he finished. My bad.
No,
No, no.
my bad. Well, I was just gonna say, Jay Boogie, I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna hit you up.
Yeah, please do, man. Anytime, man. Anytime, man. Hit my line up, man. We conversate, whatever, man. Anytime, man. Anybody that got my math info, and I gotta do better. I'm calling myself. I gotta do better as far as, you know what I'm saying, interacting with my man G Money, man. G Money is an amazing guy, you know what I'm saying. To everybody that don't know of G Money, I didn't call him the AKA the encyclopedia for nothing. I call him the encyclopedia, not a dictionary. That's different. Encyclopedia stand different. You know what I'm saying? They mean don't touch us. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to everybody. Ron, appreciate you always having this door open for us every weekend, every time, man. Great content, man. Appreciate everything you do. Love you, my brother. God bless us to you and your
bro.
family and everybody
Thank
else.
you, JP.
Salute,
Thank you,
salute,
everyone.
salute.
As
With
always.
capital S's, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, my brother.
No
I
doubt.
appreciate
Thank
you,
you,
J
bro. Shout out to IKBM Dre in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you are doing well. Shout out to D Grant in the building. Yeah, I don't know. We not feeling too sold on Rick Brunson getting the keys, bro. But it you know, that if they did something, that's who they would have to kind of look at. But I don't know. We kind of a little suspect on that one.
Right now we gotta do some. How much?
1 second. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Macau's my guy, but this man had 0 points. I know there's no, listen, I mean, honestly, without forgetting how good Macau's been, you know, that's just, there's no words for that. There's no words for OG and Macau's offensive production in last night's game. It's ridiculous. You can't think to win.
He had a Dunkin'
Two
Donuts
guys
bagel
starting
last
lineup
night.
give you that.
Dunkin' Donuts bagel last night.
Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't hear because we were talking over each other, but I hear you. I don't know what you said, but I hear you.
I don't know what I said, but I heard it. Oh, so I forgot to make when you're done with that.
Yeah. Also, shout out to my guy Walter Blackman. Thank you for the generous super chat. Appreciate you as always, Walter. Thank you for always showing love, but also for your participation, just being here, rocking with us. Appreciate you so much, bro. Now I'm sorry. Go ahead, Juan. What were you gonna say? Oh, I don't know. Oh, he's back. Hold on. Let's try again. Oh, Juan got caught in the matrix. Maybe Juan will be back. Wiz.
In the meantime, let me ask Wiz a question coming in.
Bada bing, bada boom. Woo-hoo.
He's a guru. Why, when we have two of the top perimeter defensive players in the NBA in Bridges and OG, are we playing rim protection defense? Have you guys noticed that OG and Bridges, all of them have to be running out on the players and not on them when they're shooting threes? They're having to run up on them because Tibbs is playing protect the paint in the perimeter dominant league. This is a 3-point dominant league, and we're playing rim protection, fellas.
Yeah.
There's a reason why our two top wing defenders, two top defensive looking, they're looking like shit now.
They're looking.
They're out of position.
Hold on
out
one
of
second,
position.
Hold on 1 second. I like your question. Wiz, are you there?
He's not there when he's there.
Wiz. He gonna be pissed off later and be like, Ron, man, I try to get on. You just kept Wiz, your connection is twisted. Look, I can't even drop him down. He already out here. Like
he's not there when he's there.
Listen, Wiz. Look, you're gonna watch this back. This is one of them shows, brother. Your connection's just not the greatest today. I don't know what it is, but there's always next time. I appreciate you, bro. You know the love is there. We'll get him next time. But let's take a look at this real quick. Going back to Knicks defense and stuff. Let me show you guys. Now, unfortunately, I wanted to show you two things, but I can only show you one thing. I'm surprised somebody even captured this, but they're Huck Porty stand, so I get it. Let's see this real quick. So this is Huck Porty last night, right? Now somebody did a little short clip, 2 minutes worth of Huck Porty trying to say why he should be playing, right? But I just want to show you this one play that he did capture. He didn't capture the one where Huck Porty gets the caught with the and one and just puts his body there and gets the foul, but doesn't stick his hands up, which I wish he would have captured that too, because that's part of the defensive stuff that I'm talking about with Huck Porty that he needs to improve on. Just keep your hands up. But here you go.
He's a rookie, Ron.
No, I hear you, but to be on a championship contending team, you got to play above being a rookie. You got to show why they can depend on
your head
you.
a little bit. Yep,
a little bit. But I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see here. All right, so SGA is moving the ball up the court. Now you see the defense, right? You see Josh is trailing. McCall's already in front of him. Brunson's over there in the corner. Huck Porty's in the middle.
How far we're off of the 3-point line. Look how many guys are off of the 3-point line.
I mean, but McCall's
one, two, three, 4 guys are not positioned to defend. Look how many open guys on the 3-point line. One in the corner, one there.
Exactly. One at the wing. One in Beijing, one in Venus. Still, they're gonna have the Thunder was so wide open they could drink like a martini. That's how.
Well, look at this play though. That gets worse. Hold on.
We're defending that paint though. Look, we're defending that paint.
Okay, so look at what they got going on. So, all right, we're defending the paint, right? Look at that. So that tells you, if you're looking at this defense, AA, looks like we're ready. Okay, I know we got guys open for 3, right? But if they try to go in the paint, looks like we're ready. That's what it looks like. Watch this.
That's what we're playing.
Well, no, watch this. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about with Huck Porty. Nobody's perfect. This is what Tibbs sees.
Here in the third, Alexander.
Now, wasn't Huck Porty right there? Wasn't he there a minute ago? A couple seconds ago?
Yeah,
you see what I'm
drifted out with this guy.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. As a big, especially in Tibbs' offense, you better be where Tibbs need you to be, because if not, then you're no different from what we already had. And it's only
I'm worried about this guy being open, this guy being open, the other guy in the corner being open. 4 players open beyond the 3-point line.
I get it, but we're already down by 26 points right now. So,
but this is how they play. This is how we're playing all the time, Ron. This is what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Look at the guys in the game. Mikal Bridges is in the game. Jalen Brunson is in the game. Josh Harton is in the game. They're not all bums in the game.
I hear you.
This is the defense that we play 24/7.
Right, but for the sake of this particular play, I'm talking about Huck Porty, and
you're dogging him out, man.
Easy layup.
But Ron,
playing drop coverage, right? And so he's in the middle, right? He's got a guy that he has to worry about guarding. Mind you, the guy he's worrying about is Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams is a 3-point shooter. He doesn't really have a lot of game around the basket, and he just came back. Yeah, this is only his 6th game back, I think. So
he's guarding number 6.
Right. That's Jalen Williams.
Yeah,
You know they
Jay
have
Will. Jay Will.
Williams. That's another Jalen Williams right
Yeah,
there.
Jay
But
Will.
when,
Yeah.
but when,
Yeah,
when,
this is
when
Jay Will. They
SGA
want Jay
drives
Will.
to the hoop, Jay Will drops over down into the 3-point line. So Huckaporty goes to follow him.
Right.
Well,
But
it also looks like he was coming out so he wouldn't get a 3-second, violation.
Defensive violation.
correct.
Yeah.
That's fine. But you know
Look
what?
Look what Jalen Williams
look
is.
where he's at. All he's got to do, even if you're talking about 3-second violation, all he got to do is step out of that and jump right back in. Look at the distance between Huckporty and where SGA is right. He's still at the 3-point line. You got time to jump out and jump back in.
What's this
What
guy
would you
doing?
rather give up? A 2 by SGA, a 30-point scorer in the league, an MVP type person, or Jalen Williams from 3? Like, what are you giving up?
I agree.
Here in the third, Gilgeous-Alexander.
See how he was slow to make that move? That's all I'm trying to tell you. I do think that Huckporty will be fine with some time. They could work with him, but I'm just telling you, that is the type of stuff that Tibbs sees all the time with him. That's the reason why he's not playing more, because those are the type of things he's got to work on. That's all I'm telling you. I'm not being a Tibbs defender or apologist. I'm telling you, if you're trying to evaluate this team and you want to put guys in there and give them minutes, and that's what they do in practice or in other games, or, I wanted to say something else to you guys that someone said the other day, and I don't know because I don't watch them enough. I have not watched not one single G League game. You guys know that G League, they don't play defense down there. I've told you this for years. They don't play no damn defense in the G League. Do you guys know that as much as I think Daddier deserves to be a part of this team and should get some minutes, Daddier has been struggling in the G League? That's not good. They don't play no defense in the G League.
You got no confidence, man. The kid's probably bummed. There's no confidence.
But
and he for what? He knows he ain't gonna play. He ain't gonna sniff a minute on the court.
But Tyler Kolek not playing either. Tyler Kolek out here getting triple doubles in the G League with 30 points. Like, I think the problem is, unfortunately, for a coach like Tom Thibodeau, you have to have a certain makeup in order to play for him. And if you don't have that makeup, it's going to be a long run for you until you can get there. And guys just have to get there. Some guys just can't get there. Obi could not get there. And Obi I think part of the problem with Obi is that he got drafted high, and there was a lot of fans that felt like Obi could be better than Julius Randle.
And you know what I hear a lot, Ron? I hear a lot, and I'm tired of hearing Tibbs guy. Who the fuck is Tibbs? Sorry. But who is Tibbs? You know what I mean? Tibbs guy. But I'm sure we would take Obi Toppin for his production off the bench now, what he gave the Pacers. There's a point in time that you get what you can out of a player. You get the best you can out of them. You get them to contribute something to the team. Yeah, they might not be able to play defense. They may not be able to do this, but you get the best out of them. You get what you can, the production you can get out of them. Okay? Right now, we wish we had a power forward to come off the bench and shoot like Obi played and bring the energy Obi played. Right?
Agreed.
It's the best what you can get out of the players, but it comes to a certain point in time, you got to instill confidence in that player. That you haven't given up on him. That you're not going to go out there and make one mistake and then you ain't going to play for the rest of the game.
You're right.
So what I saw right there, that play you were looking at, you know what you missed? He was sticking with his man like he was like glue. Number 6, Williams was his man, and as SGA came diving in the paint, Williams went out. So Huckaporty, so he wouldn't get in problems, followed his man instead of staying and letting Deuce pick him up or somebody else pick him up. That comes from fear, Ron.
But we don't know what the game plan was. Was it drop coverage or was it man-to-man?
That's the way he plays.
But if
and this is my point.
I know, no, Double A, I know what you're trying to say, bro. But when you're the center on a Tom Thibodeau defense, you have to be around the middle. He needs that anchor. That's his style of defense. That's why Mitch is so important to this team. When Mitch is in the middle, the rest of the guys, Mitch is there.
And that's my point. We do not have Mitch in the middle anymore, but he's still playing that style of defense.
That's fair. If you want to say he's not adapting
that's
to
what I'm talking about.
But that's a Tom Thibodeau defense. I hear you. That is.
We got two top NBA perimeter defenders, but he's playing a drop-down defense. And these guys are having to run out on three-point shooters, and they're getting burnt.
Listen, you're fair in your assessment of that. I agree with you, but that's Tom Thibodeau's style of defense. He's been doing it ever since he's been in the league. He is the coach of the year doing it. He has got the Knicks to become a winning franchise doing it. We got to the playoffs. We
don't have that type of team anymore. We don't have a center on this team right now that's going to dominate that paint that other teams are going to be fearful to drive on.
Here's the other thing. We're also third in the league right now. Yes, we've lost these games. We've looked terrible in these games.
No, we also in American and Eastern Conference.
Okay, we might have dropped because of last night's game. You know,
we were fifth.
We were third. Should I say we were third? But the point was, up until this point, we were third, right? So we were playing good. This is the same team that didn't lose in December, right? It's the same team with Tom Thibodeau as the coach. So
who were playing in December?
It don't matter. Win is a win. I don't care. See, that's the thing we get lost in. These teams, Cleveland, Boston, OKC, they're beating everybody, but they're beating everybody. A win is a win. It's not like they're beating the good teams and losing to the bad teams. They're beating everybody. You gotta beat whoever's in front of you, no matter what. And this same team that, even though they weren't playing the same level of competition, was winning games. But it's not just that they were winning; they were looking good winning. Let's not forget.
And then on the next night, looking bad against a team like Orlando.
I agree.
That's missing their top 4 players.
Let's not forget.
Against a team like the Wizards, we lost 2 games in a row. We shit the bed against the Pistons, and then we came home against Atlanta and shit the bed.
Okay, all right. We haven't been playing well. Could we calm down with the cursing AA, please? I appreciate it.
You're
Thank
right.
you.
So,
I mean, bottom line, you know,
I
got to deal with YouTube on this stuff because they will come after me.
You're right.
You know?
This is where I come in. So, greetings,
hey,
everybody.
Wiz, I can hear you, Wiz.
Well, I know. I was driving to the west side, and they have lost lots of stuff over there.
Okay,
you know, that's where the ocean, you know, where the fire is. So even the Wi-Fi seemed out. All the whatever.
Wow.
So, yo, gents. First of all, thanks for the well wishes. I appreciate that. First of all, I blame all of this losing on Ron. Last week, he unfolded his compilation of dance moves. That compilation of dance moves has thrown the Knicks rhythm all off. So first, it's Ron's fault. I've accepted that. The next is all of us are in some stage of grief, right? The 5 stages of grief. Some are in denial. No, it's not our coach. It's not our coach. You know, like some, double A, you're in anger. Anger is like, yo, man, F that coach. These guys are effing stupid. Everybody's in some stage. Some people are bargaining. You know, if we can get this guy or we get this guy back, or when Mitch comes back, you know, there's all different stages. Of course, some people are just depressed, don't want to watch the Knicks no more. I'm at acceptance, the final stage, acceptance of who we are and what we are. And what we always probably going to be, in my opinion, on the Timbs. And that is a team that's going to have a roller coaster regular season. We're going to make the playoffs. We're probably going to win a round or two. No, we're going to win a round at least. And we may not win the second round because this is the Timbs nature. So I've accepted who we are right now. And maybe we should start there and just kind of accept we will make the playoffs, guys. We will probably be top 5. We will more likely win that first round game if we're top 5. Our number 4 seed we can beat. If we're 4 or 5, we can probably get that first round. But I think we have to accept that this team is not a contending team right now. And therefore, we're not a championship team right now. I don't think we're an ECF team right now. I think we have the groundwork for it. But most of this why we're not there comes back to what I think AA kind of put it on some of you guys already said it. Our coach is not expanding the roster enough to give us enough variety in seeing who we got and what we really need on the bench, and for our bench to really develop if they can. And I think I got to come back. Yes, I think Brunson is a little selfish. I think OG and Mikal are going through some head game stuff. I think even Towns once in a while has a few moments of lack of true basketball IQ, especially with his fouls. I mean, he just makes some dumb fouls all the time. And when he decides to drive or shoot, he has a single-minded determination to do it. When he passes really well. But it's almost like he has to do one or the other. He can't like walk into a game at the same time. If he's gonna drive or go for his shot, he doesn't think about anything else for that moment, and it's all I'm gonna get the basket. And that sounds good in most cases, but a lot of times when you see him driving, you see that people cut him off. You see the coverage is going to him, and he doesn't adjust in midstream of his drive. But it comes back to me, Coach Thibodeau. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say fire him, like you said. I think we can fire him right now.
Right.
And I said last summer, I said, let this man play out his contract and get his 5th year, and then if he comes through in this playoff, extend him. Don't extend him before he shows us we can get past the second round. And if he doesn't do it again this year, that's where you got to start looking. And that's what maybe Johnny Brunson have probably stayed. Didn't extend Tibbs. He may still have Johnny Bryan, but Johnny started to get extended and be like, hey, my chance of becoming a head coach or really showing who I am has now been stunted by at least another 2 or 3 years. I need to be out there. Now, people give credit to, I'm going to also point to the front office, how we built the team. And the fact we didn't give iHeart a 2+1 team option contract. That 2-year contract was guaranteed to expire, and they had no desire or no plan on thinking he's going to manifest anything. They handcuffed themselves. 2-year contract with no team option for the third, which costs you nothing. There's no CBA, there's no kind of agreement, nothing where an extension for the team option would have affected them in any way, shape, or form. It's only a plus. I don't know why teams, unless you have the power like LeBron to say, I want to make a play option, or like Brunson did last year, I want a play option for my 5th year. You always put a team option on that last extra year for the guy, just in case you want to keep him or he does manifest or he can be used for a trade bait. We lost him for nothing. And then we got in two guys.
You talking about Hartenstein, Wiz?
Exactly, iHeart. It should have been 2+1 for us.
Yeah, iHeart.
That was a no-brainer to me. I don't know why that was done. I do understand Precious. But no one signed Precious. Precious also should have been a 1+1. We should have a team between Precious right now. We could lose him if we don't trade him. I think we will lose him if we don't trade him, because when we start looking at contracts, what he may deserve if he gets playing time and show what he's worth, he may deserve a $12 million a year contract. And someone's going to give that to him. And we probably won't have the room to give it to him. So
because ain't Hart coming up for a deal soon?
McCall is coming up for a deal soon.
Hart.
Mm-hmm.
So it's looking like we don't have the space to re-sign. So it looks like I'm going to give him credit. Again, I'm not disparaging, the front office. I'm not disparaging Tibbs. Not even disparaging Brunson or even Cat. All of them, I respect what they've done. But we got to also recognize their limitations. And there's nothing wrong with us pointing it out, because people like otherwise been calling me out about, not being a team player by not supporting Tibbs. Or people may even call other people out for being a Tibbs apologist. We have to recognize what he's done and appreciate it. Maybe not blanket appreciation or blind following. That felt like. Just recognize, because I'm telling you, everyone is expendable on this team. If anyone here tells me you would rather keep Brunson than have SGA, means that you're not really. Now, if you say within reason that I would not trade Brunson for any random selection, but for like an SGA, I'm sorry, I'm gonna help Brunson pack his bags. I'm gonna go get me a little livery cabin in Brooklyn. I'm gonna drive him to the airport. I'm gonna help him get on the plane. Okay.
All right, but I hear what you're saying, but SGA ain't coming here, so SGA ain't going
No.
So.
That's a pipe dream. That's a pipe dream.
But absolutes like that of he's untouchable does not exist to me on the current Knicks squad.
But you know what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't know how trade OG Anunoby for Jimmy Butler.
Right, exactly.
Not for somebody that is going to expect to make 50, 60 million for the next 3 years, and he's over 30-some years.
He wants to beat us in the playoffs, and Jimmy Butler wants to beat New York in the playoffs.
And
right, I wouldn't do stupid trades, but I would not say
which way.
Now, who would trade for Zion, and what would you ask for him? What would you give up for him?
Bag of potatoes.
I'm not going to give up anything for Zion. Zion can stay wherever the hell Zion is.
Well, let's look at packages. Let's say our draft picks, Precious, and Mitch, and let's even throw a Deuce in there as well. You wouldn't do that for Zion?
Nah, I wouldn't do anything for Zion. I'm being honest. I wouldn't do anything for him.
Without the pain. One, Zion is lazy. Two, the injury prone thing. Any player can get hurt, so it doesn't matter to me. One, he's lazy. Two, he can't. He's not a good mid-range shooter. He's not a good 3-point shooter. He's a mediocre free throw shooter. His defense.
He's telling me nothing.
He's a good player. It's just that he's not an impact player when I use eye test. He's talented.
Nothing. See,
I'm not saying
I can't do extremes like that.
I'm not saying he's bad. He can fly to the
you gotta understand, Wiz, everything that G Money just said is all true. He just got suspended by his own team because he didn't show up to practice or something. I don't know.
I think part of his environment. I think he doesn't want to be there. I think he hates New Orleans. I think he's not inspired. And yes, I don't want a guy who does. I necessarily want a guy who does that to someone because he may do it to us. But I also see guys who change completely 1 year to the next by the environment. So I'm not going to say absolute. If I'm looking at Mitch Robinson, Precious who we're probably going to lose, some draft picks, and some fill-ins, I would do that for Zion just to have that potential. And again, we can always flip him later on because he's on the contract.
No, you assume you can flip him.
He's got
and may not be able to flip him that well because the trade value looks even worse. If we get that up and he comes here and he looks just as bad, another team. Oh no,
I don't think he's going to look as bad. I'm telling you, he will wake up in New York City. I think he'll wake up here. I think
he's going to wake up in New York City on the bench with his foot in that cast.
We can't bet on that. We can't bet on him waking up and being a different player than what he is.
Hey, Wiz, you know he signed that extension, right?
I know.
Thank you, Double A. I was going to say that if he was so unhappy with New Orleans, why sign the extension? Yeah, it's about the money, man.
There and he was in a bad spot. He was injured.
He can't pay for his extracurricular activities with no money.
Right. His IG needed another BBL. He has to put some more BBLs out. But I know that. But I'm just saying that I don't put extremes on anything. I use this as a bad example because he's a bad example for who I trade for. But I'm just saying I don't have any extremes of untouchable and untradeable and guys I would never accept. But there are deals I wouldn't do, but there's no one I would absolutely cut off completely without looking at all the details about it. I said, what is it worth to me? And can I afford it without losing who we are and possibly add a dimension that we don't have? And I think Zion is a dimension we don't have. If he comes off the bench or even takes over for Josh and have Josh go on the bench,
a $40 million bench project with a $40 million a year bench project.
We currently have $40 million on the bench.
Can't stop eating Big Macs.
We've done that.
Big Macs.
We've done that. It's called Kemba and Fournier. We've had that.
We don't want to go back there, bro.
But I'm not saying that.
We got the Knicks are not in a position to worry about guys like Zion and stuff. We are teeter-tottering at the apron. The Knicks are trying to get better. They can't afford to take any bad chances right now. He looks
That's
like
why I said a low level
I hear you.
Like Valanciunas.
Right. Okay.
I mean, like that.
Again, let's take Zion off the board. I use an example of the extremes. I use an extreme example of Zion, an extreme example I traded in Brunson. I
wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks aren't able to make any moves at the trade deadline because of how cash strapped they are. But whatever, I don't know. Anything can change.
I agree. I do agree with T.J. Warren. is probably the way to go. Wait for the contract time frame to be shortened, and then they can bring him on. And
Right.
a two-way player deal, we can actually now bring somebody up, maybe KK or somebody.
Yeah.
But maybe that's the best option we have right now. And I'm not opposed to any of those. But I'm not opposed.
We need size, Wiz. We
those guys.
definitely need size.
Okiki is a good sized player.
No. Okiki has been good size. And Warren
Warren's a good sized player too.
For a guy who will get playing time, as opposed to Dadier, who probably should get playing time. So, but again,
at least they have experience. At least both of those guys you mentioned have experience.
Right.
And
get Matt right off the bench, because Matt's not going to get any more minutes from Tibbs. Matt should be gone. If we can get TJ Warren, get Matt off the bench, and then let's leave Dadier and G League, whatever, because we want to bring up KK and Warren. That may be our only options to getting people on the bench that Tibbs may play. And this is almost, to me, a tragedy that we got to depend on trying to find guys for our 9th and 10th spot that Tibbs may play. When we play against a team just yesterday that was playing their 11th and 12th player that blew us out, because their 10-man deep squad without Chet and Caruso, it means that their other guys would have been 11 and 12.
Right.
That's right. They didn't have Chet. They didn't have Chet or Caruso, did they?
All right. So let me do this. I want to get over to D-Rex. He's out in the streets. He's our man, live on the streets.
He's just for the streets.
But I also want to say shout out to JJ. Yes, JJ. I'm just turned the phone lines on now, so I will start to take calls. But let me get to D-Rex. D-Rex, my guy.
You'll hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
I mean, it's valid points everyone's making. And how can you not be frustrated as a Knicks fan at this point in the season where we're at? I mean, we all have different frustrations, but nobody wants to see that against OKC. And especially the thing that drove me crazy, people have called me a pessimist. I really thought we had a chance against OKC. I really did. I went into that game thinking, you know what, these boys might just show us something. And not only did they not, but it was worse. It was worse than the first time. Which that to me is so frustrating. There was no adaptation. There was nothing changed. What changed between the first game and the second game? It was 1 week apart. People have told me, I said this analogy the other day, but you know how people say Batman with prep time could be anybody? Like Batman with prep time could be Superman?
Yeah.
People have told me Tibbs, if he has time between a match and he loses, it's GG. He's going to win. He's going to make all the adaptations for sure. No, there was negative adaptations. It was worse than the first time, which that drives me crazy, bro. What did you do different between the first and the second game? And by the way, they're missing the 2 best players.
That's fair. Let me just put this call on hold. Give me a second. Shout out to you, caller. You are on SKF. Know the Ledge. You name me where you from?
Yo, Ryan, it's JJ from Brooklyn.
Hey, JJ, what's going on, brother?
JJ.
What up?
Give me a second, JJ. Let me let D-Rex get his.
Go ahead.
All right,
do
brother.
your thing. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. Hold on. Go ahead,
Hello,
D-Rex.
JJ. What's going on?
I just wanted to say, Wiz made a good point about, we have this whole mini game. Like a mini game in a video game where it's like a tiny little, you have to do something to progress or to get something. The whole mini game of trust, bro, should not be we have to guess. Maybe Tibbs will like this guy. Maybe Tibbs will like this guy. That should not be the limiting factor on our team. And that's something that, you need to discuss at some point. Where I don't know what it is with him, if he's paranoid or he got burned by a girlfriend or whatever. Get therapy, bro. You're not here to make friends. You're not here to make friends. You're not here to take the players on dates, bro. Just trust who you got to trust and get over it.
There's something you said that I think is real. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, well, there goes that. I mean, he wasn't coming here anyway, I don't think.
What happened? We lost him?
Herb Jones is out for the season.
Who?
Oh, speed recovery, Herb Jones.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that stinks.
Oh, wow. Well, there goes that trade.
That definitely changes that trade, right? Hey, that ain't available. But D-Rex brought up something that I think is an interesting point. And so what he said was about Thibodeau. And yeah, that has been a thing about Thibodeau. When the Knicks get practices, when they're able to do full practices, they usually come out much better against their opponent. They usually have more energy and a different style, or they're bought in. The Knicks haven't had a chance to have a lot of that going on because these guys don't practice a lot, right? So I see you, Double A.
And to back you up, to back you up, they said that Tibbs, the big excuse is Tibbs can get away with playing these guys many minutes because the top 3 players in minutes are the Knicks are the Knicks starters: Towns, Brunson, and I think Bridges.
Bridges.
Town is in top 3. It's OG.
It's hard. It's hard.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we got 4 in the top 7, right? But they said the Knicks get away with it because Tibb, what he does, he doesn't have a practice.
Correct.
Now you look at these guys. Do these guys look like they can get away with not having practice?
They do not. So you're making a good point, and that's the fact is the Knicks. Well, but also the problem too is there's not a lot of time in between games. We play every other day, so you can't really have a practice on the day off because then there's no rest and recovery, right? So that's one. The problem is too if that's Tibbs' like selling point, and that's what helps him in this league, and he can't do that. So now he doesn't really stack up as well versus other coaches that have had success without having these practices. That means he can't really make the adjustments on the fly, make the in-game adjustments that are necessary. Like certain things you got to look at and say, well, this is an interesting thing because it has developed over the past few years. Because 4 years ago, the Knicks were still able to get practices in, but the NBA has changed so much in the past couple of years where it's less and less time in between games.
Bro, I heard they don't even do shoot around from someone.
I wouldn't be surprised. Because of the in-season tournament, there's no time for anything anymore. Like I don't know.
So how can he get away with that? I don't practice. They don't get to practice. Or
I guess because in the end, that's how it was last year too. The Knicks wound up winning 50 games. They wound up finishing number 2 in the league. That's how he gets away with it. Because
that's because the rest of the Eastern Conference past a certain amount of teams stunk.
True.
I just wanted to say that I'm worried that this upcoming stretch could be very humbling. That's my nightmare for us. Because the Bucks and the 76ers that we beat before is not the same team we're about to play. Both of them is way better than the last time we played them. And we look shot. Like our confidence and our game just look shot. So my nightmare is this upcoming stretch is going to be a really humbling one. I don't want that.
No, you might be right. You might be right. Shout out to Anthony Gale, who agrees with Double A. He hates the term Tibbs guy as well. But let me. I see I got someone else backstage. But before I go there, let me get back to my guy who's on the phone, JJ.
What up?
What's going on, brother? What's on your mind? I hope you're doing well today.
Man. Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. Listen.
What's sugar and bacon, JJ?
What up? What's good, man? What's good, man? I just feel like, man, listen, I feel like a lot of the blame from me goes to our wings. Mm-hmm. Listen, OG and Mikal Bridges, they're way, way too up and down. It's nothing but inconsistency. Not just offensively, by the way. I think both of them are inconsistent on defense as well, to be honest. The 3-ball, specifically on offense, they're bricking for a good 3 weeks plus, probably, both of them. Bridges is at 33% from 3 right now. OG's at around 33, 34%. It's not going to cut it. It's just not. It's way too up and down, and I'm pretty tired of it, to be honest, man. They're not going to give us consistency. Listen, we gave up a lot of picks for Bridges. We gave OG a lot of money, and it's just nothing but up and down, up and down, up and down. One game, they're 13 for 20, 35 points. The next game, they're 2 for 13, 4 points. And they don't rebound. They're 2 of the softest wing rebounders in the league. What do they have, 2 rebounds combined last night? That's embarrassing. It really is.
Right.
Yeah.
But in defense of JJ.
Yeah. And no blocks. 0 blocks between the both of them.
Yeah, exactly. No block. Right. And I'm an OG guy, but enough is enough.
It could be a defensive scheme, though, right? Double A, go ahead. You're defensive back. I have a defensive
back. JJ, did you notice the type of scheme that Tibbs is playing?
Exactly.
Is counteractive to OG and Bridges' style of defense. They're perimeter defenders. They're not down low. First of all, you got OG. He ain't on perimeter anymore. He's down low. He's playing power forward, right? And then you're taking them. Yeah, but you got to think of it. We got Hart in there. He's he's gobbling up rebounds, and then Towns leads the NBA in rebounding, so it ain't that many left.
Yeah,
you know.
you can still give me
that
more than
covers
2.
that.
I'm not asking for 8. You know.
But what I'm saying on defense, JJ, they're out of position. They're running out on threes a lot because he's playing a drop defense. He plays a rim protect the rim at all times, leave the perimeter open. You beat us from the perimeter type defense, and we're getting beat by the perimeter.
So I agree with him about the defense with UAA. But the rebounding is a factor because I do agree the perimeter defense. We use a chance to get rebounds as well, and Hart and can't do gobble up 30 plus by themselves a game, so they're less out there available. However, I do agree that OG has been playing lower and still is a very small rebound and turnout. So that part of his critique I can agree with. The 3-point
most of the
though,
time he's on a stretch 4, so he's out by the 3-point line. So to get a rebound, you got to run back in and try to get a rebound.
Yes and no, but I still think
plenty of plays where I see OG and Bridges under the hoop, and they're almost scared of rebounds. Like guys will just snatch it from them, or they just outmuscle them. Like you gotta give me more than 3 combined rebounds in one game.
Yeah, and then unfortunately, the other thing to that, JJ, is like I agree with you, but unfortunately, this is what you signed up for, because the OG's never been really a great rebounder, and Mikal has been worse. So it's like we can't expect them to do that much when it comes to that, because they just never have done it, no matter where they've been.
Look, we should be fair. Like rebounding is a skill. It's a reason that some players are good at it and other players aren't. People say, "Oh, it's just a rebound. You just bounce the ball, you grab it." It's not easy, bro. Not every player can do it.
And when you say we brought OG and Bridges here to shore up our perimeter defense, isn't that why we brought him here?
That is
realistically.
That is true.
So you can have guys. A team consists of guys doing different things. We don't need 5 dominant rebounders on the team. We got 2.
We have 2 rebounders. You know,
we need OG. We need OG. OG is right. Go ahead, AJ.
We got 2 rebounders, and when Hart goes against someone that's let's say a Jalen Johnson, if we match up with the Hawks in the playoffs, he's going to get out rebounded by Jalen Johnson.
Right.
He's a great rebounder. And
thank you, JJ. That's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up. That is the key. Josh Hart is our second best rebounder on the team. He's an undersized big. He has to fly in to get rebounds. It's not like he could just stand there and jump up and grab them. He has to fly in. And when you put a taller defender on him, who is an adequate defender and even an adequate rebounder in his own right, whoever it may be, now we're at a disadvantage. Now you've taken our second best rebounder out of it, and now we just got Cat, and that's not enough.
Look at the Hawks game. The Hawks game is the perfect test case for this, because we had a taller guy on Josh Hart and a taller guy on Brunson, and they didn't do nothing the entire game, bro.
Right. Yeah. And the other thing too, this is the conversation I had earlier in the season when we were talking about rebounding and how I thought that this was important. But a lot of Knicks fans who were smart, that made a really good point. It was like, Ron, rebounding it's important, but it's not as important as it was before, because we have highly efficient shooters and scorers on this team now. So there won't be as much to rebound. But now that we think and we're missing from 3, we can't get rebounds. We don't get no second chance opportunity.
There's a huge fallacy to that, because even the best shooters have off nights. So then what do you do if you can't rebound?
4 for 62 though, bro. 4 for 62.
But the past 15 games, however, it's not even just an OG and a Mikal thing. The whole team, every player,
pretty much, pretty much.
Every player's job. So it's a pandemic. I mean, these guys need they need some vaccine, because there's a pandemic going on in the Knicks locker room with 3-point shooting.
They need to take a break like LeBron, bro. Come back with twice the energy.
Something. So it's something going on in the entire team.
What we saw last night, that's going to continue until we start making threes. So get used to that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to figure out a way to kind of, get over the hurdle.
Even Cat, which is really shocking to me, I feel like Cat is the guy who gets points the easiest on our team. He doesn't even jump to shoot a 3-pointer because he's so tall, and he's shooting less threes. So what is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, JJ, listen, man. Do you have anything else you wanted to say before I let you go?
Yeah, one more quick point, then I'll let you guys go. The bench, we need to stop with this 3-guard lineup. We're playing Shaman as a 3 again last night. Deuce, Payne, and Shaman. You got 3 midgets out there. Who are we going to stop? Playing 3 guys that are all under who's the tallest one? Shaman, he's like 6'3". We have Deuce McBride out there. He was guarding Jalen Williams at times last night. Is Deuce a good defender? He is. But it's not going to matter because these guys are going to shoot over him. You can't be guarding a 6'6", 6'7" Jalen Williams. He's shooting right over him. It's like he's not even there. That's a disgrace that we're doing this.
Well, I
we
mean,
need to have a 3 off the bench.
They don't have a lot of options, man. But
it's ridiculous that we're doing that because we're not going to stop anybody.
And the other thing too about Deuce, just wanted to throw that out. We haven't really talked about Deuce today. Deuce didn't look good either. Shamit is 6'4". Deuce didn't look too good either in last night's game. But remember,
Deuce should not have played last night. He did nothing.
That was his first game back. No rhythm. Like we already talked about, this team has no rhythm, and then you bring a guy back who hasn't played, because of another little injury. No rhythm. So I didn't expect Deuce to give us that much last night, although we needed it. Some might say, well, if he can't really give us much, then why is he out there? Because
they saw your dancing last week. Rod.
Maybe that's it.
And listen, man, a lot of people are saying, second round, conference spot. But right now, I'd be surprised if this team wins a damn round. If we get the wrong match, who would feel confident if we get matched up with the Hawks or the Magic in the first round?
The Hawks would beat us. I really think that. We would not be able to 7-game series.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look good right now.
Good luck with that.
The Magic.
In my belief, the Bucks is our best bet.
The Magic.
In my belief, the Bucks is our best bet.
Hold on.
The Bucks, to be honest.
The Bucks are their only bet because they're older than us. They're the only team that's older than us.
Wait a minute. Everybody's speaking at the same time. I didn't hear nothing. G Money, what'd you just say?
I'd rather put the Bucks in the first round because here's why. If we play Milwaukee, it's two things, right? If Giannis goes off and no one else shows up for the Bucks lose. Giannis struggles, Bucks lose anyway. I'd rather play Milwaukee than any other team in the East as far as like young teams because Dame is old and Dame can shoot you into the game, Dame can shoot you out of the game. Middleton can shoot into the game, he can shoot you out of the game. So you have 2 guys in Giannis and Dame, not Giannis and Dame. Dame and Middleton can get hot and cold, can shoot in and out of the game, and Lopez is 1,000,000,006 years old. Like, and Gary Trent is a choker in the playoffs. Like, I don't know why people are scared of playing Milwaukee though. If we play the Bucks, I know we're gonna win.
Playing better basketball as of late, G Money. I mean, they're 6-4
I understand that. Who are they beating?
But I will tell you, the Knicks match up well against them.
Yeah,
because they're slower, they're older, not a quick, young, athletic team. So we're gonna play well against them. But we have to wait till we get to that point, right? Let's worry about who's next on our schedule because we're not even there yet. You know what I mean? Like
we got the Bucks with a coincidence.
Yeah, well.
Hi, Juan. Can I say something?
Yeah. Give me one second, Chris. Go ahead, Double A. What were you going to say real quick?
I said right now we can't really feel confident going in any game.
Yeah.
We can't say, we're going to beat Chicago. We're going to beat this team. We're going to beat that team. We hope.
Right. We do. JJ.
Hi, Chris.
I just want to say thank you, my brother. I appreciate the call. Always a pleasure to have you, bro.
Have a great weekend, guys.
You too, brother.
JJ.
You too.
Peace, guys.
All right. Take care. Chris, what's going on, brother? Thank you. First time here.
Chris, what's
on your mind, man?
I'm a friend of G Money's. I'm an Oklahoma City Thunder fan. Okay. I've been a Knicks fan since 2012. And I watched Carmelo Anthony when he was with that team. That's how I became a Knicks fan.
Caller, hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'll be right with you. Give me 1 second.
I actually have the Knicks and Thunder in the finals. Thunder winning it all. But I do have the Knicks playing Indiana or Boston in the first round. I would like to see the Knicks beat Boston. I think they can, in my opinion.
They can. They can. You're right. I don't think they would. We'll see though. They can. I don't think they would.
Thank you for letting me on. I love your panel on. I'll be joining you a lot.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you for tuning in, man. Appreciate you. Let's go, Knicks.
Good seeing you, G Money. I love you, brother.
I love you too, man. I love you too, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Take care. Let me see. Let me get back to. Okay, sorry, caller. You are live with SKF. Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're from.
Hey, bro, what's going on? This is Randu, 1973.
Hey, what up, Randu? How you doing, brother?
Randu.
I'm good, man. Yo, I can't believe the way. I thought it might have been a bad dream last night, man. The way the Knicks got stomped on at home. I'm like, oh man, they just showed no fight, none. And another thing too is, man, I don't know what the hell Tibbs is doing.
One second, Randu. Can you turn down the sound in the background because I can hear it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. You good? But yeah, just do that real quick for me.
Okay. Yeah, and Tibbs. Oh,
okay, go ahead, brother.
Man, as far as Tibbs is gonna take you his first and second round, he ain't no championship level coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. As far as we've gotten with Tibbs, as far as we gonna go, he ain't gonna take us no further than what he done took us already. And was it just me, or was the bench actually playing better defense than the starters last night?
They were statistically.
I think statistically they had a little bit more energy in them, getting the chance to go out there and try to do something. You definitely see, like, when Campaign comes into the game, he has a certain level of energy. It kind of got away from him recently as Shamet has come into the fold, but I think last night they came in and they both had some good energy. The problem is that we're just not making a lot of moves offensively to put a dent into the game, but defensively, I think they were starting to at least show a little impact. We just need more of it, and it's going to take time because Tibbs has kind of gone away from it. We need to kind of get back into it. Tibbs has to continue to show
on this. I don't want to jump in, but I mean,
yeah,
his weight.
Right.
Well,
go ahead,
I just wanted to say that Tibbs in his career has never been known to develop or really play a bench. It's a fair criticism. It's not a new criticism that came out yesterday. And I feel like when he puts out a bench lineup, it's an afterthought to him. He doesn't draw no plays for them. He's not thinking, oh, this player and that player go well together. He just, okay, throw the bums out there, whatever. It's very much an afterthought. And Shamet and Payne, bro, should not play together. They're the same player virtually. I know they're different positions, but really they're very, very similar. And they're redundant. They don't have synergy together. We've seen them in a couple games together. What is one benefiting the other? I don't see it. So for me, it's like when you have these guys out there, they're disorganized. And I feel like it's a really cynical view, but I feel like he's throwing these guys out there to be like, look, I played the bench and they're bums and you're criticizing me. Like, how dare you ask me to play them? Like, we have, like, a player like Kolek does not grow on trees, bro. A player who is a naturally gifted passer, offensive facilitator that could organize an offense. Not every team even has a player like that, bench or not. There's teams whose entire identity revolves around, I wish we had someone like that. And we have him, and we're not using him. And if you're not going to use him, you have to find somebody else to organize the bench. You can't just throw them out there, no plays, no synergy, no nothing, and say, whatever, we tried. Even with that, they still manage to succeed sometimes, but it's like there's only so far they can go without plays, without synergy. Like we've seen some players that make the other player next to them better, or that they work really well with this player. They have a synergy. Like you put Shamet, Payne, Precious, Sims. I know the numbers for Precious and Sims are good, but it's not a scoring lineup. It's not, especially with Precious still finding his footing. So for me, it's really an afterthought. And it's like you have to think like this guy and this guy. What do they do to complement each other's game? And if there's not an answer to that, don't play them together. Or there has to be some other synergy somewhere,
That's fair. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, that's the other thing about knowing and understanding. And I think maybe, this was a situation where Tibbs is grasping at straws, trying to do something with the bench. I do think that what you said earlier about him cultivating and doing different things with the bench doesn't happen as much. And that is the reason why you have to have, going back to the rookie thing, right? This is why you have to give Tibbs professional basketball players that already know how to play in the league and come off a bench, because he doesn't necessarily, that's not his skill set. I said this many years ago. I'm going to reiterate it again. I always told you guys, as much as you watched me, I said, Tibbs, when you bring him a star player, he knows exactly what to do. Tibbs, when you bring him a player that's been in the NBA and knows how to play basketball a certain way, he knows exactly what to do. When you give him a rookie, a high rookie that is a can't miss type talent that, you know, would be a good player on anybody's team, he knows what to do. When you give him in between guys that need some development, guys that need some good coaching, some time that has to be spent with them, that's when, in my mind, Tibbs struggles. It's not because he can't do it. I just don't think he puts enough time into it. He doesn't invest in that type of player.
Can I ask a question?
He does not develop players well.
Right.
Young players.
Well, I heard there was a Knicks team in the early 2000s that was all like 30-plus-year-olds that was very old, and like that was a weakness of theirs. Everyone was like 30, 20, late 20s. I think it was like the 2000s era, and that was like a reason why they ultimately didn't go that far, because you had everyone who was old on the team, you know? Maybe I don't know specifically the team, but I heard there was a Knicks team in the recent past that was a failing of theirs.
Yep, that is true. And
you know which team it was, though, specifically? Because I heard people say that, and I wasn't
think
sure.
that was the 2012, 2013 team, right? So the Carmelo Anthony team with Rasheed Wallace. You guys know the names. Freaking all these guys. Kurt Thomas. A bunch of older guys was on that team. Yes.
Wait a minute. Didn't Marcus Camby come back to the Knicks on that squad?
I don't know if Camby was on that squad. I think we had went out and we brought back Rasheed Wallace. I think we even had the dude who used to play with his son is in the league right now.
That's after they got rid of Lynn, right?
Yeah. After Lynn. We even had the what's his name? Man, his son was on Houston, something junior. Oh, man, I can't remember. Whatever. But yes, the team was full of older guys, journeymen, and then we still had J.R. Smith on the team. But even at that point, I think J.R. Smith was around 30 or so. Yeah, he might have been there too. Yeah, I agree. That's true. So Randu, I apologize, brother. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Yeah. I mean, okay. Now the situation with the bench is right. It's going to be hard to make trades.
Thank you. Sorry, Randu.
Do,
Appreciate it. Thank you. Travel Vibes and Darren Hood. Kenyon Martin. That's right. His son, Kenyon Martin Jr. Shout out to you, JJ, as well. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Go ahead, Randu. I apologize.
Oh yeah, like I was saying, I know it's gonna be hard for like the Knicks to make trades, anything, but at least they can do is pull TJ Warren from the G League and put him on the bench.
Well, you know what? Here's the problem with that, Randu. We cash strapped, bro. We unfortunately we can't even bring up our own guys from the G League because they would be making too much money and they would put us into the second apron.
Apparently, after the All-Star game,
after the All-Star break, apparently it becomes like a time in the NBA becomes mid-season time, and so the contract stipulations goes down a little bit. So there's less money you have to give a player for the remainder of the season. Apparently, at that point, the Knicks can bring TJ Warren to the big club. Isn't it crazy how we got guys that could help us that we can't use?
Mm-hmm. So that's a front office thing as well. By the way, because we actually gave our rookies all the money, we didn't have to. We're trying to use them for possible trade bait. Our rookies got more than we ever gave rookies at that draft position before. More money. Cole got more. You know, I don't know if Dadier got more, but
Dadier's on a discount contract. People forget.
Yeah, but Cole got more than we normally give a rookie that at that draft position, and we also gave Huckporty more than we normally give a rookie at that draft position because we're trying to fill in salaries to potentially trade. That's what it looked like to me. Maybe not. Maybe we just recognize that we're going to be good. But I have a couple of questions. I don't know if it's okay with you, Ron, but maybe another show you throw this by. But I think we should probably grab a few of the narratives going around Nick, community right now. So the narratives about can Tibbs lead a team to a championship? I want to score on 1 to 10, yes or no, 10 most likely, and just kind of see where we actually think, because I think we all agree a lot more than we disagree. I think there's so much more of it because when I hear people go, no man, leave Tibbs alone. Tibbs is gonna bring us. Tibbs is gonna always make late season, turn his team around.
Went into the Matrix, but I think we got the question.
The Mitch issue about Mitch going to be the savior, again, that's a narrative that some of us are absolutely far apart about. I think that has the most widest range than even the Tibbs. I think Tibbs is almost everyone agrees to very few that Tibbs has an issue, has a problem. I think the Mitch thing, people have wide range about. He's what we need, or we can't wait for Tibbs. I mean, for Mitch to save us. If that's what we're waiting for, we're in trouble. Our rookies playing time, man, again, it's a Tibbs kind of thing. How much playing other guys will actually save this team, and are there any players who actually can do it? Because all we need people think is if we can rest our starters, get them down to 34 minutes a game, we will be ready for the playoffs, and we can make a run through the playoffs. I don't know if I think it's a true fact about us surviving and being healthy. I don't know if it's true about us actually making it past the second round unless we actually do have, a 6, 7, 8 man that's going to come in and not have us drop off, even when those guys are playing 38, 40 in the playoffs, which by then they should be able to do if at playoff time if they actually get rested in the regular season. So narratives like that go around. And my biggest pet peeve narrative is the Brunson accepting a lower deal narrative. And again, I don't want to disparage Brunson, but he got a max contract for what he qualified for last summer. It wasn't a lower deal. What people think about is if he took a chance to play out his last year, then he was qualified for the extra $100 million this coming summer. At the same time, his father got a contract that is kind of like the offset when he probably wouldn't have gotten that contract if Brunson wasn't coming here. So that's kind of a combination contract.
Right. I mean, that's a lot of narratives. So
right, I know that's how that is.
I hear you.
My biggest
but I will tell you that that's a good. I can do that, but I don't want to do it now because I want to wait till the Knicks win and ask.
You could be waiting a long time, Ron.
Then the Knicks fans will be in a better spirit and they can give me an objective answer to it. If you ask everybody now, everybody's in their feelings. They're mad that we lost. We're going to look like trash. Yeah, get them out of here. So I want to ask when we win again, and then I'll that's a good. I'll do that.
If we win again, how about if we win?
No,
again?
we're gonna win again. We're gonna be all right.
I'm joking.
There's gonna be a point where we're gonna be talking like, "Oh, the Knicks are the best team in the league again." Watch, don't worry, you'll see. But to your point about Brunson, I mean, listen, the difference with Brunson is Brunson was gonna get the money, whether or not he decided to take that extension when he qualified for it or not. At the end of the season, his numbers dictate that he's a good enough player. He's the captain of the team. He's gonna get the money anyway. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I wasn't doubting you. I was doubting if he did us a favor because he may have gotten injured this season, and to be assured of a contract, he didn't do the Isaiah Thomas move. He took the money on the table that was right there for his max contract. He didn't take a lesser deal. He took a guaranteed max contract that was available, and not take a chance that this season could turn out really bad. And that's what I think is.
But I see the only reason why I don't necessarily agree with that all the way, Wiz, is because Brunson is not someone who is necessarily concerned about being injured for long periods of time. So it's not like he took the money because he was worried, that he could get hurt and, the same money wouldn't be available to him. He's coming off of an all-star game appearance.
Like a word Ron.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Calf would like a word with you about that.
But that calf injury is something that happened this year, but he's still playing through it. And if I'm not mistaken, last night didn't he have 27 points and 5 assists? So
I mean, he played decent, but we have to acknowledge that he's not. I mean, he's still veering away from the three. He's not looking like himself. We got to be real.
Right, but it's not a career-ending injury like Isaiah Thomas was. So I agree. I understand,
right.
man. I'm just saying.
No. But I'm just saying, if you're looking at certain people, if the Knicks had to pay somebody, who would you rather give the money to, Jalen Brunson or Julius Randle? I think they made their choice, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like Brunson's going to get paid.
I agree. He deserves contract, though.
Yeah, that's all I meant. Randall, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't want to keep you on the phone holding on, man, but I just want to say thank you for your call, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for always tuning in and showing love and support to the show. Listen, man, the Knicks got a lot of stuff that we got to work through. I do, as I always tell everybody, as much as I may be upset about something right now, and I'm complaining my own self, I do think we're going to be okay. We're going to be fine. Whether that means we are going to win it all this year is a whole nother story, but I think we'll be good. Right. I think we're going to be there to contend. But I just want to thank you for your call, and things are going to be all right, brother.
Sure. Anytime.
All right, brother. Thank you. So,
all right.
Appreciate you. That being said, that I brought that up, I want to ask you guys that are here. And let me see, is Juan here? Juan, are you here? Oh, there he is here. So let me ask you guys.
I'm fixing the volume. I can barely hear you. I got to fix the volume over here.
Oh yeah, no problem. Question: what do you guys think? Do you think that the Knicks are a championship contender right now?
Wiz? No, I'm sorry. That's too fast. Let me think about it. No.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I think currently the Knicks play like you dance right now. Not very good, but there's hope.
Yeah, okay. What about you, D-Rex? Do you think the Knicks are a championship contender right now?
I would have to answer your question with a question, which I know is frustrating.
That's fine.
Has any other team started off this rough? I know it's not that rough of a start. Like, it could be worse. But had losses like this, or, kind of a record like this against top teams, and then brought it back and won in the end?
That's a good question. It's a good question. Okay. All right. I see. I'm
asking because I know that you know more than me.
No, I mean, listen, there's like the most, I would have to really do a deep dive into the years as to who might have struggled out the gate and then in the end. But the best answer that I already used earlier today is the Miami Heat, because you guys know the Miami Heat struggled bad and then wound up sneaking into the play-in, right? And they won the play-in to get themselves to a higher seeding. Then they got into the playoffs. They went through the first round. They got through the second round. They got through the third round and made it to the NBA Finals. So the Miami Heat is probably the team I would point to as a team that struggled out the gate, had a bad regular season, and still wind up making it to the NBA Finals.
So if that's the answer, I kind of look. I know it's a different sport, but the Mets had a terrible start to their season, which I know is 1,000 games in baseball. But they looked really crappy, and they brought it together. If the question is, do we have the talent to win? I honestly think top to bottom, there's zero reason why we can't contend. There's zero reason, because every team, even the Celtics, the Cavs, OKC, they all have weaknesses. There's no unbeatable team in sports. And do we have the minds, the talent on our team to win? I have zero doubt. But the question is if we can get it together by that time that we need to be gelling. So I don't know.
Right. And shout out to my guy Stacks, different time. And yes, you're definitely welcome to call in if you want to call in, brother. The number is right there. 347-305-7280. 347-305-7280. Juan, what can you hear me now?
You mad quiet, Juan.
I think he said he was trying to fix something because he couldn't hear us that well. But we'll see. All right. Well, in the meantime, let me. Interesting.
What's your answer, Ron?
So, I do think that the Knicks are a contender. That doesn't mean they're a winner. They can contend for a championship. That doesn't mean I think they can win a championship right now. So, because you remember, no matter what, some team got to play another team, right? The Knicks can definitely be one of the top teams in the East and lose. You know what I mean? So somebody's got to be there. So they definitely are a contender. I just don't know if they can win. Right now, the way the Knicks are playing and the issues that they have, I don't even know if the Knicks would be good enough to make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
That's crazy.
You know what's bad? I'm the optimist and Ron is the pessimist.
They got some stuff they got to work, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel like they'll get there. I'm just telling you right now, as of today, Saturday, January 11th, I don't think the Knicks are a good enough team to even make it to the Eastern Conference Finals today. Do I think they will get better and turn on their little Nick juice that they normally do? Yeah, I think they will, but not right now. Juan, what's your thoughts?
I mean, this thought particular is not much to add. I mean, I agree with you and Rex. Right now, they're not contenders just because. I mean, to me, it's coaching, but like, I just got to echo what Rex said. I mean, I think the Knicks have the talent to be contenders. But it's all about how you execute that talent. And then right now, the execution is pretty horrible, I would say. And consider we have the Knicks aren't like a bad team or anything. You have a winning record, but I don't know. It's just like there are times where you see it, like that half against the Thunder. You're like, there's a team right there that can win. But then you see them get tired and then they get sloppy, and then I mean, like, what can you do? Like, it's just, and then my point earlier was going to be too, like, all right, a lot of us don't like Tibbs. We might want a different coach, but who is even out there that you could replace him with?
Is that a conversation you really want to have?
That was the conversation I had. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry.
I don't think I was there for that.
My fault. You know what happened? Try again, Stacks, different timing. You know what happened? Randu never hung up. So I'm like, oh, why is it not good? You good now, brother. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
but yeah. Sorry, can you repeat that one? What were you saying?
Oh no, I was saying what coach could you possibly get?
I got you. You were saying like That's the question that I had earlier. I get it. If Tibbs ain't the answer,
I missed it.
No, it's not. It's fine. If Tibbs ain't the answer right now, who is? Because usually, and this is like 99% of the time, maybe 1% of the time it happens. 99% of the time in the NBA, when a coach gets fired, they don't bring in the replacement coach until the end of the season. So usually it's only just somebody they promote to interim coach. And if you look at the Knicks roster, and look at who they have, who do you think could actually be the coach of the New York Knicks? Now, someone said Patrick Ewing, which I thought was interesting, but they're not going to give the job to Patrick Ewing. It just is what it is. It's politics. It's a whole bunch of stuff.
Yep.
But
actually, I don't know if the question really should be who's going to do the job, because the tough part is every coach in the past. Let's go for the caller.
Yeah, let me just get the call. Hold on one second. Caller, you are on live with SKF. Know the Ledge. Your name and where you calling from.
What's up, Ron? It's your boy Stacks, man, from the Bronx.
Hey, what up, Stacks? Appreciate you, bro. 1 second.
Up,
let me just let Wiz finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Wiz.
All right, no problem.
The champ besides the Warriors, every coach who's won a championship in the past 4 years, 5 years, has been someone other than, okay, now Denver's had a long-term coach as well, but has been someone who no one actually thought of 6 years ago or 4 years ago. So there are coaches out there. We just haven't given them the chance yet, the opportunity. And again, like Atkinson, currently OKC's got players, but got a coach that also plays them very well. I mean, I think Spoelstra obviously is a man, but I just think that we're not giving people opportunities, and guys who have shown us who they are over the years, it may be time for them to go out to pasture. And again, I'm not saying switch now, because like you said, the switch right now could be catastrophic. It may not be, but it could be. And I wouldn't take a chance on it, because the catastrophic is more likely than prosperous, right? So I'm going to say let Tibbs play out his 5th year. But again, if he doesn't make it past second round, I would personally switch him out. And it could be there's a bunch of candidates out there. I'd go back to Johnny Bryan. I'd be like, Johnny, you want to come back for a head coaching job? The chance of him saying no to that is almost impossible. Maybe he's not the right guy, but I'm just saying I'd go to guys like Bryan. I'd go around the college ranks of top coaches who are ready to come back or come to the pros, who've shown the potential. And I just think there are guys out there. I mean, I just don't want to lock in that Tibbs is the way, because he's not showing it to me. And that's the reason why I'm not saying we're a championship team. I literally think we have the talent for championship. I think we're just a notch below OKC and Boston as far as talent and, all around balance for the team. But I think a coach could take us over that edge, and that is I don't think Tibbs is the one. And that's the reason why I would switch Tibbs out this summer if he does not take us to ECF game 6 or better.
Well, you know what? I think that we'll see, man. We'll see. If we don't get to the ECF, I do think that Tibbs' job is definitely in question. I know a lot. He's built up a lot of cachet with the Knicks. However, with some of the things that are happening right now and the knock on Tibbs, if we don't make it with this roster, and if they make a move to try to add one more person to try to help the bench, if we don't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, I think Tibbs definitely might be in trouble of losing his job for next year. I would agree with that. But if we make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, then guess what? I think everybody, you are stuck with Tibbs another year. Sorry to tell you.
2 more years, actually. I think he'll be safe.
Maybe. It's okay. So let me get over the stacks. But before I do, let me just say this real quick. Now, this is not a knock, or I'm not saying it to any person in particular. This is to everybody. There was something said earlier, and I never got a chance to, I'm trying to keep the show going. Shout out to you, D. Coolest. I know you had asked about it. So the bottom line is, there's different, as a content creator on YouTube, there is different things and different rules that they put in place that you can either adhere to or you can ignore. Some people ignore it. I can't, I'm just not, I don't personally love it anyway. So it's my preference, but also their preference. So I don't try to ignore it. And one of those things is profanity, right? When you do a show, now you have to categorize. They didn't have this before. They ask you, is it limited profanity? Is it heavy profanity? Blah, blah, blah. And the reason why they ask you this is because YouTube puts advertising on your show in the middle of the show, in the beginning, whatever it is. If you curse or have a certain level of way the show is run, certain advertisers don't want their commercial being put on your show, because that's not the part of their brand. That's not what they want associated with them. That's why YouTube asks these questions. Now, I think you said something about Corey Holcomb in the chat and how Corey Holcomb curses all the time. Corey Holcomb is a professional comedian who's made money doing his craft, right? I have, or should I say we have? No, I'll say I, because I'm the only one here right now. Still Knicks fans, we have 3,000 subscribers. Corey Holcomb has over 400,000 subscribers. The ad revenue or whatever that YouTube puts up there, he don't care about that. That don't affect him at all. Sponsorship is all he really needs. And he has such a big enough name and brand that he can get sponsorships with no problem. And that's it. If super chats, whatever, but sponsorship is what a guy like that is in for. I can't really get sponsorships yet. We're only 3,000 subscribers. Like sponsorships like to see numbers. It is what it is. This is the content I signed up for. I'm happy with it. So the little advertising that they do put up, it does matter to me. And that's the difference. So I just wanted to throw that out there so people understand kind of how content creation works, especially with YouTube. And the other thing too is just I ask people to limit themselves from trying to curse. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it slips. Nobody's perfect. I'm just trying to get people to limit it. And just like the R word was said, you can't say the R word. YouTube don't rock with that word. And last Saturday, a different R word was said. And I tried to not even repeat it. So I just ignored it. But they don't like that R word either. So just
R words.
Throw that out there, man. These R words.
Could you text me these R words? I don't know what they are. But,
yeah, I could tell you on the side, Wiz.
Yeah,
you like grapes?
Yes, correct.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Stay away from grapes.
Right. Okay. By the way, Ron, with that, I want to say, shut the front door. And you're full of shaving cream.
Thank you. All right. Well, let me get over to my guy Stack. Stack, sorry about the wait, brother. I just wanted to say that real quick so everybody kind of knew where we were at. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I just want to first say I agree with the guy who was just speaking last week. That it's coaches out there, and I feel like it's a lazy answer to say who's out there, like who you're gonna get, because it's plenty of new coaches that's coming in and killing it right now. Like first, I'm gonna say Boston got Brad Stevens from college, then they went to Ime Udoka, then they got Joe Mazzulla. I didn't know who the hell Joe Mazzulla was when he first started. You see, Brooklyn got Jody Fernandez this year. I think he's a good coach. You see how they started off this year before they started tanking. You got Will Hardy in Utah. Nobody knew who the hell he was. Utah started off good the last 2 seasons, not this year, but the last 2 seasons they started off very good because he's a very good coach, and that's in the West Coast. That's in the Western Conference. So if there's coaches out there, you just have to Leon just have to do his homework.
Right.
And coaching is not that hard. Like the first thing that comes to coaching, when I was a kid, when I was playing basketball, is the coach has to look you in your eyes and hold you accountable. That's the first thing. It's not that hard.
Sure.
These guys play hard for Tibbs because they love him. They respect him and they respect him and love him. Like he got Jalen Brunson's father a job. He loves Tibbs. He's gonna play hard for him. But when it comes to coaching, as far as X's and O's and what you need to do and making adjustments, he's not that guy. And I've come to that realization 2 years ago. So I'm not stressing. I know that they're not winning no chips with Tibbs as a coach. I know that. So I'm not going to be the delusional fan. I'm good, bro. I'm chilling. I know they're not going to win no chip with this coach. So I'm chilling. Like, that's how I feel.
I hear you, Stacks. I mean, listen, you may be right, bro. All I said going into this year, and a lot of us content creators kind of were echoing the sentiments, is that we know what Tibbs' track record is. We just want to give him the shot to see if he can do it with this type of roster. And if he can't do it,
we know, Ron. We already know.
I know, but I do know.
Gave him that shot, bro.
But this is the best. Man. This is the best team that he's ever had.
Yeah,
right?
I can say that.
So if he can't do it, or at least get us where we need to get with this team, that's it. That's the indictment, and that's enough. You don't need to see no more. But remember, the only thing that keeps giving Tibbs, like he's like a cat, with 9 lives. And the thing that keeps giving him is every time Knicks fans and the media wants to get him fired or get him up out of here, he turns the team around. They start playing for him, and they start playing
they start playing ball.
But
they
last year,
they love that guy. They love him. They love him. He's a friendly guy. He's a good guy, but he's not a good. He's a good coach, but it's levels to coaching, man. We need a great coach if you want to reach that ceiling. He's not a great coach. And hold on, I got so many plays where I'm losing myself, man.
It's okay, bro. It's all right.
Yeah, man. He's not a great coach. Like people talk about who they're going to play in the playoffs. Like, do y'all realize that most of them playoff teams were at the coaching disadvantage already in the first place? So, like, it's mostly going to be on the players. They have to play their ass off. Like, it's mostly on the players. We're at a coaching disadvantage already to most of the teams in the playoffs.
Right. Right.
So I don't care if we beat Detroit. I don't care if we beat Detroit in the playoffs in the first round. That doesn't do nothing for me. I want to beat Orlando fully healthy in the first round, or I want to see you beat Boston or somebody. We won't even beat Philly last year. I don't think if Embiid was healthy.
I mean, I hear you.
God, man. Like, I respect him and all that.
Embiid,
team, but
Embiid did drop 50 on us, though. It's not like for a person who wasn't healthy, he looked pretty damn good out there, and he also looked like he was definitely healthy enough to be dirty. He's definitely in his dirty bag.
A reporter asked him yesterday, post for the press conference, like about I think they 0-5 against the top teams, the top tier teams or something. He was like, he said something, but he think we care about them. He think New York fans are stupid for real. Like, he think we Minnesota fans or something. He think that we care about him beating Washington in these 9 games. No, we don't care about that, bro. I mean, I don't. I'm thinking about the bigger picture, bro. This is chess. I'm not thinking about winning no one player, bro. I'm trying to win a championship, bro. I don't care about you going on these 9-game streaks, being Washington and all that, bro. Like, it's not about that, Tibbs. It's the bigger picture. He don't see that. He can't see the bigger picture. I don't know why. I don't know why, man. He can't see it.
Yeah, listen, man. Stacks. Look, this is going to be a tough year, man. This is going to be a tough year. This is going to be.
I'm good though. Like, I'm good, because I know he's not the guy, and I'm just mad that everybody else don't see it. Why y'all getting yourself so worked up when y'all already know this coach is not the guy, man?
But
y'all need to relax, because we have a coach who these guys are just. They're winning despite they're winning because they're playing hard for him sometimes.
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
He's calling up these crazy good plays and all of that stuff, man.
Let me ask you this, Stacks. Let me ask you this on the flip side, right? Because the question was asked earlier, do I think that Tibbs could be doing the same thing that, like if you put Tibbs on Boston's squad last year, could they have won the championship?
Yeah.
Oh, it was you. Oh, my bad. Oh,
yeah,
so okay. So all right. So let me give you the flip side, right? Do you think that what the hell is the Boston's coach name? I forget.
Mazzulla.
Do you think that if Mazzulla was here last year, or Udoka was here last year, or even the OKC coach, this year's coach was with the Knicks last year, with all of the injuries that the Knicks dealt with, you think he would have took them to the second round of the playoffs? Or any of those coaches, do you think they would have got to the second round of the playoffs? Because what Tibbs did with that team was remarkable. The fact that, we like the players, but come on, man, when you look at that team, like the fact that we was winning games down the stretch and made it into the playoffs with all the guys being hurt that were hurt is pretty surprising.
Chicken and the egg, one. As far as
I ain't gonna lie with you, bro. Who gets more credit, him or Brunson? Be honest. Who gets more credit, him or Brunson?
That's a good point, Stacks. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You coming with some fire. That is because Brunson was playing out of his mind.
Honest, if you want to be technical,
yeah,
I'm not giving it to him. What did you do, Tim? I'm not giving you no. You get credit, but Brunson, that was Brunson, bro.
Okay, all right.
So honestly, I think we lost 2 games in the Pacers series just off the team alone.
He's ready to be fired right now.
Wait, all right. Hold on 1 second, Stacks. What'd you say, D-Rex? What'd you say?
In my opinion, I think we lost 2 games in the Pacers series alone just off fatigue. In my opinion, arguably even 3, even game 7.
Interesting. All right. So that was a good answer. Because
Ron,
playing out of his mind.
Question, Ron.
What'd you say?
I think Tibbs outdid what almost any one of the other guys could do last year with Brunson's help, but I still think Tibbs was an X factor in having us go that far last year. So in that scenario, that's why I want to give Tibbs a chance this year. However, I don't think Tibbs could have necessarily led even Boston at their peak. He may have been a detriment to their success last year, the other way around. So the way you asked it initially, I'd say, I can see Tibbs sabotaging the team. And last year, I see Tibbs' benefit of helping the team get as far as they did. So it's kind of a catch-22. And it sounds hypocritical. I'm like, oh, he's a great coach, but he's not a great coach. It's kind of like, it's that last step that I have with Tibbs. The last step towards East.
I think I understand what you're trying to say, Wiz, and I think I get it, and I think that's kind of the key. I think with Tibbs can get and bring some things out of certain players, but they have to be the right type of player to deal with a coach
God,
like
how many Tibbs guys are in the NBA?
Listen, see, this is where you're getting interesting when you start talking about Tibbs guys and the league and how many, because let's not forget, I do go back to the poll. Remember the poll that they did last year or the year before, when they went around the NBA and asked how many guys would like to play for Tibbs, and I think it was only 40% of the league would have even wanted to play for Tibbs, which is a horrible number. 40 out of 100, only 40% would have wanted to play for Tibbs. So that says a lot. That says a lot.
Well, can I answer the original question, if that's all right?
Ron, did you hear what Jeff Teague said about him?
Yeah, I did.
That confirms everything that I thought. Like, I was thinking all of that stuff already, and he just confirmed it. I'm like, he cannot. Like, it's no way. Like, you don't talk to your players. Like, Ron, all these other good teams you see. Like, when we played OKC yesterday, you see Shea constantly talking to Mark Daigneault on the sideline, constantly communicating, constantly. And even when they go to the bench, like, he's talking to this player, you don't hold your players accountable or nothing. That's the main thing when it comes to coaching. That's the
and Ron,
X's and O's is not important when it comes to, you got to hold your players accountable.
Right.
And here's what's worse: that 40%.
That's why they love him, because he lets them do what they want to do. That's why they love him too. That's another reason they love him. That's why Julius loved him. He let him do what he wanted to do.
But on the 40%,
Julius loved him so much, because he let him do what he wanted.
On the 40% that said they would play for him, I think half of those guys can't mentally play for him. I think it's kind of like 4
and
years.
then of that half, who would he trust?
And half of them he wouldn't trust. So yeah, half would play. I mean, 40% would trust. Half of those guys just don't have the mentality to play for him because of the way his mentality is, because he doesn't like encourage guys or to communicate. And then half of them he wouldn't trust. So now you're looking at maybe 10% of the league could actually be Tibbs guys, if that much.
Can I answer the original question about like?
Yeah. Go ahead, D-Rex.
So I actually saw a study. I looked this up. And I was curious: does it work or does it not? That of teams who have fired their coach mid-season, 61% had better results afterwards, which is better than I thought, actually. Because I would have thought, oh, you lose continuity, you lose this, you lose that. But I think sometimes a hard reset can actually help. I would also like Sam Cassell from the Celtics. That's a name I've seen thrown around a lot. I think Johnny Bryant, why not? Would he not want to come back and coach the Knicks? I think that would be a great achievement for him. He's doing a good job where he's at, so maybe you don't want to leave. But even
I don't know.
I don't know. There's people out there.
I don't think.
Also, I didn't say the OKC coach. He was their G League coach for 5 years before he.
5 years, I know. Yeah.
So I think if you said now, like, oh, Yoshimoto should coach, because I think he's their G League coach or summer league coach. Right. Like, oh, if he could coach the Knicks right now, people would say, whatever, he's a bum, he's a G League coach. But I mean, look at OKC. Who knew who this guy was?
No, I mean, listen. If it was up to me, if I had a choice, if they had got rid of Dice, is the only question. Like, he's the only person I would think you could make the coach. Like, I don't see anybody else doing it. So I'm not mad at that. If that was the case, I would have to go Dice. But I was just gonna say, I don't think Johnny Bryant would want to come back to the Knicks and be the coach, because not for nothing, we got him here under not false pretenses, but we got him here under the fact that we thought we were going to get Donovan Mitchell, and we didn't. Now he gets to go play with Donovan Mitchell, and look at the results.
Are they like close?
No, they're really close. They're really close.
Okay.
And Donovan Mitchell credits Johnny Bryant with helping his career flourish. So their connection is really
actually the G League coach.
I'm sorry.
Is Dice the G League coach?
I don't know. I think he is. I'm not sure. I don't know. Let me look that up, because I was curious myself, because I think I saw Dice on the bench, but I'm not sure. Maybe he is the current G League coach. Westchester Knicks.
I know that they got killed last night, but
it's
winning.
Yeah. You right. Okay, let's go, baby.
So you're telling me if Johnny Bryant gets approached right now, 5 years, $50 million, Madison Square Garden, New York Knickerbocker head coach, he's gonna say,
Yes. I think Johnny Bryant has been here long enough to be kind of strung along to say, nah, I'm not going back over there. I was already there.
Who's the D-League coach? Sorry.
Oh, it's Deshauna. It's with a D, but it's the Shana Job. The Sana Job, or however you want to say it. He's actually I didn't even know he was the coach. I remember him playing for different teams in my time watching NBA. Interesting. Yeah, so that means Dice is on the sidelines or on the seats behind Tibbs. So he would be the guy, in my opinion. Damn, there was something I was going to say. Oh, shout out to Woody Stephanie Lee in the building. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Travel Vibes. As always, good to see you, Travel. Shout out to Coach Sire in the building. Shout out to Ricky Dale. I think it's my first time seeing you in the chat, Ricky Dale. He said he was talking about the drop coverage before he agreed. Shout out to Clavins Duras. Salute to you. And shout out to my guy, Kev, man. Sports Jedi Network. Please, guys, if y'all haven't checked out the Sports Jedi Network, I mean, I don't know what you're waiting for. They cover everything from NBA to football to hockey to wrestling. They cover MMA. They cover everything. So please go show them some love. If you're interested in any sports, they got you covered. He said, without Tibbs, there's no winning culture established. We would have been in the hamster wheel of losing and coaches. That is true. That is true.
That.
Yeah, nobody's invalidating or discrediting that.
Already, the culture is here.
No, well, now the culture is here because he helped establish
He
it.
did his job. Thank you, Tibbs. We appreciate you. You did your job. Thank you.
So where do we go from here?
Yeah, nobody's taking away from it, but it's a story in sports that we've seen, before, where some guy comes, takes a team out of the doldrums, and then some guy other than him takes him over the hump. It's something that as I've talked about this more, I've heard in football and other team sports where it happens that some guy comes, sets the table,
Let me ask you guys this. Now, I know what we're dealing with, and I understand your opinion. Do you think that Tom Thibodeau has at least earned a chance to finish out this year as the coach for the Knicks to see if he can turn this team around?
Dude,
What do you think,
me personally, I think he hit his peak 6 games into the season. I'm super cynical. Because I just haven't seen that. Like, there have been things that have encouraged me. You know what really encouraged me? Is there was a game in the Summer League where he let the rookies play against the Hornets, and we won, if you remember that game. We had Porty, Dadier, Kolek, Deuce, and Precious all out there on the floor, and we beat the same Hornets team, a healthier version of the Hornets team that the starters struggled against. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I was too hard on this kid guy. There's a preview of what he's going to do in the season. He sees that these European rookies are not fresh out of college. Like, it's not like some nobody that never played in a professional league before. And I was like, you know what? He's changing. He's opening up his mind a little bit. And then what happened, bro? The same shit from the start of the season,
Okay.
So I'm like, why would you do that in the Summer League and win and then not do it in the regular? That to me is like mind blowing,
Okay. What do you think, Wiz? You think Tibbs has at least earned a shot to finish out this season and see what he can do with this team?
Yes, I mean, again, I'm not a Tibbs advocate, but I think yes, he has earned it. I think last year's playoff gave him the opportunity to say, let's see with this much talent what he can do, and I think he deserves this one chance. I would not fire Tibbs right now, but he's on a very, very, very short leash.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What do you think? It's just us and the caller. Oh, my bad. I thought we had one more person here. I think Juan left a while ago. My bad. My fault. So I guess that it's time to go back to the caller then. Who has all the answers? Listen, man. I think that you have made a case for not having Tibbs here and the success that comes from giving other people a chance. I just think that we do have to understand that he has been a coach that has done a lot of good things for the team, and so because of that, has he earned it? What do you think, Stacks? Do you think he's gotten to the point where you could at least say that? And the only reason I'm asking is, mind you, I'm a Giant fan, and as a New York Giant fan, I watched my team under head coach Tom Coughlin suck and lose 5 games in a row to start the season, and then win the Super Bowl. So you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying. But what's your thoughts, Stacks?
I mean, I'll let him finish out because, I mean, if Johnny Bryan was here, I'll let him go. But I don't know what's the backup plan right now. Like you said, like, you're going to hire Dice. Like, I don't know what's the plan right now. So, yeah, I'll let him finish it out. We don't have no backup plan.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, we got so many things to worry about. The one thing they're not worried about is the head coach. Because they don't have anybody really to replace him.
Yeah, I guess I'll finish it out. I guess. I mean, I'll finish it out. I guess. Hope you don't hurt nobody. I'll finish it out. I guess.
Wow, that's a very low bar. I hope you don't hurt nobody.
The enthusiasm, man, it's infectious.
Okay. Let me put this link out there. This is probably
hope you don't hurt nobody. My man, that's a low bar. But I mean, if there is someone, and I think that there could be someone, and maybe they're doing some scouting already. If there is someone, sometimes a change is really good. Is really good to spark a team. It's not out of the question. The odds are less that a change right now would generate a new energy with a team.
No, but that's why I looked at that study, because even though it seems counterintuitive, it actually works out more often than it doesn't. So I don't know. I would take that chance right now, personally.
Wow.
You could discredit that study. I'll find it for you and I'll post it. But I'm like, bro, why not? Why not? You know?
Listen.
I mean, you said, I'll do it. I guess you say it like that. Put it like that.
I just think the other thing too, though, is even when we talk about, I don't know how many of the teams that were looked at in that study were supposed to be championship contenders, because that's the thing. Like, right. a team could be a marginal team, right, and then fire the coach, and then they get better results. But how many of those teams were actually championship contenders? So the expectations are even higher.
You know what? I'll find it and I'll tweet it at your Twitter.
Okay, cool.
No problem. I like, exactly. That's a great thing, Ron. Yeah, the nuance of, are they better off? Yes, but where were they before they made a change? And if it is a change that causes average team to get better, it's not the same as a very good team to get great. And That's the difference. It's that next level. And I think right now it's a difficult road to go. Tibbs will get us to the playoffs. Tibbs will win us maybe the first round at least. He'll get a challenge in the second round. He never had a game my team like this, so maybe he may get us to the ECF. That I'm more optimistic about him getting us to the ECF as a potential than not. So with that possibility, to sabotage that.
There was something that I heard recently that made me even more skeptical, which I'm like the max pessimism right now, is that Tibbs has never won a playoff series if he's gone down 2-0. If he goes down 2 games, he's never won. Which to me is like, wow. Like, damn.
Wow. Jeez, okay.
Yeah, it's one
Don't
game.
let Otherwise get you, man. Otherwise, where do you live? I'm going to say otherwise your address, because he will hurt you.
That's tough. All right. Well, normally I would say thanks for the call, Stacks. But if you have a couple more minutes, I just want to get my guy Kevin here, because I know he has some good thoughts on everything, and you might have an opinion about it. So I want to give you that opportunity. But first off, Happy New Year to my guy Kev. Appreciate you, my brother. Good to see you as always. Once again, this is Kev from the Sports Jedi Network. Please show him some love and check out his channel. Like I said, he's got everything you might be interested in when it comes to sports. So, Kev, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, everybody? Salute everyone, the panel. Salute everyone in the chat. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it. I wanted to get in this. I always like to listen to you guys every week, and I always have you while I'm doing video editing and stuff like that. And today I said I want to come in and have a conversation with the whole Tom Thibodeau narrative and the whole Knicks team. This team is 11 games over 500. They're 25-14, and it kind of sounds like we're below 500. We're actually a winning team. I understand I didn't like losing last night. I watched that game. I watched along on the playback. You know, we were watching it. We do almost 90% of the Knicks games, and it wasn't a good one. And then losing to them on a week before, that's a good OKC team. I understand we're 0-5 with teams over 500.
Keep going, Kev. I'm sorry. I just need 2 seconds. Keep going.
Oh, yeah, I got you. We're 0-5 against teams over 500, 1-14, 1-15. 15-1 with teams under. It sounds like, what are we complaining? You want to go back to when we were terrible? You know, when we have Fitzdale as the head coach?
That's a false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Sorry.
let me hear that then from you then, because I'm enjoying this team regardless of the fact that we need more rebounding and rim protecting, but it's not that same terrible slop that we were getting. You know, I understand that the team is not fancy with their defense.
You want to give Tibbs credit for beating Washington and Charlotte and all of them teams?
I'm not giving him. It's not the credit. It's the credit. The credit we're giving that the team is winning. They're winning the teams they're supposed to. They're not losing.
Bro, we went to overtime against like the bum ass Wizards, and we lost to the G League, the Osceola Magic, the G League Magic team. We lost to them.
Right, and it was in a long winning streak. It was on a long road trip. It was a long.
Look, I just want to say, as far as my rebuttal to you, which, respect to your opinion and everything, and respect to you, it's a false dichotomy because the choice isn't either we have Tibbs and we ride or die with him, or we go back to being a bum team. In my opinion, we're never going to go back to being a bum organization ever again. We're in a different era, we're a different organization than we've ever had as a Knicks fan base, as a Knicks unit. So for us to go back to the bum ages is almost impossible. We have too good of a roster. If you look at some of the teams that we've gone to the playoffs with before, they were really bums compared to what we have now. We have actually a good team. We have an incredible, from the front office to the drafting people, we have like some really good people in place. So I have a lot of faith that the organization as a whole is just going to be better, period, from here on out. We've changed in a lot of ways, and the organization as a whole deserves credit for those changes,
I agree to that degree. But talking about changing coach in the mid-season, I think the guy deserves at least the end of the year. I totally agree on board. If the Knicks lose in the first round and how they look in the second round, you want to make a coaching change, I'm more on board with that. I'm not saying we cannot move away from Coach Thibodeau, but to do it in the middle of the season and where we're 11 games over 500, how do you justify that? You can't. You guys talking about changing him now and bringing Giant Bryant now when you're over 500. Wait, if we go under 500 at the 500,
I respect. To that, I respect. I could see it both ways, and I respect your opinion. As long as, because I've heard people saying, like, no matter what, even if we lose tomorrow and we never play another game, we should stay with Tibbs. Like, I'm exaggerating, but like, we don't owe him anything at the end of the day. We owe him to ride out the end of the season. Okay, fine. That I understand, that I respect. Win or lose, whatever. Do your best. Yalla. Good luck, But there's people that I've talked to that are like, no matter what, for 1,000 years, we have to stay with Tibbs as the coach. And that to me is ridiculous,
And I want to bring this to you, Ron. I know you mentioned about the New York Giants. When they got rid of Tom Thibodeau, Mr. Coughlin, Coach Coughlin, they're still searching for a coach that it could keep him for more than 3 years. I mean, and everybody was like, oh, Coughlin is so rigid. Coughlin is so stubborn. The same narrative, that the same copy and repeat and copy and paste when they have for Coach Coughlin, they're doing it kind of with Coach Thibodeau. I mean, let's wait. I just say let's wait. Let's see the story finish. Let's not put the cart.
You know what? I'll actually even go one step further than you, man. Tom Thibodeau has like 3 or 4 errors he's had his whole career, 3 flaws. In my opinion, if he could fix those flaws, not only would he win a championship, I guarantee he would win a championship. The criticisms have been the same.
Here we go.
The criticisms have been the same for 15 years. In my opinion, if we had a story of Tom Thibodeau finally says, you know what, fuck it. Fuck the stupid bullshit I've been doing for the past. I'm going to keep the good of what I've done. Sorry. But I'm going to keep the good of what I've done and the bad out to the trash. I'm going to trust the young kids. And if he were to win doing that, first of all, he would be much more unpredictable to coach against. But what a story that would be. What an amazing story if this old, curmudgeonly, bitter old guy, that's what the criticism is, finally says, you know what? I'm going to trust these young kids like I trust anyone else, and they perform for him and they take him to a championship. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing?
Great.
Wouldn't that be incredible?
That would be a great story, actually, D-Rex. That's a fantastic story.
These guys are just so
And
stuck
that's
on
why-
losing that they just happy to get to the playoffs today. That's what these fans are.
It's not about getting to the postseason. It's about winning. It's about winning and going there. You know, look. I'm a Yankee. I'm a Yankee fan, and everybody hates. Everybody hates Aaron.
All I'm saying is he's not winning the chip. I don't care if he finishes out the season or not. All I know is he's not winning the chip. That's my point. Is he's not winning.
Let's do a quick question. When did you become a Knicks fan? How long have you been a Knicks fan? What year did you become a Knicks fan?
Stacks.
Since Bernard. Who do you talk? Who's the question to?
Yeah, each person go around, because our perspective on whether or not just being a winning record is enough sometimes depends on how long we've been Knicks fans.
I mean, it's kind of tough though, because as most of us as Knicks fans,
I've been watching the Knicks since I was 8, so I haven't been seeing them winning. I haven't been seeing them win since. That's the only time I got to see them win when they got Carmelo in them guys.
Right, exactly. So
winning thing, and I still don't. This is nothing to me, bro. I'm not gassed about this, bro. Like, we're not getting no championship with this coach, bro. I can see that clearly, bro.
All right, okay. You know what? I mean, I'm because you asked that question, Wiz, because I'm taking it a little different though. You made me think about something.
Okay.
Being that Stacks, I know you weren't able to see from your time. I get it. And the Knicks, the Knicks were kind of iffy, but they had moments when they were pretty good during the time that not many moments, but they had some moments.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that if this Knicks team that we have right now, if they had Pat Riley as a coach in his prime, do you think we could win a championship?
With this team?
Yeah.
I don't think this team is fully ready to build get a championship right now with this roster. But the point is, Pat Riley will be getting that team ready, because he would know that this team isn't a championship roster either. So he will be playing his young kids. Sometimes this is develop them a little bit, and not just playing your starters because you're not winning the championship anyway, instead of being delusional teams.
So I understand the reason why I brought up Pat Riley is because Pat Riley is not the same. This may be a detriment. Pat Riley's not the same coach he was before. I mean, he's not a coach at all. Now he's a GM, but
I'm thinking about Spoelstra today, actually. That's what I'm thinking.
No, I hear you. So, but also that Spoelstra is all coming down from Pat Riley. It's all the connections. Nothing happens over there without Pat Riley being cool with it. So Pat Riley has changed his philosophy, his thought processes, and the way he works in this NBA and how teams are put together and what you can get out of a team. Old Pat Riley would never be playing the way that the Miami Heat has been playing over the years. He wouldn't play these dudes. He wouldn't play because he had a different style. It was different back then. And Tibbs is still kind of caught in that. He's from that lineage.
Exactly.
So it's fair. It is what it is. He still has that same, Tibbs learned enough. And this is where I want to say that I worry about Tibbs only a little bit. I think that Tibbs has earned the right to finish the season out and see what he can do. And I think if we don't show that we can be a competitive team and make it somewhere other than the second round, I think that's a question mark for him. And I think that's enough for the front office to say, okay, maybe not. But what I want to say is I think that Tibbs has learned a lot from his negative detractors in the league. He's learned a lot from getting fired and losing his job with Minnesota. And he's learned a lot from sitting on different coaching staffs, like when he was with the Bucks or whatever, or with the Clippers or whatever. You know what I mean? He learned some things and he started to apply it. And then last year, the year before last, he started to do a couple tweaks with the rotation, some in-game adjustments. And then last year, he got even better doing it.
That's what drives me crazy. It's not like the guy's not capable of adaptation.
He's reverted back to old Tibbs. He's reverted back to old Tibbs.
Right. That's what drives me crazy, because it's like when we say play the rookies, it's like they could never. We've already seen them play against the Nets. We saw Huckforty come in and contribute. Against the Jazz, we saw Cola come in and contribute.
Who did they play
against
with?
the Wizards, we saw Daddy come in and contribute. It's not like it's impossible.
But
it's not like it's impossible.
Still, those are all subjective. We can point to objective moves that cost the team games that Tibbs has done. And Tibbs actually have even said them. after seasons and after games, where objectively he knew, and you can see that on the very next game he made a change that it cost the team a victory. I'm going to look at, let's not even talk about staying RJ in the game up by 25 with 2 minutes left. Let's not talk about keeping Cat in the game after he just busted, his ribs and was injured, or even OG the other day, or playing guys while they're hurting, or looking away when they get hurt when you're like, wait a second, get a guy out of the game, or a guy totally exhausted. Even Taj last year when he was exhausted. But plays like Dallas, the Dallas game where we were ahead and Dallas came back with 30 seconds left from 8 points, and he had guys at the foul line to get rebounds that were all shorter than the guys by Dallas on the same foul line. We had Grimes on the foul line when Sims and other bigs were on the bench. I mean, there's objective scenarios where why didn't we have rebounders and that we needed a rebound? We needed a rebound. And he's done plays like that where you're like, why don't you switch out? And you know what he did? 2 games later, he did that. He did the same thing he should have done 2 games before. I'm like, how do you make these mistakes after 30 plus years as a coach or assistant coach? And then you say, oh yeah, I should have done that. And now you do it. So he does stuff that he knows he should have done, and then he goes back to who he was, and then when he gets burnt again, oh yeah, I gotta give that guy. He does those things all the time. Not subjective, like play the rookies, they'll get better, or play sham, play. Don't put whatever Sims in.
But that's not subjective. That's not subjective. We played those guys and we've won.
We don't know how we don't know for a fact how he would respond. We know it's probably a better idea, but we don't know for a fact. But we know for a fact.
Look, I can't guarantee you that if you played him in the future, he would win. But we could look at the past and we could say, look, Cat was out in that Nets game. You played Hukporty and you won narrowly. Without his contributions that game, you lose.
Okay,
if it was Jericho Sims, you lose.
You're right about what happened and what could happen. I'm saying we can actually look at factual scenarios where we have a 6'5" guard on the foul line, and those guys have 6'10" 7-footers on the foul line, and we have 7-footers and 6'10" guys who can jump out in the gym, and they're on the bench. And you're like, why wouldn't you put the 6'10" freak of nature jumper rebounding guy on the foul line? Those are purely objective. Yours is logical and probably more slightly objective, but most objective, that Hukporty could revert to be the rookie and do some dumb rookie mistakes is a possibility, not likely. So yours is likely to win, and it's shown that it probably will win. But I'm not talking about probably, I'm talking about factual, no debate. This was the right move, because what happened is Tibbs did the move later on, 2 games later, where he did, in fact, sub out a defensive squad when we were slightly ahead, sub in the offensive squad when we're still ahead and want to score. He did that. Okay. He did that, and he does it once in a while, but it's not consistent. Where he knows this is the move, and it's been proven over and over again. We can't prove that Hukporty would respond.
I want to jump in on this. I want to jump in on this. There's 2 things. Sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Before you guys do that, let me just say, Stacks. Mm-hmm. Hey man, I appreciate you, my brother. I want to thank you for the call. I think you made some really good points. I hope that you continue to call in, and it's been dope chopping up with you. And I think your perspective is a good perspective, bro. I appreciate the call, man. I think we're gonna have to work through this Tibbs thing, but I like where you're coming from. Solid take, bro.
Yeah, thank you, man. No problem. Appreciate you, bro.
Hey, man. Thank you, brother. Good to see you. We'll get to hear from you.
All right. You too, man. Have a good one.
All right. Take it easy, bro.
All right.
Okay. Let me just make sure this call is ended. Okay, cool. So let me bring Mets in here. Hold on. And so remember what you guys were going to say. Let me start with D-Rex first. I mean, because the first one I'm thinking of, because I know Kev has a question. Go ahead, D-Rex.
Well, it's a few things I wanted to say, but one, the same way how Tibbs defended Bridges by saying, oh, he has a body of work. Well, Hukporty's not a real rookie. He played professionally in a European, it's not the same as the NBA, but LaMelo Ball played in the NBL and clearly benefited from it. He came into the NBA as one of the top players. elite, but certainly better than most NBA players, you could say. So you can't really just discount this as irrelevant. He has also a body of work in professional leagues. And I feel like Tibbs' actual critical flaw is that when the going gets tough, he doubles down on what he knows. He's like, okay, or I could change and try something new, or I could just do what I know and do it more. Just double down. And that's critical.
No, hold on 1 second, Mets. And to your point, direct, and I'll let you go, Mets. That is true. And unfortunately, that kind of is what happened. And kind of, I'm not saying it made a monster of him, but he trusted what he knew and it worked out. Because remember when Tibbs was on the hot seat, when the rumors were spreading that Tibbs was on the hot seat, what he did, he said, I'm not playing Kimba no more. I'm not playing Fournier no more. I'm not playing Cam Reddish no more. I'm going to play these guys and I'm going to turn this thing around. And that's what he did. So, of course, he's not second guessing himself no more. He's going to say, look, I listened to y'all. I try to incorporate this. And look, you guys wanted to fire me. Now I believe in myself. I went back to what I do and we started winning. So, yeah, they created a monster in that regard. but I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong. The whole point here is all we're trying to figure out is Tibbs the right coach to get us to the next level? Can we depend on him to figure out and get us right? So
Dude, that's the thing that drives me crazy because all the changes that we're asking for, he's actually done. It's not like he's never done it, but he'll do it once and win a game and then, okay, back to 40 minutes for you guys. I've seen games where against, I forget who it was, against the Spurs, where in the fourth quarter, Cat was not winning the Wemby-Cat battle really strong. He was performing well, but not really having the edge. And in the fourth quarter, he put in Precious, which is a big lineup change, a mid-game adjustment. If you say he never does, he did a mid-game adjustment against the best player in the league right now. One of them, certainly you could argue, and it paid off.
I'm never going to be able to talk.
No, you're going to talk right now, Mets. Hold on 1 second. The calls are coming in, but I put them on hold. That's what I do. Hold on 1 second. Caller, you are on with SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're from?
This is AJ from Queens.
Hey, what up, AJ? Can you give me 1 second? Let me just get to my guy Mets and get his take, and then we'll get right to you. But I also have a question from my guy Kev, so bear with me, okay?
No problem.
All right, brother. Mets, what's on your mind?
Piggybacking off what D-Rex said, the problem with people who are so iron-wooded and metal-minded is that, like you and D-Rex talked about, when push comes to shove and they get put in a situation where after everything they do, no matter how well it turns out, it ends up being all for nothing, they basically crumble and go insane, sticking to what they have, what they've known, making sacrifices out of what's in front of them rather than making sacrifices for what's in front of them. And that's the thing about Tibbs that pisses me off to no end.
Okay. Was there anything else you had before because I don't want to, shortchange you, but I want to make sure.
Is it wrong for me to constantly ask for this 10 man to be sent to the junkyard and ask for a coach who prides himself on adaptability? I don't think it is. But given how Leon Rose basically hired Tibbs as part out of nepotism, and we, like I said when I called in last time after that game against, who was it? No, it wasn't Atlanta. Was it Washington? No, it wasn't Washington. The game before Toronto.
Orlando.
Yeah, Orlando. Oh, we have a hoarder and a waster in the hen house in the coaching and GM departments, respectively. And at this point, I want to get rid of them both just to recover some draft capital.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mets, in fairness, even having draft capital means you have to do something with it. You're going to trade draft capital for a player that can help you now, or you're going to draft somebody with it. And being that the Knicks are in position to be championship contenders, it's less about bringing in young, unproven players and more about getting basketball talent that is proven and has been in the league and knows how to do what is necessary for a championship contending team. The Knicks are missing some of that right now. That's why we're not a full team. That's why we don't have a top to bottom starting bench that is adequate around the league. You already know, we've talked about it earlier today, and I'm sure you probably already know yourself that the Knicks have the worst ranked bench in the NBA.
Because
And
we have a coach who won't use said bench.
but even if you use said bench, they're not performing well when they are out there. I mean, we're not using everybody, but Campaign had the thing about Campaign, he's a decent defender. We've seen him come into the games and energize us at points when he was feeling confident. He was knocking down the three. He was giving us some really good points. We were like, okay, that's the type of spark we need off the bench. That spark's not really happening right now. Deuce McBride, who, even if you look at Deuce's numbers, he shoots 45% from the field. He shoots around 41% from three, which is not bad numbers, but it's not enough. He's averaging a little less than 10 points per game, around 9 something. And then the ancillary categories that I love to bring up, the rebounds and assists, you're not getting a lot of that. But he is also providing you some, level of defense. But it's just not enough because the Knicks have made themselves a finesse team with this 5-out style of play. They're a scoring team. They pass the ball. They move the ball when everything's going great, which we saw. And I love to go back to the Denver game. The Denver game was an example where the Knicks were clicking on all cylinders. We had like 44 assists. We scored how many points? We shot incredible from three. And that was against a good team. So it's
And then you have games like last night where we were reduced to nothing but dog, what.
I get it. But a lot of people are really concerned. I mean, because it is last night. It's fresh in our minds. We played probably maybe the best or the second best team in the league. Because listen, Cleveland is good. I know that was disrespectful the way it happened last night, and people are upset about it. I didn't like it either. I'm still more disappointed about the Orlando game. The Orlando game is a gimme. Like, we should have won that game easy. Like, even if we don't blow them out, it should have been no brainer who they threw out there and we lost to them. That's the biggest mark on this whole season for me. It's not OKC. It's that Orlando game that you don't even come to play is an indictment on your coaching staff. It's an indictment as you as a player, an indictment on us as fans that are paying money to go see you, and you put up that product against Orlando that had nobody.
Well, it wasn't Orlando. It was Osceola.
I'm sorry, Derek. What did you say?
We lost to Osceola Magic, the G League team.
Right. Now let me just get over to Kev because Kev had a question. We'll tie it all in, and then we'll get to our caller. Kev, what was your question, my brother?
Well, before I say the question, right now, if you go to make a wager, you go to Vegas. Vegas still think the Knicks are the 4th best team odds to win the NBA championship. As we speak here, with all this disgruntledness that we're speaking on this chat on the day is this afternoon. So Vegas doesn't lie. They don't lose money, but they're still the 4th best team. They still think about winning an NBA title. My question was, is Coach Thibodeau here to develop players or to go out there and win a championship? Because you can't be half pregnant. Either you're pregnant or you're not pregnant. So either you're going to win an NBA title or you're going to develop the players. And I think that leads into his style of coaching. And again, it's not apologetic. I kind of want to see Tyler Cole play some minutes on the point guard position and to help out there, because ever since Cameron Payne came up injured or hobbled on, I believe, on Christmas or the game before Christmas, he hasn't been the same. He didn't even play some games around the beginning of January, and he hasn't been playing well. So I don't know if he's a little injured. And Miles McBride has also been injured. So and Larry Shamet is coming back from an injury. So a lot of the bench, 3 players on the bench there, haven't been really tight healthy. That also contributes to why the bench scoring is so down for the Knicks, and that's why he's kind of reluctant on playing high minutes with the starters. We all agree. I'm not being a contrarian. I totally agree with you. We need to get the bench incorporated and play more. But we're seeing there's some injuries. Maybe there's a thing that we don't see in practice and in scouting, or the physicality of the team, that they don't want to let us know that their guys have some injuries or they're not 100% or something's tweaking. And maybe that's why we see the bench production so down low there. So my question is, are we here to develop the rookies, the draft picks, or are we here to win?
Right. Okay.
At this point, just break out the sensu beans.
Hold on 1 second. I see you, D-Rex. I know you're ready to jump in, but let me get to the caller. AJ?
Hey, what's up, Ron?
Hey, man. So first off, I don't want to take away your thought that you might have called in with, but I wanted to ask you, I wanted to see your take on the question. But first off, what's on your mind?
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in because like I don't know, man. Like I feel like I heard like everybody make good points, and like I feel like I don't think they're gonna go anywhere. Like I really don't think they're gonna go anywhere. I just want to make 2 quick points. I'm not gonna take long. I just want to make 2 points. I feel like the coach, right, Tibbs, like he's like he gotta go. Like they gotta get him far away from the team, like altogether, because he's not willing to like make the changes that they need like to win. Like he's not like the only thing I like about him is that like he builds a culture there. Like he like they had like, you know what I'm saying? Like they really need like a culture. Like you need somebody like to really like push them to like, you know, to be something.
Mm-hmm.
But like I feel like he's just not it. Like I feel like he doesn't make the changes the team needs for them to make. I feel like he just does his own kind of thing, his own style of coaching. Like a player could get like real hot on the team. Like I remember a game last season with DiVincenzo when he had put him in the starting lineup. Not the first time he put him in the starting lineup, but the second time he put in the starting lineup. Like I seen DiVincenzo like get real hot from 3. And he like I remember one game, I think it was the Wizards game. No, it was the Nuggets game or the Warriors game where he shot like 3 threes back to back. And then I watched him like take him out the game. And I was like, why would you take, you know, he took him out the game. Why would you take him out the game? He's hot. And it's like he just went back to his like rotation, you know, thing that he does or whatever. And I just like feel like he just doesn't really like, he just goes by what he like his rotation, but he doesn't really go by like how the game is being played. And I don't think he like understands like you gotta really I don't think he analyzes the game too good. Like honestly, like I don't really think he's
not during the game.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what I wanted to say. Like I don't really think he's like that good of a coach to like when he makes like adjustments where, you know, like if you're getting blown out by like an Orlando team full of rookies, like why would you want to play, you know what I'm saying, your starters when you could like mix it up a little bit, put some young guys in there, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just because, you know, these guys that's been playing, they've been playing too many minutes, and you gotta mix it up. You gotta make other teams look like, oh, like they don't know what we're doing. Like we don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? They can't really read us like how we, you know what I'm saying, how we play our guys. And I don't think he's that good. Like truthfully.
Right. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think that's kind of been a knock on Tibbs. I don't know about prior to being with the Knicks, but with the Knicks, that's one of my issues with them is the in-game adjustments. But like I said, he has gotten better with it, but he's not perfect, and he does run into some issues with that. So I get you, and if you feel like, you know, you would like the Knicks to have a coach that is better at that and understands what's happening on the like that may be the difference. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know necessarily what it takes. Like anybody could tell you, well, you need somebody that's going to be able to listen to his players, understand what the, you know, the talk that you think makes sense to win a championship. But maybe to win a championship, it is about making those in-game adjustments and understanding how to react to what the other team's scheme is and what they're trying to do against you. Fine. I mean, I'm saying it like I don't know it, but you know that that's the case. I don't know if necessarily that's Tibbs' strong suit, but I do think that in spite of me saying that, if Tibbs does enough and makes enough adjustments to allow these players to be confident and understand what they need to be doing right, the players will do the rest, right? Because even if Tibbs ain't doing it, and if he just lets guys go, then hopefully when it comes down to it, the players know, Jalen Brunson knows, Josh Hart knows, when it comes down to it, the smart decisions that need to be made in fourth quarters of games, you hope that they can believe in themselves. Like, okay, Tibbs is not really saying nothing. But
he don't give them the confidence though. He doesn't give like the players that confidence to, you know, go out there and, you know, feel like, you know, they got a chance to even play.
Well, I mean,
I watched them play.
Some players. I agree with you, but I'm only going to say some players because I definitely think he gives it to the stars. The stars feel they love Tibbs, and that's the reason why people have career years under Tibbs. Because he hey, go ahead, go out there. Yeah, go ahead. Look at Dante DiVincenzo, for example. I know he's struggling because he's in Minnesota, coming from New York. He don't want to be there. But it's also, he don't got the green light over there. His coach is not like, go ahead, take a three. Tibbs was like, go ahead, do it. And he was letting them go. I went into I know what you're saying about how he was cooking and he took him out. But if you look at the track record of last year, Dante DiVincenzo was lighting up the league. In that second half of the season, his numbers are ridiculous. He had a bunch of 30-plus games. He had a bunch of, I hit 8 threes this game, 9 threes this game. Like, he was cooking. I get what you're saying, though. I'm not taking that away from you. But I'm just saying, like, when he believes in certain players, those players can do whatever the hell they want. And maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's where we're at right now. Maybe that's the problem.
No wrong.
So
they do no wrong. Like he just has a favoritism. I know it's like he just like to play what he likes to play. Like he's just real old school. He just doesn't really like just like he just likes what he likes. Like he doesn't care like what anybody else tell him. Like he just likes what he likes. Like, and if you don't want to roll with how he want to coach, or you know what I'm saying, then he just like you either got to lead the team, or you're just gonna be disgruntled. You're just gonna sit on the bench. I feel like Porty is on the bench because like I feel like he probably told him something that he probably shouldn't have told him, and then he's just like, oh, that's how you feel about how I play. All right, I'm gonna bench you.
Ron, don't you think he gave that same green light to Miles McBride? The minute quickly got traded last year, Miles McBride stepped up majorly.
Yeah,
nobody thought that he was going to be that green light guy. That I think kind of why they moved Dante, because they had that confidence being developed under Coach Thibodeau. Remember, McBride was a second rounder, flourished under Coach Thibodeau. And now, barring the injury, I kind of trust him coming off the bench. Again, he's got to show us that he's healthy again and play well. I think when he's healthy, he's a good player off the bench for the Knicks going forward. I trust that. And also, remember, we talked about it many times, how Coach Thibodeau develops the big men. Nolan's Noel, Hartenstein got a big contract. Mitchell Robinson, who couldn't stay on the floor with foul trouble. I think give some time. Jacopoto, is going to play better under Coach Thibodeau or his coaching staff, regardless if it was with Johnny Bryant, Kenny Payne, Woodson, whoever was on his coaching staff, Brock Aller. They all do something when it comes to the big man. And I think, we're gonna have a little patience. I think we're gonna get Jacopoto there. I am a little disappointed with Jericho Sims' development. I wish I could get a little more out of him, but that's another whole. Yeah,
no, and I agree with you. And I do think that, you guys know that I called Tibbs the big man whisperer. I do think that he can get the best out of bigs. He can cultivate and make them better. Problem is, Tibbs is in a different mindset right now. He's trying to win a championship. He's trying to bring this contending team to the promised land, all that good stuff. In the middle of a season when there's no time for practices and it's a game, every other day is a game, Tibbs can't focus on what he needs to focus on to help a guy like Huck Porty get better as fast as we need him to. See, that's one of the things that I talk about. And I don't know how good we are now. I know before there was an issue, around the league when you looked at development staffs, the Knicks didn't have the best development staff then. Now, maybe our development staff has gotten better over the years, or maybe how people viewed our development staff was incorrect, because as you guys can see, guys that we had over here, RJ Barrett is playing great over there in Toronto now that he's getting the opportunity. He's the man. Emmanuel Quickly is still playing like Emmanuel Quickly. We know he was good. We just couldn't pay him.
Toronto's in a rebuild phase.
That's true too. Obi is playing adequate, and if Obi was here, we would love him, because what he's doing is exactly what we need. He's giving, somewhere between 7 or something rebounds. He's scoring around 10 points a night. That's the type of stuff we actually need from our power forward. And there's no one really stopping Obi here now. But at the time, Julius was in front of him. So that's the differences that are going on. And obviously the most recent one is Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes is so happy. I hope he hasn't said anything negative about Tom Thibodeau, because I think he would be wrong. You got to look at your situation and understand that Tom Thibodeau did believe in Quentin Grimes. He did give Quentin Grimes opportunity. In fact, the front office, we don't have Donovan Mitchell here because of Quentin Grimes. So Quentin Grimes should be the last person to say anything about the Knicks holding him back. Okay. He cost us a star player because that's how much we believed in him. And then when we gave him opportunities to score for us, he did nothing. He played defense, but he couldn't score. Now he goes to Dallas, and all of a sudden he's found his shot. And the fact that Luka has been out, Kyrie's been out, and he's been able to score because they need him to do something. So my whole thing is like these narratives, these media outlets, they want to throw stuff out there and see what sticks. That's the wrong thing to try to get to stick, because Quentin Grimes is the last person that should feel negative. I mean, I know the way it ended, the way he moved on, didn't look great, but he is ridiculous if he can say anything negative about the Knicks and what they did with him. He cost us Donovan Mitchell. So I don't want to hear anything from this dude. But just throwing that out there.
Yeah, they just need to move off Tiz, man. They just need to move off him, man. Like I don't think he's like capable of like doing what they because like if you watch all the other teams, like they just really like they all locked in. Like they really got plans like how they want to run the offense and how they, you know what I'm saying, like how they those rotations. And it's like Tiz is just one trick pony.
Well,
like,
I mean, and I thank you for the call, AJ. I appreciate you, bro. And I understand, man. Listen, you're not alone in your sentiments and your thoughts about Tom Thibodeau and how maybe the Knicks need a change going forward. Honestly, I don't. It's not happening this year because we talked about how NBA coaches don't get fired in the midseason. And if they do, you don't have somebody to bring in to replace them. So you might as well let coach.
Be honest, only a star player, only like a top player could do that. Like you gotta have a championship though,
right?
Like LeBron,
right?
Now, if we go on a 10-game losing streak right now, he will go.
I mean, but even if he goes, like I said, it doesn't matter. We know that there's nobody. Like Mike Brown is free, but he ain't coming in. Like the Knicks, the NBA just they don't do that. They don't hire coaches midseason or whatever. So it's the whole thing. It's going to be whatever you got already going on. Hey, Dice is a coach that may have some ideas and stuff that he's worked on that he never got a chance to really explore. But you know what Dice goes to? You know what Dice used when he was coaching the Summer League team? You know what the G League? It's Tom Thibodeau's principles. It's the whole style of play in the organization. So you bring somebody else in here or you go to the next person, they're going to be running the same sets. That's all I'm trying to tell you, because that's familiarity. You cannot change that, because then this team is going to look crazy. They ain't going to know what to do out there. Like, oh, you want us to run this all year.
But is it possible that all we need is change? Is just the rotations and substitutions?
Now okay, there is the one thing that you hit on, Wiz, that it could be. Every year we've gone through this, and we've heard that Thibodeau is loved. He hasn't lost the locker room. If there is a point where actually this year he has finally lost the locker room, then yes, that could change it. Just him being out of there and knowing that all Tid principles are out the window. Now we can play freely. Guys can just go out there and play. Brunson can start doing some things. Cat might be, I don't know. Maybe they want to be a little bit more free. Maybe it's just a little constricting. Don't know. All I know is when they were trying to play that 5-out offense and the shooting from 3 was going well, they look like a juggernaut. Everybody's like, look at this Knick offense. And that's still under Tibbs, who isn't an offensive coach. So is that more on the players for just being that damn good? Or is that on the coach for giving them different sets that was working when they were executing? I don't know.
A little bit of both. Because I wanted to answer 6 Sports.
Oh, my fault. Go ahead, D-Rex. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Also, someone is echoing, so everyone should.
Oh, you hear? Not just okay. Well, listen. Let's just do this. Everybody, go on mute while each, one person is talking, and we'll kill the echo thing.
So as far as 6 Sports Jedi's question, like, should we be focusing on winning a chip or should we be focusing on developing young players? I feel like, again, it's a either or that's like a false choice. Because if you look, like, for example, the B team that I'm following this year, because I wanted us to get Zach Edey in the offseason, is the Grizzlies. And I only paid attention to, in their draft process, that they got Zach Edey. Okay? That's funny.
Yeah, I'm definitely on my Tibbs right now.
This year, they're playing Jalen Wells, who's a 39 pick. I don't even know what he was supposed to be special at. I didn't even read the draft report or whatever. But they're starting him. And at first, I was like, why would you start a rookie? Why would you even be playing him? But now I understand, because we talk about, a spark plug off the bench, right? That kind of thing. Well, what if you have a spark plug off the bench in the starting lineup? and you just have a guy that's young, it's energetic. We always talk about lethargic starts and this and that. Well, what if you just have a young, energetic guy in the starting lineup? As far as I see it, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like this league is trending towards young, athletic 6'8" wings. That seems to be what every team has. That seems to be but that seems to be what we're struggling with. That seems to be what every team has. The Hawks is like 10 of those guys, you know? And I'm like, why not both? Why do we have to choose between one or the other? Where we have young, talented guys that have energy times 1,000 of our starting lineup, you know, that have athleticism out the room, you know? And why do we have to pick between both these things when I feel like it's like a, you know, have you ever heard of, like, this is my theory, but sometimes people go into a relationship thinking, oh, in a relationship, you have to do this and this to be in a relationship. Or when you get married, you have to do this. But in reality, every relationship is different. Every marriage is different, right? So if you go into like a marriage just thinking, you know, a lot of people go into it just with their only idea, their only experience coming from like romantic movies and stuff. Well, oh, you have to do this and you have to do that. And it's very formal and it's very rigid and is not taking into account the nuance and the reality of the situation where everything is different, you know?
Let me
Yeah,
ask
all
this:
the people ruining their relationship.
Who do you want the Knicks to put in the starting lineup then right now? If I have given you the pencil or the clipboard and all the players that we have drafted currently right now, how would you construct the lineup with the current roster that we have right now?
So I think for me
Mm-hmm.
personally, I would do it situationally and matchup based because every team and every starting lineup is different. But for right now, I would say either Precious or Hukporti. And I know people are going to say, oh, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. That's my answer. And the reason why I say that is because even that game where we started Precious and he had a bad first quarter, ultimately we ended up winning that game. And I think it even just took Tibbs out of his own rigidity a little bit. We're like, oh, Precious isn't working, so we put in Deuce. And then we ended up really winning. And it also made the other team have a new style of Knicks to have to play against. You know, you can't just do, okay, Tibbs does the autopilot rotation. Well, now he's not. And now you need a new game plan. It makes us more proactive. And even some games, I would say, okay, well, they have like against the Hawks. I would maybe even start a Daddy because their whole team is like 10 Daddies, literally, you know, and Dyson Daniels is like a crazy defender. So I'm like, for me, it's like a false dichotomy where it's like, oh, in order to win a ship, you have to do this and you have to do that and you have to do that. And I'm like, it's almost like, do you guys know the story of Oedipus where it's like, oh, well, he gets told this horrible prediction that you're going to kill your dad and fornicate with your wife, your mom, you know, and he spends his whole life trying to run away from that. And in trying to avoid it, he makes it happen. You know, it's like this whole Greek tragedy. And I'm like, that's kind of what I feel like Tibbs is doing. It's like, you have to do X, Y, and Z to win a chip. And by doing that, you're hurting your chances. Like I see a lot of, like OKC plays a rookie. OKC plays Wiggins, who's a number 55 pick, and AJ Mitchell is like a number 45 pick or something. Isaiah Joe is like a number 44 pick. You know, and Jalen Brunson, the second round pick. So I'm like, for me, I look on and every against the Knicks, somebody drops 30 on drops this, and we're saying we can't play this guy.
They're trying to break you up over here, D-Rex.
Well, it's just, to me, it's frustrating because one, at least two of the rookies we have is not guys that played 1 year in college and then got drafted. Both Dottie and Hukporti have played at least 5 years in a pro league, and Hukporti has played probably 10 years in a pro league. And if we want to be fair to him, he played with 2 NBA champions. He played with Matthew Dellavedova and Ian Clark. So he played with more NBA champions in Australia than are on the Knicks right now, including the coach. So talking about he's playing in a bum league and this and that, bro, he's playing with people that have rings. They know a thing or two about basketball, bro.
That's fair. That's fair.
So for me, it's just frustrating where I'm like, we are losing and struggling to young athletic teams. We have even the lack of experience these young guys have, in my opinion, they make up with two things. Their sheer energy and athleticism, and that a young guy, for all the mistakes they make, is quicker to learn. They don't have all these bad habits they have to unlearn before they can learn new things, you know?
Right.
And for me, it's just frustrating. Like, even the thing that drove me the craziest, which I'll land my plane with this, is when we first played the Hawks, right? Who was killing us? Zachary Risachet, right? That was the guy who was killing us. Who is the one player on the Knicks that has professional league experience against Risachet? It's Pacome Dadier. Nobody else has played against this guy in a professional setting before. Nobody. How? It's not possible. He's a rookie. It's his first year in the league. So how? If you read the scouting report or whatever, how are you going to know more about him than the guy who already played against him? By the way, I would say, and beat his team in Germany. They were drafted in France but played in Germany against each other and beat his team like 3 times in Germany. So how are you going to say you know better how to play against this guy? The guy who already played against him.
That's the problem. Like now you're thinking outside the box. That's a different type of coach. That's definitely not Tibbs. I don't mind what you're saying though. That is smart. If you got a guy like that you don't know too much about, and you actually have a guy who's actually played him and played good defense against him, and he's on your team and you don't use him, I hear you. It's not a bad thought, but that's just not Tibbs.
Look, I'm sugar. I'm a sugar.
You're right. Let me just check something real quick. Is AJ you still there?
Yeah, I'm just listening. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't want to keep you on the hold on the call. I was trying to kind of move on, but I apologize.
Yeah,
Listen, you're welcome to stay listening, but I mean, you probably want to listen on YouTube rather than stay on the phone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing before I break out.
Okay.
I just want to say, like the team. They got the right players. They just need to fix 2 things. And one is the coaching. Like Tibbs, like I feel like if they get rid of him, then like they got to start over, like a culture and find an identity and all that. Like they have an identity, but he just needs to adjust how he plays his guys.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also not even his fault though, because he doesn't have all the players that he wants. So you know what I'm saying? You can only work with what, you know what I'm saying, so much of what you have. Like you can't, you know what I'm saying, you can't really, you know what I'm saying, expect somebody to, you know, make something out of nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like he doesn't have anything. So he just working what he got with.
I hear you, man. My fault. I thought that was the second one. My bad.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and 2, like he just needs to understand that you can't just play one way. Like, you have to play, you know, still use what you have, but you have to, you know what I'm saying, you have to try different things. You know, you just have to try different things. You know?
Agreed. That is a good
if he doesn't do that, it's one thing to have a coach that's a bad coach, but it's one thing to have a coach that's good but have bad players. But if you have a coach that doesn't make adjustments to adapt to the game, then you're gonna have a whole, you know what I'm saying, whole bunch of problems. Like,
right. No, you're right.
Season, so.
Listen, AJ, once again, I want to thank you for the call. I know this is your first time calling in, but don't let it be your last, man. Look forward to hearing from you again. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Nice takes, AJ.
Yeah. Take care, brother.
Take care.
Good takes.
All right.
I thought he was gonna say the one thing AJ was gonna say. I thought he was gonna say was that Wiz is the smartest guy in the panel, but he messed up.
Right. Well, let me just cut this phone line off. Sorry. Okay. All right. So yes, I wanted to get back to, because I don't think we really chimed in too much. I know maybe D-Rex touched on it a little bit, but to Kev's question, and it's a good question because you can't be both. And what do you really want? I want Tom Thibodeau to help us win a championship, because I think that's what he can do. I don't think he's the best at developing talent that is not already obvious. I've said that for like 3-4 years now. When it comes to star players or players that you know exactly what you're getting, he's great. When you unknown stuff that you got to pull out of somebody, that's not Tibbs. That's my opinion. So I just want Tibbs to go out there and get it. Tibbs only cares about winning. So then let's win. And you know he only cares about winning because he plays the starters 4 quarters, 40 minutes. So let's go out there and win. That's it. I mean, listen, my thing that I said earlier in the year, I told you guys, the minute issue is I don't like the performance. When the performance starts being bad, then the minutes is a problem. When guys are tired, when they're hitting the front of the rim with their shot, I don't like it. When they're not moving around because they're saving their energy, they're tired. When they're not closing out on 3-point shooters and giving them distance because they don't want to give that work because they've been used so much, it's not good. The other thing too is,
can I say something on that? Sorry, you can finish.
Oh yeah, no, just I'm gonna forget.
Yeah, that's my bad.
No, it's not your fault. I was already forgetting. I was trying to think of it as I was going. I think I already lost it. It's okay. Go ahead, D-Rex. What were you going to say?
Well, I wanted to say that I looked it up, and the Timberwolves were the worst fourth quarter performing team in the league, which is
Wait,
kind of
say
an
that
odd
again. Say that again. You were breaking up.
The Timberwolves under Tibbs in 2017 were the worst fourth quarter performing team in the league at that time.
Okay, say it again. I didn't hear that.
He said
that in
were
2017 we were the worst fourth quarter performing squad of all time.
Wow. Okay.
And that was under Hornacek, who was pretty incompetent in his own right.
My take on the Kev question is, and it sounds like I'm cheating. I think developing our kids in the bench is the path to championship. I think our starters, our top 6 or 7 guys, including, let's put Deuce in there, but are ready where we need them to be. And all we need to do is incorporate developing some of these younger guys and the bench to make them be a part of the team, to blend in better. And that's the path to championship for me.
Okay. You know what? I remember what I was going to say now. My question to you, and you don't got to elaborate because, it's about time for me to get up out of here. What do you think which team was better? This year's current team for Tom Thibodeau or last year's team? Wiz, go ahead.
Whoa. I can't go first on that.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Oh, man.
Which team is better? Top to bottom, which team is better? This year's team or last year's team?
Okay. Last year's fully healthy with Randall and and OG before we got Burks and before we made a trade. I think last year's team was better, believe it or not, at this moment in time. I say last year's.
I'm interesting. It's interesting that you said before we got Burks, because I thought Burks, once he started playing, because we didn't know he was hurt, but once he started playing when he was healthy, did pretty good. And I thought Bogdanovich was pretty helpful when he was okay. But okay, interesting.
No, but I mean the team before that was better because we had lost guys and to play guys, so we weren't the same team when they arrived.
Okay. Wait, so who did we lose though?
We did lose Randall because Randall was lost after OG got here, game 16?
Oh no. But no. Okay, let me do this. I don't want you to I'll help. So we're cheating a little bit. Forget that Randall was hurt.
If everyone is healthy.
If everyone's healthy.
Right. So I'm gonna let me actually make it better. How about the team before we lost iHeart and traded for Towns? I think that team at that moment in time was better with everyone healthy.
Now you super cheating. We can't use that because iHeart didn't play with Cat. So
No, before Cat, and before we lost iHeart, and before we traded for Cat. I'm saying before that. So the team with iHeart.
The problem with that is that we don't have anything to go from because we didn't see that team play. I know.
Okay, let me guys. iHeart, Randall, Brunson, OG. Who else was on the team last year? Josh, DiVincenzo,
Deuce.
That team was a better team than
Precious.
we have right this moment.
Okay.
Not more talented, better team.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's all I need from you. What about you, Kev? What you think?
Well, to make it quickly, we still got to see the body of work of this team. As occurring right now, today, last year's team was were better because of the work on defense. Remember, what wins championships? Defense and rebounding. If you play good defense, if you're the top team in the defensive, you're going to win an NBA title. Look at the Nuggets. Look at the past champions. If you play some defense, but we still got to see what this team looks like because they're scoring 120 points per 100 possessions. But we don't like what they're giving us on defense. So to make it story short, last year's team currently, as of right now, I'll take last year's team better than this year's.
Gotcha. That's all I want to know for just right now. I got you. I hear you. What about you, Mets? What you think? Last year's team or this year's team?
It boils down to me for team chemistry, and the chemistry was better with last year's squad than there is this year's. When you look at this year's squad, you can tell there are games where the chemistry is basically severely lacking. They're non-cohesion. They're lacking on defense. They're throwing up threes like it's Hero Ball Friday and missing bat and bricking on all of them. To me, there was a lot more cohesion with last year's squad than there was this one. In my view, getting rid of Randall, DiVincenzo, and Hartenstein was a mistake.
Right. Okay. All right. D-Rex, what's your thoughts? Last year or this year?
Tough one. I would say that this year's team has a lower floor but a higher ceiling. I think that's kind of a cliche, but it's just true in my opinion. Realistically, we weren't going to be able to keep Ihart because we just couldn't pay him enough. So, that's something that was never going to change. We were never going to keep him, honestly, which is a bummer. I think we all clear. I mean, could it be clearer at any other point in the season than now, what we lost and what the OKC gained when they got
Oh, caught him in the Matrix. He is frozen, Elijah.
Oh, no.
He is gone. All right. Well, I kind of got where he was going. And I would say that I agree in the fact that this year's team can still be better than last year's team, but last year's team, top to bottom, was just a better overall unit, right? And another thing that I don't want to make a big deal about, but I'm just going to say it because no one else is saying it. This has happened twice to the Knicks so far. We got hit with a curveball that we weren't expecting. First time was when we thought Julius Randle was no longer going to be on this team, and we drafted Obi Toppin. That was the first time we got hit with a curveball, and it kind of changed us. Maybe not for the better. We still were able to kind of get ourselves out of it, but it messed us up. And this year, coming into the season, as much as we knew we could not afford him, the Knicks thought Ihart was coming back. And that messed us up. Okay, so I'm just saying that Ihart thing, it was, they were trying to do whatever they could. That's the reason why they set it up to draft when they drafted. That's the reason why they moved back in the draft. That's the reason why they didn't take a higher first-round talent that might have slipped because of the money he could have made, and they kept just kind of moving to the point where they can make it work to try to get as much to the minimum that we could give Ihart, because they thought there was an actual chance that Ihart was going to come back, and they thought they needed Ihart because they knew Mitch wasn't going to be healthy. And him not coming back and giving the impression that he was considering it, I think that messed the Knicks up. I think they had no plan B. And so that's where we're at now.
But Ron, real quick, I know you got to get off, but damn, watching Karl-Anthony Towns night in, night out, that guy, he went above and beyond my expectations. That dude is good. No way, Hartenstein is going to give us what Karl-Anthony Towns is giving us offensively, and even the passes at the center position. I mean, don't sell that too short. They fell into it on a good one.
Right. No, but don't get me wrong. I'm not saying. Oh, all right, Mets. Appreciate you, bro. I'm not saying that I think that we should have had Hartenstein over Cat. I think the Knicks still could have gotten Cat because look what we gave up for Cat. That one has nothing to do with us. I'm just saying we needed to have Ihart here with Cat. Because apparently this plan for Cat is not something that happened overnight. They were thinking about this all along in the offseason. So they wanted to have them both here anyway, but it just didn't work out. And so then now you're just stuck with actually following through and bringing Cat in. You don't have that defensive anchor. The Knicks' success and Tom Thibodeau's defensive scheme has been predicated on a defensive center as the anchor. And this is the first year that we did not have that. Since if I'm not mistaken, since Tom Thibodeau has been here, this is the first year we haven't had a big that plays defense that he can rely on. I mean, even back in the day with Nerlens Noel. I mean, Nerlens Noel. We had Mitch, but we had a trade-off between either one of them. When one was hurt, we had the other one. We don't got either one now. And that's a problem for Tom Thibodeau and what he likes to do. And that's part of the reason why we're floundering on defense. Too much guys out of position, guys being forced to help out in situations where they can't even stay home on their man. The drop coverage is not as effective anymore because there's no center that's a rim protector. And I do know that rim protection stats are a little misleading because apparently we aren't that bad at rim protection as it looks. But it doesn't matter because schematically, overall, our defense has struggled all season. We've had moments where we've shown that we can be adequate, but they can't sustain it because now this is where the minutes police. How do I play good defense and I'm playing 40 minutes a game? Like it's tough, man. I don't know, man. There's a lot of little things that when you bring them all together, that's why we're in this mess. But we can fix some of these things. We can fix it. It's just somebody's got to take the first step. I think the first thing that might make sense is a players only meeting. Maybe not today, but maybe sometime this week. Players need to talk.
Not yet. They're over 500 by double digits. Not quite yet. If they lose here, because it's a tough stretch of their season now with the competition level. But if they don't look well, cohesion in on defense, and guys are missing assignments, maybe, but not quite yet. That's a panic move. You don't want to start.
I don't think it's at the same level to like what the normal players only meeting is. I just think they just need to gel. And maybe I'm okay. And maybe it's less about necessarily players saying like we're desperate, nothing else is working, we have to get together. What's the problem? Not like that. More of a camaraderie thing. Because I still go back to I don't know why Josh Hart said that. But the fact that he did say stuff about egos and individual agendas, maybe they need to go out together, like all get together, get something to eat and just talk, have fun, get some chemistry together.
I completely agree. And I'm like, why is that a panic move? Something is not right with the starting. It's not a secret, bro. It's not a damn secret. We're not winning the game we want to win. So why is that a panic move? If anything, waiting till later would be a panic move. That comment about the agendas and stuff, I don't know what that was. I think we'll find out. But for me, the weirdest thing is like Jalen Brunson got made a captain this whole ceremony. And I'm like, what even changed? He's the captain and we did all this stuff. Like, what is he doing differently?
You know what? I don't want to speculate, bro, because when you speculate, you start putting things out there. I don't want to be one of those same people out there creating narratives that don't really exist. All I will say is, if I was going to say something like that, and I know Jalen Brunson is my guy, my buddy, what is different this year? Where would this newfound wording that I'm using come from? Macau's on the team this year. And who's the other guy that's on the team that we didn't know was going to be on the team until the trade happened? Karl Anthony Towns. So I'm saying there's some different personalities here. And mind you, Karl Anthony Towns has every right to feel like he's the man over here. Because he is the man. He's come over here and he's cooking. You know what I mean? He's doing all the stuff. Oh, I'm soft. I'm this. Not only am I coming over there, I'm getting everything I want. Nobody's stopping me. I'm rebounding like a madman. I'm showing you effort. Yeah, my defense is a little suspect, but I'm doing everything that I need to do to show you that I'm willing to give effort and be there for the team. He has every right to feel cocky if that's the case. I'm not saying he does, but I'm saying he's doing what a star type player would do. So I don't know what's going on, but I do know one thing. Guys are getting paid a lot of money over there, and they're not necessarily living up to the contracts currently at the moment. I think everybody will be fine, but right now, as a fan, I think somebody told me they spent $260 for their ticket to last night's game. I couldn't do it. I can't do it. Like, you got to play better. I can't go see that. But once again, I'm going to tell you, this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. And then I'll get around to everybody's final words. As much as I was disappointed watching last night's game, I'm more disappointed watching them play against Orlando. To me, that is like an ultimate slap in the face. Don't show me that. I don't want to even say that's my team. Like, what? So that one hurt. That one hurt. But let me get around to everybody. Wiz, final words, my brother. Now,
final words.
When I say final words, I actually do mean final words. It's 5 hours and 44 minutes, bro. Don't keep me here until.
Yeah. I hope the Knicks can get their rhythm back. Just do opposite of what you do in your dancing. Get our rhythm right. I really think that I'm hoping. It's my hope. Tibbs will, from yesterday's game, although it was a blowout and it was 10 minutes left, his substitution of the guys to bring them out is a sign he's more conscious about their health and their physical status. And that, I think, will be the game changer. And tomorrow will be the first example of demonstrating that. If he can demonstrate that he can play those guys, I don't mind 40 minutes or even 36, but have a break between those 20, 25-minute runs where he leaves a guy in for a quarter and a half or 2 full quarters or the whole half. If we can do that, I think this team is poised to make it to the ECF. I think Cleveland is really good. I think we can beat them. I still only worry about Boston and OKC as far as rivals to really stop us if we are on our A game. So optimistic. I'm optimistic about it, but realistic. I think we may lose a couple of games next week, unfortunately, even maybe to Detroit, because we may still be in that mindset unless something dramatic changed. That's my take. But thanks, Ron, for letting me on here, man.
No, man, I appreciate you, brother. I hear you. I like the optimism. I will tell you right now that if I'm trying to be more real with my Knicks team. If we play Cleveland right now, we getting cooked. Cleveland will cook us, bro. We stink right now, and it's only a few games, but it's not about whether or not we can turn it around. If we turn it around and start playing the Knicks basketball that we've seen so far, and don't get me wrong, I still don't think we've hit our peak. Like the best we can see from this Knicks team, I still don't think we've been able to get it, because you have to have everything clicking, but it's also the camaraderie. You have to have the chemistry and that thing that I've told you. One is two things that are most important to me. One, being able to win when we're not shooting the three well, which we did a little bit of it during the streak. But these last few games, it's terrible. That's one. The other thing, too, is being able to win when you are without one of your star players, whether that means they're on the bench or they're not playing at all. The Knicks have to be able to win games if there's no Cat and it's just Brunson, or if it's Cat and there's no Brunson. And I don't feel confident about this current Knicks team that they can do that yet. Last year, I felt way more confident and surprised at how good we would play against teams when we didn't have the answers. Like there was times where we didn't have Brunson, we didn't have no OG, we didn't have Randall, and Dante carried us. Like we found ways to win. I don't see that this year. So I'm a little suspect and skeptical about this team. But I definitely want to say one more thing before I move on to D-Rex and then get to Kev. We got to stop downplaying other teams in the NBA. Boston is an incredible team. OKC is a phenomenal team. And Cleveland is playing out their mind. They would really cook us right now. I'm telling y'all, the things that we did to Cleveland 2 years ago in the playoffs is long gone. Those guys are playing with confidence. Them bigs are playing. And Mobley, he is a much better player now than he was then. So don't just assume because we cooked them before that we're going to cook them right now. They are a better team. They have better coaching. They have a guy in Johnny Bryant who knows our whole system in and out. Like, it's not easy to beat a team that knows exactly who we are and can combat us. So just putting that out there. Okay. D-Rex, what's your thoughts, brother? Your final words.
Well, first of all, I just want to pat you on the back for that last part there, because I feel like so many times this season, like how many Knicks fans saying, oh, we're going to ruin Boston's ring night. We're going to blow them out on ring night. We're going to destroy them on whatever their night is, the banner night, whatever the hell it's called. Mm-hmm. The whole off season, especially once we got Cat, we're talking about, oh, we're going to trash these guys. It's bad karma, bro. I'm not that superstitious of a guy. Yeah. That is some bad karma you're putting out there into the world. Just don't say stuff like that. Nobody's a bum. There's no whack teams. Even the Hawks, bro, people were saying we already penciled it in as a win before we played them. Like, stop doing that. Just stop. You're not helping nobody. It's always better to overestimate a team than underestimate a team, just for starters.
Sure.
But for me, I have hope, even though I'm very pessimistic. I'm probably the most pessimistic about the coach here. I have hope because the things that I'm asking for from him, he's already done. It's not like he never, ever 100% refused. He refuses. He'll die before he does it. We've seen him make mid-game adjustments. We've seen him play the rookies and win in this season, not last season, in this season. And we've seen him be a little somewhat less rigid, a little somewhat less predictable. So not like I'm asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars. I'm just saying, like, against the Jazz, you played Tyler Kolek and won. So what's wrong with doing that again? Against the Nets, you played Huck Porty and you won. So what's wrong with doing that again? Against the Wizards, you played Pacom Dadia and you won. So what's wrong with doing that again? I'm just asking you to do what you won games doing already before. Like, what is so crazy about that? What's so far-fetched about that? That's the stuff that drives me crazy with this coach. Because if he just straight up said, I would never, ever do it no matter what, fine. Do what you want. I don't care. But he does do it sometimes, and then he wins, and then he never does it again. And it's inexplicable. And to me, like I said earlier, he's not a bad coach, bro. It's not like he doesn't know how to coach basketball at all. He clearly has some understanding of basketball, or he wouldn't be here. He wouldn't have gotten deep to the playoffs. But that instinct of his, where it's like, okay, it's a little bit uncertain, it's a little bit tough. Now I have to ride my guys even harder. Now I have to double down on what I've been doing now even harder. Don't do that instinct, bro. Just change. Be the 3 things you've been criticized for your whole career. Just address those and give us the best damn sports story that's ever existed in history, and you will see you go farther. It's irrational to assume otherwise, that by the same methods, you're going to get a different result. So I actually do have some faith, but I think, honestly, and this is putting a lot of unfair burden on the captain, but it's like, bro, we went through this whole ceremony of Patrick Ewing and all this pomp and circumstance to make you the captain. So be the captain. People pointed out the other night in a space that I was in that, like, you've never seen Jalen Brunson pull the team to the side and have like a huddle. Not the coach, Jalen Brunson, the captain, and be like, yo, what are you doing out there? It's not working for us right now. You keep bricking threes, you got to stop that. Or even, God forbid, challenging the coach, which I know is taboo, but you're the captain, bro. You're not a dummy. I keep saying it. We don't have a dumb player on the team. We have only smart players, I think, and exceptionally smart players, even when it comes to basketball. So I'm like, you guys could be, we don't have assistant coaches the coach is going to listen to, fine. You have players that are not dummies. You're not dummies. So you need to give yourselves credit in that regard. And if you could see a better strategy of the team or a better way of challenging the coach, it's okay to have a little bit of chutzpah. It's okay. Even I think you need it for this team to go further. You know, like I said, if the players were dumb, I would say, fine, you don't have the knowledge. You're not intelligent enough to challenge the coach. We don't have dumb players. That's one weakness we don't have. So I do have hope, but for me, it's like a narrow chance. But I truly want that. Like, nothing would make me happier in this life. You don't forget we get another coach and get a championship. For this coach to overcome his 30 years of making the same mistakes and not winning, and just say, you know what, I'm going to pull the stick out of my tuchus and loosen up a little bit and do the things that I've always been criticized for not doing. And let me just see how far. You have to have some at least curiosity of what would change. That to me is baffling. You know?
No, I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense.
So I have hope, but it's either way. I think we are progressing. This is a solid step forward. No matter what happens this year, the sheer talent of this team is a solid step forward towards that goal of a chip. But whether we're going to maximize it this year, I'm not sure. So
okay, all right, that's fair. Listen, I can't be mad at your opinion. It's a fair opinion, and listen, it makes sense. Real quick, shout out to Reese Anderson in the building. Salute to you, Reese. I saw you earlier. I just, been kind of going through the show. Haven't been able to shout you out. Shout out to my guy Cully in the building. What up, Cully? Good to see you, brother, as always. Appreciate you, Giles G. I know I put your comment on the screen, but I didn't get a chance to really shout you out. Shout out to you, Giles G. And shout out to my guy Mega NYK in the building. What up, Mega? Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well. And shout out to APAP once again. I think I already did, but I'll do it again. That's my guy. And shout out to Augustine Richardson. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Kev, your final words, my brother?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for allowing me to share this afternoon here, talking some basketball, going through. Even if we agree or disagree, I love the chat. I love the conversation. Different point of views, different aspects of everyone's conversation about the Knicks, how we see it in all different lenses. That's what makes us all Knicks fans and come together as a community. I enjoyed it. Ron, always a pleasure to always being on with you. Of course, supporting the channel. Still Knicks fans. Say hello to John as well. Appreciate all you guys, what you guys do. And first and foremost, I want to see the finished whole body of work of the season. When this 2024 2025 Knicks season comes to a conclusion, I want to read the story. I want to see how the story finishes. before jumping to conclusion. As of right now, I totally agree. I want to see the team get better. Also, I want to see what kind of moves they're going to tweak and bring on if they make some trades. And I want to see Mitchell Robinson's impact on this team. I'm not saying one player is the all end all, but it helps in the right direction. But again, winning is the best deodorant, to take away stench. And if they win, we're not going to worry about the stench. So they just got to win basketball. So again, I appreciate everyone. And I know if you're in the New York area and you're having they have a cable dispute that you can't see some of the Knicks games, you can't see it, you're blacked out, whatever. You could come over to the Sports Jedi and Playback TV. You get to watch the game while it's happening. It's totally at no cost. You help us grow the channel, and then you come watch Still Knicks Fans, and you come talk about it or nothing but Knicks afterwards. I don't do no pre, no post. I do just the game while it's happening. Everybody has their own lane. They got their own comfort. So if you want to see the game, you can come on there. Most of the time, it's just everyone conversating the way we're doing, what we're going on. You're more than happy to join us on the Playback TV. I got passes for you to watch the game at no extra cost. So again, Ron, thank you. Dorsaurus, thank you. Wiz, everyone. It's been a pleasure. You guys have been phenomenal. Everyone in the chat, you guys were great as well, supporting Ron, and I appreciate everyone. May the sports be with you guys. May the Knicks be with you. Let's go. Knicks all day, every day, and twice on Sunday.
There you go. And listen, let me just echo the sentiments. Listen, guys, I know the whole thing with Optimum and being able to watch the Knicks has been crazy for some people. And I know people have found ways, but some people maybe not have found ways. I've been there myself in the past, and it's been a struggle. But thankfully, I'm good right now. But if you don't have that means of access, definitely before each game, go click on Playback TV's Sports Jedi Network. And then once you're there and you save them as a friend or as a follow, you'll be able to see whenever they're about to pop on, you get notification. But I will say, if there's a place to go watch the game, if you can't watch it in the confines of your own home on your own platforms, definitely go check it out. And Sports Jedi, my guy Kev, does a great job of calling the play-by-play of any sports he does. That's one thing I will tell you right now. If you haven't checked it out, go check out Kev when he calls games. He does a fantastic job of keeping people engulfed in what's happening and updating them as things happen on the spot. So really good job of that. Appreciate you, Kev, for always doing that. I mean, sometimes when I was busy at work and I had to work late and I couldn't really watch anything, I would tune in and just listen to him on YouTube. Not even watching the game, I'm just listening. So appreciate you, Kev, as always, my brother. Okay, I think I got everybody. Okay. All right. Well, once again, I want to thank you guys. Somehow the hell, I don't know what the hell's going on. We made it to 6 hours again. I mean, let me tell you something. If I woke up this morning, you told me I was going to do a 6 hour show, I'd have laughed at you. I don't know how I got here again, man. I got to get out of here. What am I doing? What's happening to me? All right, I'm done. I got so much I got to do. I haven't even eaten. I got to eat something. It's crazy. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in on X or Facebook or on YouTube. Thanks for always supporting the show. Thank you to all the super chats. Thank you to all the callers. Thank you to all my panelists that have popped on. D-Rex, Kev, G Money, Chris, who popped on for the first time, Mets 2112 who popped in, Jay Boogie who popped in, Double A, Wiz, Juan. I mean, just the list goes on and on. So many people popped in today. Thank you for everybody. And thank you for the chat. You guys have been great. I appreciate it. I know some of y'all is incredible because I've been here calling this game, and some of y'all have been here like the whole 6 hours, which is nuts. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for the love and the support. And continuing to rock with us, man. The Knicks are gonna be okay, man. We got some issues, and we know we got some issues. But I'm telling you, if there's one thing I know about this Knicks team, even though I'm still questioning their heart, their resiliency, I think, is there, and I think they have the guys that can make it happen. So let's stick with them, man. Throughout everything, ups, downs, good and bad, we're still Knicks fans. All right, I'm out of here. We out of here. Later. Appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your Saturday. Later, D-Rex. Appreciate you, brother.